is really smart as well. I think that's something that people overlook a lot.
Yeah, his form right now is just insane. I mean, you hear it from Vanity, from other former teammates of Leafs, that he does so much to like add ideas to the team, to be an initial voice, on top of just being a star, be it on that Killjoy or the primary duelist last year.
I mean, I think Wyatt cites a 0.9 kills per round average.
Crazy.
You see, he was well above that in that game against Crew at a 1.1. Now, Wyatt, you had a round that you wanted to have a look at on Icebox, which has been our big topic of discussion here for G2.
Yeah, so over here, we are going to be, taking a look at a pistol round from G2 versus Crew on Icebox. Second half, G2 are starting on attack, and it's just a nice called round from Valen here. So pretty early on, if you want to get into this, Vanity, we can see some important pieces of utility here on the mini-map going on right there, if you want to just kind of break some of that down.
I mean, I'd say the biggest thing that G2 does really well this round is they dodge the knife from KO, so that kind of gives them the false info, and then sending in the cascade through mid to block the turret makes Heat think there's something going wrong because they're completely void of information on that part of the map. They started 3B long. They don't get hit by the knife, they just instantly go into A, and they have a free bomb side. Yeah,
so from there, they kind of speed things up just a little bit heading towards this site. And then as they're getting in, you're going to be able to see some of that hit utility coming through. There's that Dizzy coming over top. They have that wall as well. And then, yeah, just going in again at the full screen zoom back sight. They've got the recon, the harbor wall to cut off screens there as well. I mean, that's pretty standard stuff, right? Like, you'll run into that all the time.
It's pretty normal, yeah, for sure.
And then from there, just able to scale into the site. I mean, wingman for plant, obviously, because that's just so busted. I mean, how obnoxious is it to play against a Gecko at the moment with wingman?
Considering Viper mollies don't kill it, it's pretty obnoxious. I guess you have to be lucky. I think G2 does something really good here. A lot of teams with Gecko tend to go for the plant in the gen area, which is a lot more open to the Heaven players, but they do the more normal safe plant, and it just makes it easy to play.
For sure, and then, so that knife comes in, and you pointed this out to me earlier as well, Heat actually didn't use a flash to get out there, so Valen's able to get that first kill, but just going back a little bit as well here, if we zoom in on the map,
it's fixed.
There's some pretty cool little like micro play coming in here from G2 as well with that wingman.
I think something G2 did really well here is that a lot of teams will tend to use the orb on the rafter, which is kind of bad against the Gecko KO comp because the double flash is coming out of it. So Jonah does something unique here, puts on the left side, and they end up sending the wingman through it, and Jonah gets a kill based off of it.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, you can see that wingman comes through, pops out immediately. Yeah, that's just so nice. They clean it up pretty easily there at the end. It's nothing crazy, nothing complex, but it's just, like, the execution is just so well-timed, right?
I think they're doing it very well against the comp they're playing. They know that they have a lot of flashes on the other team, so giving them something to run through is not beneficial. So they just put the 3 people to fight it, and then Jonah goes on his own little side quest, gets his kill with wingman, and the round is over.
Yeah, I mean, they just make it look that easy. Earlier, though, speaking of Valen, we spoke with him about his road to becoming an IGL and a top tier 1 at that. So we're going to check that out right now.
My first time becoming an IGL in Valorant, I remember I was on like a free agent team. I didn't have much respect on my name, or no one really knew who I was. And my boys were like, yo, can you try calling? And I took it right. I'm like, yeah, sure, like why not? We needed an IGL, and it just was brick by brick. You know, I went from complexity back into the guard, and from there, that's where I feel like I fully showcased myself on the guard when we qualified for our first LAN. It was so hype, and I'm like, dude, I can do this. From here, I just have my mindset on I want to win games, I want to call to the best of my capability, and continue to brick by brick my way up to the top. I definitely enjoy my role as the IGL. It is difficult and it is stressful, there's no around that. You take on probably the most responsibility in the team alongside the coaches, just because you're the one calling the shots in the game. And not only that, you have to be that emotional leader for the team and make sure people are mentally straight in tough matches. When you're getting blown out, when you're blowing people out, you even gotta be like, yo, like stay locked in. You have to do so much if you wanna be a tier 1 IGL and make sure that your team is consistent. Because if people are messing up, which every team does, you gotta be the guy to point it out and try to fix it or get people back mentally. It's never an easy time as an IGL in the server, but it makes it ever so worth, like, fulfilling in my heart. I love doing it, and I like taking my boys into great wins.
Welcome back to America's favorite game show. It's Are You Smarter Than a Gold Player? We're back for our fourth installment for some more trivia and action here. Riot Games Arena, please give it up for our contestant today. It's Brandon. Brandon, welcome, welcome. Please introduce yourself. Where are you from? What's your rank?
Hey, I'm Brandon. I'm Ascendant 1, and I'm from LA.
From LA, right here and ready to win at home. Today there's something extra special though. We have a prize on standby with our beautiful model, Sideshow Gaming. Look at that jacket. You want to win that, Brandon?
Hell yeah, I'm going for it.
And that's what you're going for today. Look at that. Color upon color. And that's what he's playing for. But Brandon, you're not alone. You have a little help today with one gold player. We have Mitch standing by. Let's meet him.
Thank you very much, Mimi. I'm here with our gold player. Why don't you introduce yourself to us and tell us where you're from?
How's it going? My name is Noah from Los Angeles, California.
And Noah, what is your Valorant rank?
Gold 3.
Tick in the box for that one. Back to you, Mimi. Help is on the way.
Well, you got a fellow Angelino ready to help you out? All right, let's get into this. You have 4 questions today to try and win that jacket from 4 different categories in ascending difficulty. How you feeling?
Pretty confident. Actually, not really. But
Pretty confident? Not really. That's great. First one should be easy. It's iron weapons. And the question is, which of these weapons doesn't exist in the game? A, snowball launcher. B, water rifle. C, golden gun. Brandon?
I am pretty confident that it is B, water rifle.
B, water rifle. Let's check in with our gold player.
Thank you very much, Mimi. Okay, Noah, which of these weapons doesn't exist in the game?
Pretty sure it's gonna be B, water rifle.
B, water rifle's the answer.
Well, you both echoed that answer. Should we lock it in?
Yep.
And is the answer B? You're correct! Congratulations, Brandon. That is a great start.
Thank you, thank you.
Feeling good after that one. Let's get into our second category. That jacket still on the line. It's bronze maps. And the question is, which teams, I presume that means maps, which maps are not currently in the map pool? There's multiple here. Can you list them all?
Is there a
Maps, not in the map pool.
not in the map pool? Ooh. Pearl. Fracture.
We can get you some help from the gold player if you need.
Haven. That's 3.
That's 3. Let's check in with Mitch. What do you got?
All right, Noah, which 3 maps are not currently in the map pool?
Pretty sure it's gonna be Fracture, Haven, let's say Pearl.
Fracture, Haven, and Pearl is the call from the stage.
You both have the same answer. Is that your final choice? Fracture, Haven, and Pearl. Time's ticking.
Yes, I guess.
He's locking it in. Is the answer Fracture, Haven, and Pearl? It is! 2 for 2, Brandon!
Oh my god.
Getting a little more stressful now, yeah?
Yeah. That's
But-
a bronze one?
That's a bronze one. We're moving up though. There's still questions left to answer. And our second to last category is silver agents. The question is, name every agent that starts with the letter S, Brandon. There are 3 total agents that start with the letter S.
Sky. Sova.
What's that last one?
Sage.
Sky, Sova, Sage. I think you might have it. Let's double check with our gold player.
All right, Noah, 3 agents starting with S. What have you got?
Sky, Sova, Sage.
Where did you hear that from? Oh, that's the answer from down here. Sky over Sage.
No one could ever know where he got that answer from, but they're aligned. Let's lock that in and check the answer, which is, of course, correct. 3 for 3. Riot Games Arena, give it up. He is owning right now. How you feel?
Pretty confident. 1 more to go.
1 more to go. Our final question, the hardest of the day. Gold thousands. How many players in VCT Americas have 1,000 plus kills? Brandon, what do you think? I want to start this time with our gold player. Let's check in.
That's a bit cruel, isn't it? All right, okay, Noah, we're up first. How many players in VCT Americas have 1,000 plus kills?
I wanna say just 1, but Can't confirm it just yet.
Okay. Do you want to lock that in? One player?
To be safe, let's do 3.
3 players. That's the answer from our gold player.
3 players, his guess. What do you think about that?
I was also thinking 3 because I know Aspas has over 1,000 kills. I know someone recently also got over 1,000 kills, and I just think someone like Tens probably also has over 1,000 kills. So thinking 3.
For bonus points, which 3 players do you think it was?
Aspas, Tens, and I'd say less just off the top of my head, but probably not because Aspas and Les were from the same team. But
That's 3. The final guess. Let's check the answer. Incorrect. It was 5. Ospas, King, Zekin, Leaf, and Kesnit. But you got some of those players in there, and you were 3 for 4. Brandon, congratulations. We're going to be presenting you with this brand new jacket, fresh off of Sideshow's body. How does that feel?
makes it even more special.
It's a special moment for Brandon right here. To get that off, Josh. There you go. Congratulations. And thank you so much to our gold player as well. That's it for episode 4 of Are You Smarter Than a Gold Player? We'll see you next time after the map vetoes. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Alrighty guys, welcome. As you know, 100 had higher seeds, so what team would you like?
Team B.
100 is gonna get Team B, GT you're gonna be Team A. GT, you will have first map ban.
We'll ban Sunset.
GT ban Sunset. 100, what map would you like to ban?
Ban Lotus.
100 ban Lotus. And GT, what map would you like to pick?
We'll pick Ascent.
GT pick Ascent. And 100, would you like attack or defense?
Defense.
100 select defense. And what map would you like?
Bind.
100 pick bind. And GT, would you like attack or defense?
We'll pick defense.
G2 pick defense, and you have 1 map ban.
Holy. What the fuck is happening?
Yeah. We'll ban Breeze.
G2 ban Breeze, and 100 you have 1 map ban.
Split?
Ban Icebox.
100 ban Icebox. Decider map is going to be split. G2, you will have the side select.
Defense.
G2 pick defense.
Defense,
All
yeah.
right, boys, best of luck today.
3 maps, 3 defense pick.
All right, with our maps locked in, let's have a look at our broadcast team's predictions for the day. Hopefully no one else will be having to fill out one of these if they are wrong. Whoa! Unanimous?
I mean, that's a guarantee. Do we even need to play the game?
No, I mean, you may as well just ship it right now. Are we that sure about these results?
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would say so.
I mean,
Yeah, I
that's
feel
what I
confident.
said. That's
I
my
still can't
picks.
believe that. That's
These
quite
are my
stunning.
picks
I mean,
too,
again,
like-
we did see Leviathan Crew fairly recently, right? Gave us a good idea. That Ascent map wasn't particularly close at all. That for me was...
Crew broke my heart yesterday. They really did.
Yeah,
I've lost.
same.
They hurt me. So I can't go with them.
Yeah.
Okay.
It felt like a big stumble yesterday from Crew, and whereas that Leviathan loss, it doesn't have me feeling super down on the team. I thought they played great against 100 Thieves, showed some great adaptation throughout that series. Ospas is still in incredible form. I have faith that those two teams, 100
They
Thieves and
lost
Lev,
to,
are the two best teams left in the tournament.
Shaky
Do we need to
G2
talk about this
yesterday,
map
so-
pool in this series between G2 and 100 Thieves here? Because
And
we
they lost
once again
2-0,
fearlessly
like-
have Bind coming up into the map pool straight away.
And I think it's a map that G2 is also comfortable on.
Yeah.
I think they had a weird comp, in the past, but from scrims, they've definitely changed it. They look a lot better with their new comp, so I think it's going to be a good map. But it's also just like, everyone's confident on mine, so let's see if G2 is the team to take 100 Thieves down.
Yeah. I mean, they're kind of playing with lower expectations today. They've already made it in. They are in hot form, too. That last match was the best game I think we've seen this season from G2. The prep against Crew was incredible. The players were on point. They're hot right now. But 100 Thieves just look so good. They're definitely favored, but there's a chance for an upset still.
I see us been doing a lot better in the past couple weeks as well. I mean, it actually kind of just started in the game against you, Vanity, where that was the first time he kind of had a breakout game on Ascent, unfortunately.
Was that a bit surprising to you guys?
But
Nah, you get used to it at this point. 2022 LCQ, Will did the same thing. He was like 160, 170 ACS average. We played him like 260. It's like, all right, I guess. But I mean, I think he's a good player. I think it was just kind of a matter of time getting used to the tier 1 stage, and I think he's playing really well so far.
If G2 are going to win today, what do you think pushes them over the line as someone who's played them?
Icy.
Yeah?
I think Leaf's going to perform, Trent's going to perform, Valen and Jonah are solid. Icy needs to play
Icy's
well.
the differentiator
Yeah.
here, right?
It's going to be tough. He's playing up against a Cryo in peak form. He's had so much criticism throughout this season. But again, he's peaking at the right time. This is the biggest match of his career thus far. This is his chance to really prove himself going into Shanghai.
The 100 Thieves team just feel so well-rounded right now, individually. They are all having their moments. Austin has found a lot more consistency, but also I think the team is built around him more effectively, where he's not in those situations where he's getting caught way too far ahead. He's not going too slowly. It's kind of just this perfect pace that they're operating at. So hard to believe they'll lose, at least for me.
Let's get this show started, folks. It's G2 versus 100 Thieves, Crew versus Leviathan. The VCT America's mid-season playoff starts right now.
High up into the rafters, firing all the way, but everybody blinded up and they are being eviscerated. Just to try to push him back and allow here Cryo with no dash to land the first kill. Close in the dome!
We're playing against G2 back to back to back. We've played 3 days in a row now. I'm sure both of us are going to try our hardest to win.
100 Thieves have like really good comms and like really good teamwork. Just comes down to hitting your shots at the end of the day versus them, I think.
Why would he be peeking from the same position as Heat? Surely they would have doubled up if they were there together. Uncertainty! And yet still, it's trying to win it out.
Last time we played 100 Thieves, we weren't really in that groove. I feel like we're definitely a way different team, and now we have a way better chance against them.
I think they've improved a lot since the last time we played them. I think at that point when we played them, Icy was still getting used to
So we had
the
3
setting within that
defense
team.
week.
So I would say that we beat a weaker G2. However, we're still 100 Thieves.
You see Cryo pushing towards the spawn, and he will be able to catch.
We haven't seen Breeze and we haven't seen Split in playoffs. We haven't, these maps have not been picked.
This is probably like the happiest moment of my life. Focus on what you're going to do better next time.
And
That's not even in my
Sunset
head
only
right
has
now. For
been
me right now, I'm like, job's done.
1. We've seen 4 ban for Split and 4 ban for Lennox.
Let's introduce your first Master Shanghai representative, it's G2!
We've been up for several summers, seeking how to step in commas. If you with us, buy the bundle. Say you should buy the bundle. Barely time to buy the bundle for this ton of heavens rumble. Cause you know we
Split is like 50-50. It's like 85, 90 attack win, 85 defense win. So it's like 51.4, 48.6. Pretty balanced. Right. But team big defense on it because they prefer to play with the Cypher in defense. The Cypher Viper is better for defense.
And their opponents, your second Masters Shanghai representative, it's your 100 Thieves!
For Ascent, it's a slightly defensive map too. Kinda like Split. How Split is like slightly attack, like 90 to 95, 90 to 85. Ascent is like 82 attack win for 92 defense win, so it's slightly defense. Again, probably just a
You heard Bang say
preference.
it. He said the last time we played
And then
this
we
map,
have
they were a
Bind.
different G2.
Bind
but
is
we're
like
still
130
Thieves.
attack win for
Fair point to make,
130
right? Both these teams have
defense.
come a long way. The question is, whose nose is out in
And
front?
the reason
Both these
we have
squads
like
struggled in the regular season, but have found their peaks at the right time,
I'll
looking
say.
incredible in both their respective matches to get here. Both have already locked their spot to Shanghai. That's
He's,
done and
questionable.
dusted. But a fight for the trophy and the top seed is still on the line, because winning this match gives you a 2-point advantage
Because
in that
Bind is
finals
probably
and
like
a day
100
off,
Thieves
which is
peak,
especially
right?
big for a team like 100 Thieves, who has been playing back to back to back.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Bandit, you actually played both of these teams on Ascent. Can you kind of speak to the contrasts or similarities between the two on this map?
I would say the biggest thing 100 Thieves does that G2 doesn't do as well is 100 Thieves like pushes your mistakes a lot harder. I think G2 kind of just like waits for you to make mistakes, and 100 Thieves just capitalizes on your mistakes a lot better. But I think G2 definitely looked really good in our match, and they've been looking better in playoffs, so I'm sure it'll be better.
I mean, we're talking about a G2 roster that were playing that like single duelist Yoru setup right at the start of stage 1 with the Fade. They played that up against 100 Thieves. It didn't work for them. They've since made a shift in their comp.
Yeah, they're playing what a lot of people have been with that kind of Gecko Sky idea. I think it's become probably the most common comp on this map, but I really love what 100 Thieves brings here. Bind has far and away been their best map throughout their run, right? Locking in to that very unique Fade Gecko comp gives you so many great options to re-clear in the mid-round, cycling between those two different timings on your rechargeable info utility, and also setting up a ton of trap plays off that Fade Seize, off that Fade Haunt, which is all built upon how good EU has been this year.
Yeah, what I'm thinking about here mostly right now I want to send is Cryo's opping was so strong on defense, which frankly, obviously has been on every single map, but he was electric here earlier in the season, and I want to see if Icy can match that, because frankly, I think Icy's been at his best on the Jet compared to the Gecko in the race. This is actually where he's been putting up the best numbers.
I don't think he's played Jet a ton. I think he's only played it twice. I think he's only played it against us and Crew on Ascent.
Yeah.
I think it's the only time he's been able to play that agent. Definitely should be most duelist best agent, but I think it's definitely the agent he excels on the most.
Jet locked in here. I think like hearing from Boostio in yesterday's post-match interview, he said the things that Cryo can do is insane. The stuff he sees from him in the scrims is ridiculous. One of the most talented players who also puts in the work. That's huge props coming from your captain at IGL.
Yeah, we've seen all these guys be good before, but I think under this new system with Boostio and Zix, they have leveled up to really a quality of a play that we haven't seen in ages from these 100 Thieves players, with Boostio just instilling massive amounts of confidence into this team.
We're gonna have
these
like
guys have had
two
a
fucking
renaissance, and
classic comps.
practically all of the individuals are finding incredible individual performances in playoffs.
The battle of IGLs here should be pretty fantastic. Both of them are great on the attack side here. Valen, I thought, was beyond impressive the other day on Ascent against Crew, working the map. Beautiful pivots. Really impressive stuff. I'm excited to see how that shakes up.
It seems like, though, we're dealing with very different IGLs with different focus areas, because Boostio really comes down to like the mid-rounding, the 1-2 plays. We saw that a lot on Icebox, how he'd pair up with Arsena in some key moments yesterday. Valen, though, really likes to view it all as a mastermind, really macro-focused. And the winner, of course, of this one moves straight to Sunday's best-of-5 grand final, where the #1 seed is up for grabs. Let's head over to your casters now. It's Bren and Sideshow.
Ooh. Thank you very much, guys. Great tee-up, honestly. Great setup for this match here, because it is everything to play for. Listen, step 1 of the master plan, you got to make it to Shanghai. But everything past this point, Josh, is paving the way to success at the event itself.
Exactly. You win here today, you get the map veto advantage for the finals. If you win this tournament, you get the 3 championship points, and you get to skip the Swiss system, and you get to choose your opponent in the playoffs round of Shanghai. This game matters because the grand finals matters here at the mid-season playoffs. And so setting yourselves up to guaranteed have Bind in the pool if you're 100 Thieves, or to guaranteed be able to take it away from one of your opponents, for example, if you sat in G2's position. These are huge advantages to set yourself up for a spot where you could win a global competition, or at least make the road a lot easier. And wind the clock back even a couple of weeks, I don't think many people would have had either of these teams in a spot in our upper bracket finals here in these playoffs.
That's an interesting
They have both
duet.
earned it.
And it's a very fair take. So setting the sights down
For
on this
the
pistol
attack,
round. Everybody
for the
grouped up
G2
into a
duet.
main, a bit of a jump spot
Like,
from Bang, and he's got plenty of utility.
probably has it activated by just
now,
sticking close to the
that's cancelled out
box.
by the knife.
He has the
Icy
range
just
on
trying to
the-
lead the charge for the rest of his team. Dart is
on the
dealt
fucking
with
turret.
before lighting up these players, and as 100 Thieves that have full control of this site. G2 really struggling to even get any sort of a foothold. Gonna have to double up at least. These fights happening. Jump spot with a right click to do that work, but damage done through the choke point. Great beginnings here for 100 Thieves.
They take the pistol on defense. A good start Gambling over towards the A side. I feel like when I watch 100
So
Thieves
yeah,
play, one of the
Ascent is
other differences that the Des was talking about
G2's
between
map
these two
pick,
IGLs, I think Boostio
which
is
means
more
that
happy to allow his team to play
pick
exploitative sometimes.
defense and bind
Just get the
against
read.
like,
Yeah, this is a full A hit happening right now.
and that's used like
Set the context here for Ascent too. We are expecting 100 Thieves to come out.
bind attack,
Quite a few rounds now. They're on the defense side of Ascent.
which is
But
weird
this
because
is-
like
don't
the
get it
attack
twisted,
side
it's a
additionally
must-win map for
really
G2.
strong.
Next up is Bind. So G2, the pressure starts right at the beginning of
The
this
map
match.
is like slightly
I'm going
attack
on
sided
about
too.
letting Bind in a pool as a 100 Thieves team. In my opinion, one of the best,
I
I
don't
think,
know.
currently in
Maybe
America.
they are
at it.
like
They
super
just have too many
confident
different looks at it.
in their shit.
But actually, they've left Bang alone here on site, and G2 trying to call
Nice shot.
a contact play, and Bang.
Bang
throws that
is
smoke
super
so that it's a
solid
one-way
for
just for a
100 Thieves.
moment. Swings out with it.
Like on
and
Omen, on
allows it
Viper,
to settle down as the rest of the G2 players also
He's really
crumble
good
into
right
dust
now.
in that choke point. Rifles up. Good bonus round buy here for 100 Thieves. And we know that they're a team that are quite happy to do some kind of aggressive stuff on defense as well. Though, to be fair, we haven't actually seen much of them playing Ascent so far this year.
Another shot. Oh god, this guy's just about to be so free. Just take off. Alright, let's go. We're the best team in the world.
He can't get away with it. I mean, this
It's
guy,
about to bet
he talks the
to
talk
get
and he's
so
backing
free.
it up
We are the
recently.
best
He
team
has
in
been.
the world.
Here it is, G2. Weapons in their hands now. Gonna push back this bonus round, but Cryo has purchased the operator. Teams, they opt into this, it's unexpected. And trying to set him up onto the deep line, at least Boostio will be.
Look at this, just
The drone,
walking out.
yeah, just the drone at his back. Cryo was holding the top mid angle, I believe, but now backing away.
And everybody on G2
So
was
brave. I mean,
respecting
you have
this.
no way to get out of here, Boostio. You're tagged up and the wall already broken prematurely.
It worked against them.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that the wall didn't have that armor plating on it just stuffed Boostio there. But I'm fine with them taking those level of risks on a round where their economy is not as good. Cryo is still here with the op.
Yeah,
and
it's
Valen
their
has
bonus.
no smokes. He's just used one.
Cryo's going to be looking to shove them in a locker and maybe just take the lunch money while he's
I don't know about
Finally
like the
shut down.
dash
Needs
in
to
the
make it with
side.
that one. Pushing through the available angles, just traded out as easily as it's done here. The rifles with another day for G2.
They won't necessarily anticipate EU coming around behind, but he's got to get past this turret somehow. That'll do it.
That will do it. Doesn't have to worry about that angle. Knows that.
Do you
any of
play the
players most
clutch or do
likely
you save the op?
locked towards the back of the side in the anchoring position. It's going to be a
Honestly,
tough
the safe
clutch.
play is
He's
just
gonna
like
make it happen now.
try
He
to
needs
pick
some
up the op
nasty shots. Potentially a bit of luck on his
and leave.
side. Dart. It's going to be broken. Spam across the wall angle here, doubled up towards the back of the site. The shock dart is good at least to force position out wide. It gives him that information. And peace of mind now working forwards, but with the time ticking against him.
Oh, he's gonna force the weapon.
Deep smoke as well. You got
Just
to push into it and
outside.
force the fight to them.
Yeah,
Which
like
G2, they know
he had
exactly how
like
to play
many
it.
options. I feel like
It's
just
not a bad
pick up
bonus round
the
for
op and
100 Thieves,
leave.
except that they lost the operator. That's the real
Yeah.
killer here. Cryo would have loved to get that online. It's a game changer as soon as he's able to op. On defense side, his op-in has just looked unbelievably good. To be honest, I mean, even stick a rifle in his hands, he's been fantastic too.
Yeah.
But they managed to secure their economy by putting a judge onto Boostio. And he's playing over towards B main. That's a threat that G2 are going to have to deal with a little.
Real disrespect being showcased here,
What?
especially by Asuna. It's a paranoid that's delayed. And Cryo just not feeling
Walking
power enough
Vanilla.
that he can make the swing, but now just creeping up onto the angle with that dash active. Still, they've lost a player.
The last 3 rounds, Valen has actually been putting a smoke in A main as they take A main control. So I think Asuna there believed that that was fake A main pressure because the smoke wasn't used. Might be overreading it a little, but Valen is very particularly placing that smoke there at the start of this map.
This entire series is going to be another big test for Valen. We talk about the IGL v IGL. Him versus Boostio in this match here. You can argue now you play against Cloud9, you play against Crew, you can almost just adopt the same style of play. Heavy discipline from G2, punishing the hero plays, but 100 Thieves don't really
It's
play
gonna
like
get
that.
clear
They have
about
players
that
that pop
knife,
off,
yeah.
but there's a lot of discipline that's been hammered into this team over time, and 100 Thieves now looking like a scary opposition.
Lot of
Yeah,
red
they focus
ping.
very heavily on the utility, on the executes. And so
Doesn't
Valent's
have
going to
his
have to bring
dash.
something new.
Heals
He's playing with the
them.
big boys now, playing against Boostio.
Cryo just has to try and push forwards as well to avoid this dark
Yeah.
lit up. His position was known and noted, and Icy has already broke
Playing
past
that kind
initial
of
choke
position
point, heading
without
right
a
into
dash
it. Bang just
is like-
seemingly unaware that could even be a possible approach, and punished for it. The 2v5, real goal for 100 Thieves here. Surely he's just seeking out the weaponry and maybe saving it into the next tier, but Boostio throws away the life, and with
Yeah.
EU following through as well. It's a flawless start.
It's a nice spam.
G2 now 2-2.
And all of that talk that you were saying there about playing slowly, about the discipline.
All of
stuff,
that because
that's what rewards
fucking
G2 in the round.
Anbat is trolling.
Asuna goes for a little play out towards A main, baited in there, arguably by
They need
prior
to
round
calm down
conditioning.
and play
And
their
they get this
game.
pick. But then they pause for another minute, maybe, and isolate Cryo, who's trying to make a hero play with a recon dart, force him into taking that fight more aggressively. And this is now not the economy of 100 Thieves. We said that this was a must-win map for G2, based on the fact that 100 Thieves are 5-0 on Bind, looking outrageously good there.
Are they 5
And they're
and
starting out well. Yes, they dropped the
I
pistol
thought they
round, but
dropped them
since
up
then,
on Bind.
it's been very strong and looking to try to take the lead here.
Yeah, they've got the economy advantage, and the ults are going to be building up momentarily. You can see Leafs just one away.
And also the patience, Brent. Starting this round again, the first 20 seconds, just waiting for 100 Thieves to make a move. Because normally, it's going to be that eco team that ends up taking the initiative. They can afford to take more gambles.
Respect showcased at least by G2. I mean, using the lockdown here, even against a half buy, it will clear out any possibility of there being a heavy stack onto the B site. Nanoswarm needs to be deaded as well. Autos Molly sent flying and through. Bit of a light up there onto one of the players in the tags. Paranoia sweeping past, and there's a heavy flood attempt by 100 Thieves already into the action, but nobody watching the staircase. They just can't quite land the shot still. Leaf, hefty chunk of damage being played, but bit of a pause and a play being called out by them, and Leaf just decides to take the fight to them. Supportive util again. Jonah P is a player that we've been highlighting over and over again, especially on this map.
You can still
It's
be
KO,
1 or 2
where he
rounds.
just sets up and tees up his teammates for those big moments. Leaf capitalizes.
Yeah, really lovely play, because in theory, Leaf might get isolated there in B main on the anti-eco. So G2, they make it a bit expensive by using the lockdown in that spot. But the lockdown doesn't only stop a stack from being a problem, it also means that these close corners inside the smoke, a spot that Vanity, who's on the desk today, loves playing inside of, spots like logs, these kind of positions, they all get cleared out with the lockdown as well. So you could argue, do they need to use an ult like that at the start of the round? But I think playing it safe here and just making sure you convert as many rounds as possible on the attack side,
yeah,
I don't have a problem with it.
No, I think it's a good strategy moving forwards as well. This new era of Valorant, I mean, the amount of thrifty wins we see, I think teams have just gotten so good at managing to win when on half-fired rounds.
Yeah.
Whether it's just using the ults at the right time, the util combos, they'll always have something cheeky up their sleeve. So I don't hate the offloading of the lockdown.
If 100 Thieves want to apply the pressure, now is the time. Operator back online for Cryo. He's finally built up that economy again after losing it in round 3. So this is the moment for them with the Operator, with the Odin online to start. Oh, get rid of the Odin actually, as EU goes for full armor instead. Maybe just worried about Leaf buying Outlaw. I mean, he was buying it a ton.
It's conditioner from the prior series.
That could well be true.
Did see Mike's tweet and say no more Outlaw buys from Leaf.
Yeah, I mean, straight up, the Odin would be better there for EU, I think. Unless he's anticipating some kind of really fast play coming into him.
G2 are very slow and steady. Look at this beginning, just waiting out the initial knife. Now taking up the space over towards A, but Cryo's also got the same idea, same thoughts.
Is this not, though, the same thing that Boostio did?
The only danger here, really, I mean, Cryo does have a dash, I suppose, just to get out of there, but no one's covering his top mid angle.
I mean, he's got the turret, actually, watching the top mid angle. So he will get some information.
It won't stop you from Leaf just Giga Chad swinging out and trying to punish.
Well,
drone, spotted, smoke at the feet up, draft and back and away. Okay, good movement from Cryo.
And that's because he knows that there was a player over there towards top mid, but that started the exec for G2.
Yeah, Valor's going to be making the call for this one here, just trying to cut up those angles. No one's dealing with Bang! He's holding it down in a nice position.
I'm telling you, Bang is out.
And a steady hand as well. It's going to be guiding them right into a round win. Spikes drop down in the middle of nowhere, drop to the knees as Jonah P. Eventually he will fall as well.
And so momentum beginning here for 100 Thieves in all likelihood. 30 seconds for GT to
save.
try to recover this in a 2v4.
7k on
Very
AC.
unlikely. There's a chance for Cryo to get punished early on.
Ultimate.
And as soon as they realize the op is not
You don't
holding
have to
towards A,
save
they're like,
your
okay,
G2.
let's send it.
They're gonna have time here.
I mean,
17 seconds. They look like they want to make a go
Yeah,
of it.
they're
Boostio's
gonna, I
be
mean, fucking
surely
kill
not.
Surely not. I mean, 12 seconds now.
Just
They
save,
have the money
take
for
the
it,
orb
but
and save.
Get the stopwatch out, man. Get the stopwatch out. I mean, they're bunny hopping all the way in. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Spikes drop down, so no chances.
Well, they take another weapon away from Boostio, and remember, it's the economy of 100 Thieves that's in danger here. So going 1-for-1 there and just sending it into B is actually not that bad for them.
I don't know about that.
100 Thieves, though, needed that round to be able to build a little bit of stability. They couldn't afford the op to be ripped away once again. And G2 are responding instantly here with a tactical timeout of their own. We've only played 6 rounds, and yet both teams have taken a moment to hit the pause button.
I'm probably
That's interesting
gonna
to
call
discuss with the
about
coaches.
like
I don't really know if there's
that
anything tactical that
mid-play
they
they are
could be
doing, like,
discussing. Maybe just these anchoring players not having the
hasn't
util to flush
been
them
working.
out. Maybe not pulling it out enough before they go into these big hits.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that the G2 coaches might want to be talking about here. If you think about the flow of the previous round, they used drone, they spotted Cryo, and then they immediately went into an A hit with the null command. They didn't actually pull out utility, create space for themselves through Cat, for example, threaten a split. There was more they could do there to work the map, and I think Valen and Josh RT might hold themselves to slightly higher standards in their attack side calling. 3-3 though, nothing to sniff at for G2.
Definitely doing a decent job of trying to take away this map early on. I mean, this map, Ascent, it's defense-sided. We know that to be the case. And it is a must-win for G2 if we're looking at that bind map 2, which 100 Thieves have been so damn good at. So, see what we do here. Equal money again.
Everybody on G2 grouped up over towards tiles to start the round. No Odin usage from EU throughout. I mean, to be honest, most of the time that we've seen them play, the 100 Thieves have not played much Ascent, so not much call for it. And of course, they ban Lotus as well, so the 2 big Odin maps they don't really play. But EU here, with Vandal in hand, backside anchor already.
Boostio's, I believe, just playing that. Yeah, just on the staircases here, onto the angle. It's a cross-map knife. Tags up a few of these players here. There's no other map control for G2. They can't really afford to pivot in any other direction because, I mean...
Remember, G2 ran this exact same round, actually, when we watched them play against Crew.
Yeah.
And they got caught by a recon dart. EU threw a recon dart in.
Right around now.
And realized that Icy was here in B main and they had to cancel the hit. This time, though, recon saved for the exec itself.
Yeah. Now, all the way over the top. Boostio puts it straight
Big
out of the
stop.
sky. It's Clay, pigeon shooting.
Good
footwork.
footwork.
Weave away on the Hunter's Fury. Flash over. Beautiful. I mean, just a dart. Is laying them
Look
all
for up on the stop.
It's easy pick.
Holy.
Everybody.
That's a no-scope.
I think that's too much hesitation for G2 there. Send it in after Icy. I understand that you want the Soverall off the back of that too, but a lot of hesitation over towards lane. They gave EU chances to deal with Dicey, dodge the Soverall, throw out a recon, and wait for a flash with which to fight. All before G2 had just walked from the choke point into the site. Of course, you want to be playing disciplined, but you've also got to find that killer instinct, and 100 Thieves there.
That was a flawless.
A little too much space with which to work.
A lot of concern, I think, as well around Cryo with this operator. I mean, a lot of discussions. And I mean, if you've been watching the games, you know that he's playing in some of the best form in quite some time.
We're all walking up mid.
He's been getting active.
It's definitely the best Cryo we've ever seen with 100 Thieves.
Yeah. Quick dash though, they want to take up tree control here.
Holy.
Asuna is on the line here. Bang follows up and through with the bullets.
Spike down.
Beautiful little swing here. 100 Thieves so damn proactive. With Boostio going down, they know exactly where Leaf is here. Swarm into position. They will not let him get away with that.
Bang has been monstrous in spots where his site gets pressured. A great paranoia. Able to isolate everybody over towards Tree and Asuna as well, anticipating perhaps. I don't know really whether he expects Icy to be pushing him or whether he's just going for a spam kill through the smoke, but either way.
Oh, you're joking.
One bullet. But look at how good that flash is. Just allows Bang to swing around and pick up 2 there. These defensive setups they look a little more passive to me from 100 Thieves. They're almost allowing G2 to take map control, just saying, all right, we've watched your footage and we don't actually think you're that good on the execs. That to me seems to be a bit of the read that the Thieves have here.
And again, another round where G2, they don't have any of that spread out map control. They are going to be looking like it's an attempt to split into B. Through mid now. Main control as well going to be gained here just from the drone. Tags up onto Cryo. That's a critical target. Going to be removing him away from that sight line, but they still have to worry about the anchoring players. Now Cryo outside the Blade Storm, seeking a slice and dice his way through at least any available scenario, but Hunter's Fury and Boostio standing his ground, rooted to the spot, eventually dislodged. TP from Bang. He's committing into the fight now, at least with the paranoia, but it just blocks up his village in time. Coming straight through back at you. EU now, left in a 1v3.
I can say Dio.
Spike plant and not going to be denied. They are weak. Suppressed though. Wait for it to fade here. Maybe pray for a couple of spam kills. There's
I don't know why
one.
you would walk into
Obstacle
that
removed.
spam.
2 more to deal with. Revealing area. Now it's back online. There's only one player that can break down. That's going to be revealing the position of Icy. Shock Dart. Doesn't connect. A smoke by Valen. Still, it just separates it, but now left into that 1v1, of which Valen will succeed.
And they grab their fourth. 100 Thieves tried to send in
Maybe next
to be able to
round
fight
he would
around.
say Dio.
They even ulted Bang into backside to try to set up that defensive assistance. And it looked like it was going to work until Icy barreled through and picked off both of those players. Boostio goes down to the entry of this newly awoken Jet player. And then this, you know, a great flash over the top from Asuna.
Nice try, Dan. Good damage, good damage.
I wanted to say proud.
But Icy gets it done. Scrim Icy coming out. And 4 caught here for 100 Thieves.
It's going to give a nice indicator. Already you've seen the rotations.
Yeah, look, they're going for the rotate. I think that's an unusual call a little, because the pace that G2 are playing at is not super fast. But they're going to be here in the right spot.
Anything to deal with this one? Lockdown doesn't actually cover that corner. Both Bang.
They're going to
no
throw
one
you
walks
away.
Really good in this spot. Not just that. I mean, Boostio also has a lockdown of his own, but in his own. Oh, but he wants that angle.
No thought.
But yeah,
And
okay,
it's
not able to get
spammed
out of there. Still lighting him up with the cross-map recon. Bang. Even within his own smokes, and he's buying enough time at least for EU to just rain down the lead from the on high position. This guy just collecting up every kill imaginable.
Good shit.
Gets the Odin out, gets 4. EU wasn't able to convert on the clutch previously. You heard it from the guys. Nice try, almost. 11 and 4 now, top of the scoreboard. He was amazing against G2 in Tier 2. When G2 themselves won through Ascension and earned their spot, EU was fantastic against them. He was also the best player when these two teams played up against each other earlier on in the year. Finding moments to have impact like that is going to be important. And he swapped out the Odin immediately back for a Vandal. Just doesn't like the gun.
Well, this is G2 just throwing a quick round into the mix here. They've been slow and steady pretty much for all of their attack side rounds, and they will be punished just as easily, swatted away. These anchoring players of 100 Thieves. Stalwart defenders of the sides and even the mid-angle. There's no opportunities for G2.
There's some confidence though, isn't there, from the defenders there. EU's sprinting down mid to look to try to cut them off. Doesn't want to give them any opportunities. They've only got a Ghost and a Classic. You don't want to give him a weapon.
Enemy remaining.
Looking like he wants to take the fight to them anyway. Drop the 15. Shock Dart has to get out of it. Will be ran down, but he knows where Trent's position is. Potentially donating a rifle, but he just can't quite find it actually.
7-4, the lead for 100 Thieves. If they can get an 8th online, this is a great recovery for them.
In the half.
This final round, really, this is like the knife's edge between a great defense and one where you feel like the attackers have gotten away with a little too much. At 7-5, G2 are going to be feeling great about it. But again, a reminder that from where we're stood, with the fact that 100 Thieves are 5-0 on bind, I know that Vanity leaked that G2 have changed their bind comp, but you're still expecting that to be an extraordinarily difficult map coming up for G2.
The uphill battle.
This round would be massive for them, and they have the tools for it. Hunter's Fury, Null Command. If they can get a read, and Asuna has just walked out instantly.
I mean, this is insane.
Get Info Gelato.
What is this read? I mean, there haven't been many spread defaults. Asuna though will.
It's a fake.
Be suppressed, yeah, by the Null Command. It's running out wide, but Boostio's not giving up this space. Look at this guy. He's going to be able to hold it. Almost expecting it.
Here's the
Potential
turret,
position.
right?
Trying to convert it into that mid-take as well. Into the B split. The bait and switch, but they did not deal with this guy. The IGL still. No more. Juke as well. These bullets coming through. G2 are finding these advantages. Icy looking up behind them, and they know exactly where EU is. Just from that Hunter's Fury that was let loose and let rip.
And now the fake becomes the real take. Those players on A never got stopped. And so now it's all down to Bang to try to pick up the pieces. He's got no information. I mean, there's an Omen ult all over the place as well. People could be literally anywhere, all around the map. It would be an outrageous 1v3 for him to pick up. And I think he's just going to end up exposing his back here to Trent.
First level of it is expecting Trent, which some level of clearance, but just pokes out the shoulder and it gives him the easy one. So 7-5 finish here for G2. And like you said, Josh, I mean, this really is a good half for G2.
Yeah, it's decent. 5 rounds on the attack side of Ascent. No matter which way the pistol round goes, G2 is still going to be feeling like they can come back on the defense side. But I think that's the case for both teams. I think both squads will be fairly happy about the rounds that they've put up and their chances of winning.
5 round, boys. Let's get pistol. That's so sad. I was looking at the top.
Trent has sealed up that half, at least with that final blow. And let's hear from him and his thoughts on his team's growth in 2024.
I think with time, it definitely got better, especially with the rookie, with Icy. He's been playing way better. And, you know, we were all just, I feel like we were all very nervous at the beginning. There was a lot of pressure on us. And, like, throughout the games and throughout, like, the weeks, we started to really find ourselves. And we've had some outside help of, like, being able to regroup and, you know, being able to try to reset in the rounds, even if we lose a bad one or, you know, win a bad one. We still are able to reset. And yeah, I feel like we've been practicing really hard and working really hard to be able to get to here, and it definitely showed.
It definitely has been shown, I think, for this G2 team because, I mean, expectations just weren't really there. They didn't show anything concrete, I think. It was wins and losses,
Remember,
oscillating.
they only scraped into the playoffs here by round differential.
Yeah.
Just, yeah, like you said, win-loss, win-loss. We didn't really think that they had it in them to be able to make this late resurgence. But they are the first Ascension team to make a global event. That's history. They're going to be staring across the stage at Boostio, a man who's done so much at the Tier 1 level already, and be thinking about their chances of being right where he has been stood before, on a big stage.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Valen has had these tests before, right? But this time he's up against an IGL that's been winning championships, right? The winners, EG, they've gone far in the past, at least that prior core and roster. Now Boostio is leading this 100 Thieves team to try and do something quite similar, honestly. They're on a tear right now through the playoffs of the Americas, but they'll be thinking about that and more as we get into the second half of Ascent.
You heard it from Valen towards the end of that half. He was like, yep, we've got 5. That's doing pretty good. Now let's win the pistol round. Now, I want to see what kind of pistol round strats we've got from both of these teams. There's some pretty classic stuff that you'll see, like bait and switch setups over towards A, which it looks like they're going to get set up into. But it's really the setup on B that we should be having a look at. And there's your stats. Both of these teams yet to lose on Ascent. But it's 100 Thieves that we really don't know too much about, to be honest. And this certainly wasn't a defense half where Cryo took over. And he's going to look to entry here.
Oh, this is an explosive beginning. Look at this, 100 Thieves just trying to send it straight, flying through into the B site. That has to be broken and dealt with, and it is just so. Still, the shock darts, long-range artillery. I mean, this has chunked down the players. I mean, just look to the left here. Red health bars disappearing before your very screens. You might see the fill, at least the feed filled up, maybe potentially here, all entirely the 100 Thieves. They're taking it to them. Not letting this flood defense occur, and G2 are shut down.
Second pistol for 100 Thieves.
What an awesome call there from 100 Thieves. With barely any health between them, they decided to go proactively and take the fight to G2. That was a flood defense, and normally what you'll see there is the post-plant team bunker down. They take their position, set up crossfires, and try to stop their opponents. They don't run back upstairs and back up lane to try to fight them. That was nasty good. Utilizing the fact that they had players in B main and tucked logs, those kind of spots. A great pistol round from 100 Thieves there. That's going to set them up quite nicely, winning both pistols in this map. And still not with a dominant advantage just yet.
But it might turn into one.
Certainly could.
Right now, free and easy access given over towards the A site. The knife is definitely going to be giving them that acknowledgement. Heavy rotation.
Isn't
by
that
G2.
the second fucking nade we see fail?
Doesn't matter whatsoever. Asna's the player that you want to load the ult orbs into, I think, but EU's taking matters.
Oh no,
into
it was
his
a
own
flash,
hands.
and it was like...
He'll go down, he was the one with the ghost, so he doesn't donate them a weapon. Putting the fear of God into the heart of G2. And their options are particularly limited. Cryo, gotta be concerned here about going down.
Leaf could take him out with the shorty so easily.
Just not gonna drive by, it's not enough.
I think it only did 6 damage.
Bit of shorty giveth and taketh away. And they're just looking for this last player. They know Icy's seeking to deny his life to the spike, but really just every single spot managed here by 100 Thieves, just trying to hunt down and get every advantage available for them to try and close out this map.
I think that was a missed opportunity for them to start loading more orbs into Asuna, and they could have had Null Command basically online for this round and started that snowball, the avalanche that we talk about so often with these attack teams.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, I'm not going to put that one in a highlight reel, to be honest, even if you give it a slow-mo.
Guaranteed assist. I do like that, though.
So, heading into the next, 100 Thieves group up, tiles again. Boostio, known for great calls such as hit B 12 times in a row.
Surely Trent just stuns them.
Placing swarm
Crossfire Nano Swarms is going to be orchestrating. Pretty obvious now that this is going to be a B hit coming through, up and over the top. Fully blinded up. That util! It's perfection in motion. Still just punishing any attempt to try and flood through all of these smokes. Spamming away, Cryo. A little bit of punishment there. 2v3. Has he opened up enough of a window here for Icy to take over? Not quite. Log's position locked down here by Boostio, and Valen, difficult decision. But he got to back away from this one. It was that full investment by G2, and this is the map now slipping away from them.
I think you can see the preparation already from 100 Thieves. They're going into B hits like they did on the pistol. And the next important round, back to a B hit.
Yeah.
Whenever the economy is equal. And you could see why. I mean, Leaf wasn't just flashed. He was sent to another dimension. He was running around, rubbing his face up against the wall. Yeah, no idea where he was.
No idea. And that's the different type of test you're going to get when you go up against a team like 100 Thieves. Putting all their eggs in the exec basket.
I want to see a replay of it because the flash timing there was just perfect, and it caught Leaf on a more aggressive position.
I think it is a difficult test here for G2 at least. I mean, they've had to deal with these, individual hero plays. The discipline really carries you through with that, but what do you do when all this util's flying forwards? Like, what do you do when your defensive setups are getting picked apart like this?
No, I mean, look at him. He's walking into a wall. He's like a man stumbling out of club at 4 a.m. He's completely lost there. What a perfect util setup. And catching a player that likes to play slightly more aggressive angles.
Yeah.
You see it in the stats. Leaf has, or the desk was talking about it, 0.9 kill per round. That's ridiculously high production.
Just for a Killjoy player?
For a Killjoy player, yeah, absolutely. That's like, alpha year level of fragging from that sentinel position. But with that comes a bit of an opportunity there for 100 Thieves to get a punish play onto him. And this suddenly is looking like 100 Thieves are running away with it. Boostio did say in the post-show yesterday, we will destroy G2 100%. They are not good.
Yep. And call them swines or pigs or whatever the hell he's dishing out on social media these days. I mean, he doesn't hold back.
No, listen, as insults go, that's quite a funny one. It's not bad, really, is it?
It's, dude,
not too personal.
He's got to be one of the funniest players that we've got in the league. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, he's very unique. He certainly is. I don't mean that in a bad way at all. It's fun to watch him. And fun to watch what he's able to do with this 100 Thieves squad. But yeah, they are running away with it right now. This is a desperate situation for G2. This is the perfect time to try to make some kind of thrifty round work.
And here it is, 4 players. Shoulder to shoulder. Brothers in arms looking for play in mid. All of them joined up as well, just holding inside. Deep Knife doesn't get any sort of acknowledgement, and 100 Thieves, they just take that timing and all that information, noise and sound cues, whatever it was, just defaulting into their A hit. Got to be concerned of the flanks. If G2 have any chance, arguably in the map, maybe even the series, is the kind of argument we've been making. Has to begin now, but Already
Bang's watching for it.
Yeah.
So early on.
Just dropped. Speaking of it, Cryo will fall up through the heaven angle. Trent, do they expect this one? It's got to be a necessary kill. Bang again. Shuts it down. Lit up. The dart pushing back. Any chance here for G2?
It's looking really nicely coordinated from 100 Thieves. Very aware of the gaps that G2 might try to exploit and stopping them before they even become a danger.
Hello?
Okay,
It's true.
these are just consolation kills at the end of the day that don't even really do much to the economy. 100 Thieves get up to 11. They're running away with this. And this on Ascent, a map that we've only seen them play once. It was, you know, they're 1-0 on it. In theory, 100% win rate. But
weeks ago, though, weeks ago.
Exactly. You just don't know how they were going to perform here today. But this squad is looking sublime. And again, we're moving into Bind after this, a map that they are simply incredible on, and no one will ban against them. This is the round. This is the round for Icy to have impact. I think if you're looking at a player, he's got the off.
It's got to happen now. Early night from Asuna. Clears out that cat angle. Still with a jump spots though. Respect shown by EU. So only real player into mid here. Might be even just trying to make it feign and feel like a bit of a B split, but with the deep dart that's also used at the same time by Trent. They should know that there's no one into B main. Icy.
They're walking back into Icy's up.
Yeah, and this is the time to come alive, isn't it? Paranoia. Swoops through, has to sidestep it. Another flash, these layers of util. Icy just cannot get set up for success. The time to strike is pretty much over. Sights gained for 100 Thieves. Players are in position. Nothing to delay this one now with a no command. It's going to radiate out. Asuna stopping any and all abilities.
And they're expecting this to delay the G2 retake and buy time for EU to go on this flank. I mean, look at this. The Sova lurk flank. Can't get any value out of the recon.
The knife as well. It just keeps coming, man. Waves of it, layers of it. Stopping them in their tracks. EU getting a bit of a move on with no one the wiser. Everybody drops and falls.
Good flank.
100 Thieves. I mean, domination is putting it lightly, I think, for this map. It's 12-5. You're heading into almost home ground territory for them onto the next map. I mean, it feels like we're rolling out the red carpet for the finals.
It certainly does. Whichever team wins here has a massive advantage in the grand finals, is likely to be going straight to the playoffs of Shanghai, has a great opportunity to make a run at that tournament. This match matters so much, and 100 Thieves are just running away with it. It's not a contest now that the sides have swapped.
Getting ahead. Ain't gonna look easy. They want to finish this one. Explosive in nature! Look at this guy! Flying forwards, no smoke in the choke to really block them away, and Icy has to deliver. Finds at least two. The dash now activated. Long-range dart to supplement and support these defensive players, but he just does not expect Cryo to be coming from that angle. It's a 2v3. Whatever opportunity that Icy may have bought is now arguably squandered. It's up for Leaf and Trent. See if they can pull off the impossible, but 100 Thieves running away with it.
Smoke.
Door in Trent's face has to be broken. First part of the puzzle, but they know exactly where Leaf is.
He gets posted.
Drone avoided. Out wide though, it's a double face, and they know exactly where Trent is. It should be done, and indeed it is. That's a 13-5 finish from map 1. And 100 Thieves, I mean, even Boost here is shaking his head, man. Don't mic this guy up. He's a fine risk, man. He's a fine risk, but listen. First step of the series done. We're heading into Bind next.
And G2's new comp better light the world on fire, because otherwise 100 Thieves is looking more like a coronation party than an upper bracket final.
Yeah.
They were worlds apart when it came to that second half. The perfect calls at the perfect time to generate their momentum and run away with the match. 13-5 after the only rounds that G2 got were on their attack side, on our most defense-sided map. And that's masterclass game planning and coordination from 100 Thieves there.
That's what this 100 Thieves squad is bringing right now, I think. It's not just the XX, right? I mean, that's just one part of the puzzle that you have to work out against this 100 Thieves team. But we're going to be stepping away. And up next, Uber and the analyst desk are going to be breaking it all down for map number 1. So see you in just a few.
That fucking ping 1-1.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem. Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
High up into the rafters, firing all the way, but everybody blinded up and they are being eviscerated. Just to try to push him back and allow here Cryo with no dash to land the first kill. Close range, in the dome! So Coach Zix, you guys had a one-sided victory here against G2 in his first map of Ascent, but was there still anything that was surprising that came out of G2 that maybe could make you flustered for the second map here on Vine?
No, nothing too in particular. I think the first few rounds we had, we were like a little out of focus, I'll say. We were thinking too outside of the game plan, I guess. But as soon as we made the adjustment, we tightened it up, we just cleaned house. So our boys are definitely very confident. Ascent was their map pick. Find is, You know, as a team called it a super map for us. So, yeah, we're definitely confident going into it.
Actually, why do you think that they keep bind in against you?
Teams are just pretty inflexible, I'll say. Like, a lot of teams have a permaban, and they're just unwilling to play the map, and a lot of teams just don't practice, you know, their permaban, so... which is good for us. I mean, I'm down to play against teams that have permabans that aren't bind. Unfortunately, crew permaban's bind, but outside of that matchup, we're very confident against every single team.
Awesome. Well, well, actually, good luck here, Zix, for the rest of the series.
I'm begging you just once be remotely normal, just for a millisecond, Van Sussy. My goodness. Well, if you blinked, you missed it. That first map went by in a flash. Quickly, to sort of give us a prelude to this, we talked to Boostio yesterday about Cryo's aggression. This is what he had to say.
Like, the first month or two of practice, we literally said, do whatever you want. Like, literally be as aggressive as you want. If we lose 4-20 in a scrim, it doesn't matter. Literally be as aggressive as you want, and we've kept that mentality the whole time. So he might look a little different because Cryo was super passive last year.
Yeah.
But now, you know, he can do both, and he's incredible at both. And he is top 3 player in the world right now.
Dude, he's nuts.
He's incredible.
And then, I mean, look at these clips from early on. Old Cryo, he would have dashed back out into spawn, but the new Cryo, he just dashes into stairs, takes another peek. I mean, actually, he was so aggro in these early rounds that it was kind of costing the team in those first couple moments just a little bit, but it's just a testament to the mentality shift. He even put on like 5 more chains today. That's how hard he's feeling himself at the moment.
And he's starting to weigh him down, you know what I mean? He's too upright.
But once, you know, he started hitting some more of the shots later in the game, like, he was starting to go off. But again, it's just a testament to the mentality shift of this guy. It's sick to see.
Yeah, he was great in the first half, and once we get to that second half, 100 Thieves, I think really showcasing some incredibly well put together executes. They were pounding these site anchors of G2 and getting the spike down consistently. But on top of that, they weren't losing a retake, and we were talking about this, Vanity. 100 Thieves does such a good job in their post plans of being proactive and stopping their opponent from playing the retake, playing that flood the way they want to.
I would say the main thing that 100 Thieves does better than every other team is they kind of split their initiator util. Obviously, they showed a round where they used it together on B, but on A side, they were tending to split the KO knife and the silver dart, using one for the site take, and then have the other to disrupt the retake of G2.
Yeah, I think that's also one of the reasons you see so much success from EU, right? This guy, when he has that second cycle of utility online, they're still coordinating it with a combination with that KO flash to combine with that dart and getting so much value in these late rounds to consistently close these advantage situations.
A lot to work on for G2 here. I'm very curious to hear what Josh RT has to say ahead of map number 2.
So, Coach Josh, Brennan Slideshow were mentioning at the cast here on the first map of Ascent, it had to be a must-win for you guys, and unfortunately, it didn't come into your favor. Are you worried at all about the second map here on Vine?
Yeah, I mean, like, that's been their stronghold this whole season and their whole playoff run. I think we have good antes and, like, strats prepared, and also our bind isn't that bad either. I think we'll have a good chance in upsetting this map.
Awesome. Well, good luck, man. Thank you.
Well, as we know, it's certainly going to have to be a little bit better than not that bad with Bind coming up next. That is definitely the kind of map that 100 Thieves are very happy to see come into the pool. I mean, Wyatt, they've got to be feeling even more confident than Ascent, which is saying something.
Absolutely. And listen, Josh and Brent, I totally agree with the same sentiment that Ascent was essentially a must-win map for them. And with it not even being close, that is tough. I mean, maybe one point in favor of G2 is that they get to start on
no defense rounds, bro. Like, oh god.
Defense on Bind at least because 100 Thieves have been so good. But yeah, to your point, they struggled on defense on Ascent. But 100 Thieves, if they started on defense, we've seen in previous games that teams have just not been able to handle their setups at all. They've brought so many different unique opening round utility combos to find early picks or take a lot of map control. Teams have struggled with that because they're bringing out new ones in every single game. They did that against Loud. They did that yesterday against Lev as well. So maybe this map on defense, they can get something wrong.
Like, you're a big mid-rounder yourself, right? What do you see in Boostio that you think is going to be maybe difficult for G2 to handle in that regard, right?
I mean, I think this is kind of the opposite of Ascent. I think on this map, they do a really good job at pairing their util together on the initiators. I mean, something that's really surprising is G2 picked defense on Bind with this comp. That's a little surprising, to say the least. This comp is very attack-sided, as we've seen in all of VCT Americas, even in every region. It's very attack-sided. So maybe they want to start off on the weaker side.
Yeah, I really think it's just because 100 Thieves have started defense a couple times already and have just ran away with games doing it, so they just want to try and not have that happen to them.
It's kind of tough no matter which side you're starting on. But to further your point, they're pretty much the only team that's playing the Fade Gecko on this map. Everyone else is playing a Sky or a KO in combination with that. And it just gives them so many options. I feel like especially on that defensive side, they have a ton of variety in the trap plays they're setting up in the mid-round. They're really proactive at re-clearing space and kind of finding one extremity on their site to push into and then flood back in to win the retake with that second layer of util.
I mean, it's just weird to pick defense, I guess. I don't really understand why. I mean, especially because G2 does play the Sky Gecko, which leans it a lot more attack-sided as well. Yeah. The Fade definitely gives you a little more on defense, but this is going to be a really hard map for G2.
You've played these guys. What's the cope for G2 if they're going to bounce back here?
Hit their shots. I mean, they all looked a little off individually that map. I think Icy was the only one who broke 10 kills. That's something that definitely can't happen going forward.
Which is a big difference from the rest of this run for this G2 team, right? We have seen these players stepping up, finding their form at the right moments. It reminds me a little bit of that second map against Loud when they ended up losing, where once it starts kind of falling out of their fashion, they can't find a way back in. But this is their last chance to get that straight shot into the grand finals.
And I'm really excited to see more Asuna Rays here. They've done such a better job, 100 Thieves, at building around it, not having him overextend and get caught. They're setting him up nicely, and I think the pace right now with him is perfect. They're excellent at taking shower on this map. G2 are going to struggle there. There's just the bombardment of Viper util in combination with like C's or Haunt coming over top. It's going to be really tough to control that part of the map for them.
Bang has also been so good for this team as an anchor player and on this attack side, finding gaps on that lurk. He's been excelling on this Viper.
And although both these teams have already qualified for Shanghai, they're very much looking at this stage playoffs as an opportunity to circumvent that first part of Shanghai. There's a lot on the line in this match. 100 Thieves are poised to snatch it away as their best map comes up. What can G2 do to subvert that narrative? It's time for map 2. Let's head back over to our casters, Brennan Sideshow, for the call.
That's a big question, isn't it? What can G2 to try and subvert our expectations coming into this? They've intentionally picked, the defensive side of Bind, which, had Vanity scratching his head, wondering why they might be doing it. Josh RT was saying in a coach interview that they've got some antis prepped as well. Yeah. Could be some part of that, a bit of anti-strat coming out. But it has to be immaculate, right? Yeah. You're up against 100 Thieves, and they're already up one map right now in this series that defines and decides who's going to the grand finals.
And not just that, they're on Bind where they're 5-0. This isn't just we have antis for a good map for them. 100 Thieves might have the best Bind in Americas right now. In fact, it looks like they 100% do.
I would make that argument.
Do they have the best Bind in the world? That's what we're going to figure out when we go to Shanghai. But let's see these anti-strats then. You noted Vanity was talking about it. They do pair the Initiator utility, and they go for a lot of execute-heavy stuff on Bind. It just works on this map. It's super good. But does that mean that we're going to get stuff like this, where you push out behind them and try to set up flanks as soon as the retake comes through?
He might be onto something. It's a heavy reflank attempt by 3 of these players. Trying to work them way behind. I mean, it's going to be up to Bang to put a stop to it.
I think you should read this. Icy didn't use plant denial utility. You should be expecting a flank. And Bang must be. The question is how many?
Well, losing the first duel here. Asuna onto the high ground position. That is snappy. This guy adjusting for the aim, but blinded up. And the peaks are coming through. It's thick and fast here by G2. Boostio looks down at one angle here. Time's running against them. Let's send out that util here. The C's won't really be doing too much here. Gotta land these shots. They do it. I mean, they're preventing it with the wingman. Breaking him down. It's gonna be the bodyguard. Angled! Boostio! Oh, he delivers! A Red Bull clutch. He's on his feet.
Go, Kermit.
Of course
Let's
he
go.
He only sits down to play.
Talk shit, Kermit. Let's go.
Any other time, he's on his feet. And he should be after that one. What a great clutch. He denies the wingman without exposing himself to either of the two players he's in a 1v2 against. And then somehow manages, here, to isolate the fight onto Trent and then get a swing onto Jonah P. He just plays that situation so well.
And already we're straight back into it.
And the anti-strat actually fairly decent. And here comes the Showers Crunch, putting pressure on EU as Asuna dives into sight.
Amazing movement. sees no connection, a lot of damage done, but he's got backup. Reinforcements arriving, seeking to bail him out.
And you can see here that G2 do have some ideas of what they want to do against the 100 Thieves classic executes. But how deep does it go? Is it just that they want to push out of defense fairly heavily? Because I think Boostio is going to get the read on that after a while. Are there more ideas? Are they going to work when rifles are online?
Theory only takes you so far. Money online at least for G2. Look at this, I mean, that's
so good.
And there's so many different looks that 100 Thieves go for with the pathing of Asuna. You can take it in multiple directions depending on whether or not the Dizzy tags somebody backside, squeezing a player, taking the showers.
Yeah, when you have initiator info utility with the Fade and the Gecko, you can do a lot of protocols where you do one thing if it finds someone and you do a different thing if it doesn't. So you add a lot of different looks just based on the beginning portion of your execute or your map control. This smoke is really interesting inside Hookah here. Just potentially stopping somebody from taking an aggressive angle.
Yeah, it forces 100 Thieves to use a lot of util. Not even worried about the chance of somebody going through the TP, sending that util forwards. Leaf just spotting the one. Acknowledgement. Missing the snake bite. Land particularly in the choke here. Jonah P seeking some of that mid-round information. Really does feel like it's going to be a B-take. It's up to these G2 players to stop it.
And because of Cryo's smoke, Leaf doesn't know if Asuna is on the left side or the right side of Hookah, so he can't really challenge that. Can't re-clear that very easily either.
Dizzy must be broken. Long range here with a haunt on. Additionally, Jonah P.
Here comes Trent. Reinforcements.
Flash, and yep, players are starting to follow through and up onto this one. A bit of a pause being called here by 100 Thieves. I mean, they're throwing G2 for a bit of a loop, wondering which direction they're going to be going into here. I mean, 24 seconds left onto the clock. Time is against them, and already the players are taking the fight straight to them. It's Leaf. They can TP. Dropping it down with a mosh pit TP, and they're going to be starting to pivot here. Now, the essential player becomes Icy. This guy's locked to the side. Jonah P right behind them. He's going to be watched for. Nades blocking him off. 8 seconds left. This spike needs to be planted, and it needs to be a defense online for it. Players, it's dropped.
They're going to win that
just can't
round.
defend against it. An extension into the round is gained and earned, and the players falling all over the place. 2v2 in the moment, and Trent just might be able to do it. 1v1. Him versus EU. Made a lot of noise and sound.
Holy shit, so close for that use.
He dispels it.
And these two initiators that were incredible in tier 2 lock horns again with Trent coming out on top. But there were so many opportunities for G2 to wrap up that round way earlier, and they missed their shots. Bang and Cryo bailed 100 Thieves out with time ticking down. Only 10 seconds left. And they hit some big kills to open things up and get the plant down. That's going to do a bit of eco damage there. It's a decent bonus for 100 Thieves. They've got Thrash, they've got Nightfall. They can set up for some kind of fast execute
plant.
And Leaf, the player that, when I checked recently, had used the most weapons out of anybody in Americas, was dominant with the Outlaw and now picks up the Judge in his next game. He'd love to get some impact out of this, but how do you contest against a Thrash?
Thrash for the Boombot mosh pit. The Prowler, EU's going to be safe, just catching that one. And I mean, talking about catching, Leaf just one to the dome. Will fall, close, tight angle. Flash didn't connect, Jonah P. Thinking it was safe for him, but he's just trying to be the playmaker in the moment. And this is the big test here that he's coming up against with this 100 Thieves team on their attack sides. Is can you stop these execs? That's the #1 thing that's going to be asked of you over and over again.
And frankly, the answer is no for every single team. And Valen looking like he had something to say at the end there, but shut down. Nobody's been able to hold on against 100 Thieves. No. And it makes me think back to Sentinel's run through Madrid, where they had one map that they could rely on, and other teams did not want to take it away from them because they all had permabans, and Sen were just able to have this backbone to their map pool of Split for them, Bind, of course, for 100 Thieves. The comparisons are so apt, I think, when you're looking forward to what 100 Thieves might be able to do at Shanghai. A fan base that wants wins, demands wins, bloodthirsty if the players don't give them wins.
And how long has it been since this team was even at some sort of international event?
Yeah,
qualifying for it.
They qualified by winning LCQ. They got to champs in 2022. That's the last one where they deserved their spot at a global event.
Years ago.
Yeah, so long ago. So these 100 Thieves fans and players have been hungry for success, and now with the addition of Boostio, Zix, and a little bit of time, they're getting into a good spot.
Boostio's got incredible awareness here that there could be that possibility. Leaf wins that fight out though, still the lone player, and there's a flood call for the Thames. The weapons not too ideal, but G2 still able to get the job done. Nightfall now has to be expended, committed, only the one trail. Dodged into the backline here by Valin.
Yeah, it's actually this flank that I'm taking a look at over here of Icy. Is there any chance he could win this fight?
Stinger is up close, but still just doesn't manage it with a crosshair placement.
Even the small things, the G2 flanks, the thing that they were relying on, it looks like, to be able to push them over the line and create some disruption to the way that 100 Thieves are playing, they're all falling down as well.
Yeah.
100 Thieves' awareness is really good. And the antis just haven't quite been there just yet. There are a lot of things that you can read into. The way that 100 Thieves plays, it can be a bit straight up on this map sometimes.
Okay, we're way too good for these people. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, well, let's keep running.
We are way too good for these people. I mean, listen, they talk the talk, but they are absolutely walking it at the moment as well.
Caesar very little to connect onto it here. It's again a fast play by 100 Thieves. It's nothing out of the ordinary. A lot of ults being committed here, but just a 1-for-1. And Valin, I mean, none the wiser. Hassan just passed directly over the top of the truck. Took him straight out with a shot to the side of the temple. Jonah P seeking to contest and corral these players deep inside the showers. There's a high-low, doubled-up setup. And now it has to be miracle runs. It has to be hero plays. G2 just don't have it in them. Again, it really does feel just like a coronation.
Yeah, it's the same as the end of Ascent. It feels like G2 are putting up no resistance on their defense side. They've won one round on both maps on defense. And that was when they had an eco advantage as well, when 100 Thieves were coming in on their bonus round here on Bind. 5 ultimates available for G2, but no money really to speak of. They could try to cobble together some kind of half buy. I mean, look at this. Valin has no clue there. As soon as one piece of the defense falls, due to overwhelming utility, then the rest of it just all topples.
Of course, timeout taken for G2. Something's got to be done about this. It's the first one in this map, but yeah, whatever the game plan was heading into this with deciding to pick into the defensive half of Bind, it's not working. It's not working.
People are, because we've already started talking about G2 picking defense here, I'm sure that's going to be what a lot of people bring
why
up.
did they do it? But
listen, if they pick the attack side, I'm telling you now, this could also be a dominance 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it just, I mean...
No matter which way you slice it, 100 Thieves were going to be favored here. And they also have really good set plays when the sides flip too.
Yeah.
100 Thieves' defense is amazing, actually, on this map. I was about to say not bad, but it's incredibly good.
They have,
even with the comp being attack-sided.
Yeah, a real firm understanding of terms of how they play it, how they're going to be stalling out teams who are trying to do the exact same thing against them. Because, Bind, you have these short avenues. The barriers drop and you're right, up close next to each other, essentially. Attackers and defenders. You don't have to take much space. Just go straight into these XX. It's what makes these comps so powerful on this map. And it just calls into question, how do you stop it? How good is your defensive util? How good is your protocols? G2, I think they have had some ideas. You saw them using a deep smoke into Hookah. Here's another one for you on a half by round. Got to take these risks. It's a deep Viper ore placed into the B-long angle. Both the initiators over there as well, so chances for them to flash through and fight if they wanted to.
And the problem is 100 Thieves have got such excellent A and B fast execs. You can only have 3 players at the start of the round on one side of the map. We've actually seen Trent hovering around in spawn a lot on defense. He's been starting some of the rounds, like where you buy guns, just waiting to rotate.
He's way out in the open. They are just not expecting that one, thinking the site was clear. They go for a showers crunch.
Free
no real
site.
util. And yeah, now this has to be an indicator you can just go B. Maybe 100 Thieves might overthink it, but surely you hear the footsteps. Bang should be coming this one.
I mean, he's going to be coming here that they sound like they're going back over to B.
If you get to kill as well, they do have control over it. Imity's timings, what are the util? Getting that acknowledgement, TP. Rocket flying forwards, nade. That lands and connects, and just a real struggle to get these kills. Icy, earning one of his own. Asatra to just evade the capture of all these bullets being sent their way. Not enough to reset it. 2v2. It's gotten scrappy into the mix of all of it. Orbital strike forcing them back and away. Even the Thrash as well, all being combined here, should be entertainment, and indeed it is. So Bang needs to be defended. Will they approach the angle, or are they worried about EU? It looks like that is the case, but time is running against them now, and they know it. G2 realizing that they can just hold their ground. Dizzy gets that connection onto the two of them. 7 seconds left, and Valen holding the tight and close quarter. It's just inevitable for that. A thrifty win for G2 to get it online. I mean, it wasn't pretty, Josh. I'll say it. It wasn't pretty.
It was not pretty at all. 100 Thieves, the only reason they didn't immediately go into that B exec as soon as they hear the teleports is it's an eco round. G2 might be stacking with like 4 players and it'd be part of their strategy. They don't realize the site is completely free for them. But then when they get in, the wingman gets denied. The rest of 100 Thieves kept out at the choke point. And Asana's entry is forestalled as well. Definitely the worst round we've seen played from 100 Thieves in the, I think in the match so far. Can it give G2 a little opening here? Any opportunity desperately needed for G2.
A lot of util. The Dizzy sent flying. It's too much to really watch for Jonah P. Just trying to hold that tight angle again. Everybody sent through TP straight to showers. They haven't cleared this one. They're going to use the Thrash now to do the job for them. Nade rebounds. Good timing on it from Icy. You almost going down to this one. Just seeking to delay with all that util. So plenty more where that came from as well. But all that util back and forth. The pendulum swinging, standing their ground and fighting them out. 100 Thieves overwhelming them.
Look how difficult it is to hold on against 100 Thieves. There's a Thrash that comes through there, then a Prowler afterwards as well. There's a Seize Nade, a back triple. Where can you stand?
You're just in the trenches.
There's
too
nowhere.
much to account for.
And then Bind itself, what, you're going to try to retake through Heaven and Spawn? These are the tiniest choke points imaginable. Look at Trent trying to get his way out of there. A lot of teams like to try to play plant denial, but there's no safe spaces against the way the 100 Thieves play to hold them in the choke points. They just group up Death Ball and hit you all at once. And again, if you could get some kind of read at the very beginning of the round, exactly which of the sites they're going to hit, maybe you could put up some kind of defense, but there's not too many tells until they're suddenly on top of you. Here, though, good proactivity on defense as G2 on the eco. They push out, clearing Fountain. But this is just going to set them up for something similar to the pistol, where they had multiple players coming behind. Again, though, as soon as 100 Thieves take the site for free and they don't see any defensive utility, they've got to be thinking
You're
fast.
expected, yeah.
You have to. Where else are they going to be? They're just all in spawn, playing retake? It doesn't make sense.
Bangs in a far back off-angle position. It's the same peak angle as before,
Deja
actually.
vu.
I mean, yeah, actual deja vu. Beautiful flying.
Right there.
No setup though for these G2 players, but they do have that advantage now. Trying to put the squeeze onto Boostio. Tries to take the fight with a rifle. Upended and offloaded. Wingman trying to get onto the defuse. Denied and stopped. Rocket flying. Everybody falls. G2. That's what you need. A bit of an injection into the round. A change of pace.
Nicely done. Mostly due to hitting the shots. They might need to double up another player with Bang there. Bang is holding an off angle where he should be favored, but Trent knows exactly where he's going to be positioned, and that's twice now that we've seen G2 able to start a pincer retake because Bang falls on defending the flank. If Bang and Cryo are doubled up, and Cryo can still, play post-plant mollies or something from that spot, it's a useful position for him to be at. That'll add another layer to stop G2 from getting those plays from happening. So the the anti-work in there.
Yeah, anti-or adjustments, whatever you want to call it. Might just be some on-the-fly calling. I mean, Icy is now in a really forward position. And with the Viper's Pit, this is a lot of avenues now that are not going to be available for 100 Thieves to set up into those nice, well-drilled executes. Forcing them back into this double hold setup.
Is there any chance that 100 Thieves do not clear Icy in this position? I think Trent's going to have to sell it really well.
Boombot, not broken. Didn't break it. Not broken. Icy, what are you going to do here? Nade rebounds, has the satchels, standing his ground, but a vulnerability applied with a snake bite or the damage there. G2 trying to take the fight straight to them here. Beautiful sees of the connection. Trent now, well, the sound cues cut away, and they are none the wiser. You're already going to be posted up onto that high ground position, just trying to take the fight towards them. A solo push from Boostio is going to be punished. Trent locking it down with his position. Jonapedo immediately answered back and dropped into the 1v1. This pit, that doesn't set up. I don't think it stretches.
No, that doesn't look like it does.
Just out of range. And bang now. Lost the timing! Just on a knife's edge. That's how the round goes sometimes.
And it's Leaf that ends up pulling it away there in the 1v1. But I think, listen, my personal hero in that round for G2, it's got to be Trent. I was talking about how there's no safe positions on site to be able to deal with things, but they forced out so much utility with Icy playing in this spot. Hey, look, the molly gets used. Yep. Asuna ends up falling, so there's no nade. They use the C's coming out, and Trent still managed to play around triple and default and get 2 in that spot and make things winnable for Leaf. And then it's just based on timing towards the end. G2 have actually managed to knock the economy of 100 Thieves as they pull things up to 4.
This is unexpected.
I really am surprised that they've been able to pull these last 2 rounds out. Because again, it was the same kind of push out either from Fountain or through Sand that was set up. And 100 Thieves were ready, I'm referring to round 9 here. They were ready for that flank retake coming through. They just couldn't stop it because of the rifling. Again, they get into a good spot where they clear out Icy and Cubby, but Trent manages to pick up a couple of kills and Bang gets timing. So it still, to me, feels like 100 Thieves have all the solutions. I don't know whether they really need to adjust too much. It's just maybe, you know, pulling somebody back to have 2 people watching the flank.
It's just someone to help out Bang. I mean, he's playing that position as well always. I mean, both the times we've seen him getting taken out, seems to be quite expected. Maybe that's what they're using the timeout for.
Yeah, and overall, to me, the big player that's managed to make both of those rounds work is Trent.
Yeah.
Trent got the kill onto Bang to make the retake happen in round 9. Trent gets the double kill under pressure to be able to facilitate that 1v1 towards the end of the round in round 10. He's stepping up. And G2 need a hero right now.
This is it, a good chance for G2. Make an even half.
I mean, that would be amazing.
You'd be sitting pretty. Yeah. Steep flash, oh, at least the deep smoke. Locking it down is what we were talking about earlier. It's going to be delaying 100 Thieves, but only for a moment. It's a nightfall. Combined up, Satchel plays, Asuna being stopped down in his tracks. Snake bite and the decay damage all there with the detainment. They can't quite find the other player, but Icy knows it's being accosted onto it. Finally, EU reveals himself, gets the upgrade, spraying it down, and true.
Now a 1v4 here for EU would be back-breaking in terms of G2's chances. He's only got 30 health. He would die to a single bullet from that Vandal.
Surely no chances. Fallon and Trent, I mean, they just double up. Molly, back through elbow. Dizzy doesn't see anything. EU taking up, vacuuming up the space, all about finding the ones. But it's there, safety in numbers. The IGL has it in his grasp. Fallon closing this one out, close to it, honestly, as we're approaching that final round of this first half. And they might be able to equalize it.
This is already a lot better than I was expecting G2 to be able to do here in this first half of Bind. I like the idea. Again, 100 Thieves using that deep smoke inside Hookah, but this time popping through it with a judge. Cool play. Allowing them to take Hookah without too much utility, but Icy's there. Steps up, and then they shut down EU. Boostio has Thrash. Cryo with 1 kill or a plant would get Orbital Strike online as well.
Look at Icy's position.
Icy is literally just playing
Look at this guy.
rotate right now.
Yeah.
Because 100 Thieves are so good at fast hits on either side, he's just following the noise. Oh, it looks like a B long take?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go and reinforce B with my showstopper.
Just from them hearing the Dizzy. Trailblazer. Broken, set it up. Spotting potentially 2 players there.
I don't know about the FOV of the Trailblazer.
Might have got it, but at least the Dizzy's broken. Icy can afford to play this close quarters angle. Boombot spots it out! Rocket denied! It's only the 1-for-1. An absolute shocker, to be honest. Felt like that was almost just destined to be an explosive end to the round.
Absolutely had a chance there, Icy, to be able to tie things up at the half. But now, advantage back over to Boostio and Cryo, who both have their ultimates.
Bring them down.
They've somehow been able to reset this fairly heavily, and Valen is trying to make the play to win things again. The push out allowing them to still have a triple stack B.
Oh,
he knows this is fake.
It's a fake. Yeah, no one is following up on this thrash. He knows exactly where Boostio is. He's making a call, and already the rotations.
What an outplay.
And Swarm in a position. And Valen, this backstab ready and waiting. Doesn't take it for the knife, just with the rifle good enough. At the end of the day, G2. Chokehold onto the site, last player noted and known and stricken off the list. 6-6 finish for G2. I did not think we would be saying that. But my God, these adjustments, they pay off.
That's 4 rounds in a row to end things. Round 9 and 10, massive performances by Trent. Then they get the eco round afterwards to make it 3 in a row and close out round 12 with Valen taking that mid-round walk, the gamble, the risk out through showers, even after Icy had lost control of that opportunity. Well, the pushes on defense, the flanks, they did actually end up being rewarded there in the final 4.
We're going to be finding out just how this series and map ends up shaking out. But for now, we're going to send it down to the desk. We're breaking it down.
Thank you very much, Brent. Yeah, at least to start the half, right, I feel like the story was all about Asuna and a lot of those aggressive, fast plays. The entries onto these sites were extremely impactful, Wyatt, and honestly, it looked like G2 couldn't really find their footing against them.
Absolutely. He has just maintained being so good with the entries in these past few weeks. And I love that they still have this fast pace behind him. It looks like you're watching the Asuna that we've always seen in regards to the pace, but like the synchronicity between him and the utility is better than it was before, and it's sans the overextensions that would happen so often previously where he would just be too deep.
We saw the pace of play, Vanity, to slow down a ton, though. All of a sudden, 100 Thieves, like halfway through the half, weren't doing anything before like a minute 10 in the round time. It looked like this suited G2.
I'm not sure what the difference in pace change was, why they did it. I mean, obviously, there's probably some reason. They thought they couldn't keep running it down, which is not very Boostio-like. Usually, he's down to do the same thing until you stop it. But definitely the biggest difference was, for some reason, they ended up slowing down, and it cost them a lot in the end.
Arsenal there, of course, with some great stats, but much of that action we saw in the first part of the half, and there was a nasty macro call there by Valen. I think in that last round of the half, they're catching Boostio on that flank and shutting down the B hit that came late again.
And now we're going to see 100 Thieves on defense, where they have been phenomenal. Have you been able to see any holes in their game that you would try to exploit playing against them on defense?
I would say their biggest weakness is showers. I think they have a bit of an issue on defense on showers, but they kind of just give it up. They know it's a gap, and they're aware of it, but they don't play showers a ton.
Okay, something to bear in mind here now is 100 Thieves, of course, looking to close out this series and be done after 2 maps. G2, though, look like they've been able to take control of the game, slow the pace down, something that suited them, and especially Valen quite well. Let's get the second half back underway. Over to our casters.
Well, Vanity putting a focus, it looks like on the showers control, I suppose, for 100 Thieves there. I mean, the bane of most gamers, but we'll see. And already grouped up, looking like they want to take bit of a gamble approach over towards it, just contacting most of the way.
Similar read to what Vanity was talking about.
But I mean, just a pixel to work with. Boostio rewarded in kind. Now you might see the attempt to just try and push their way through, but Dizzy just upend that. Any ideas? Got to call the cancel now for G2. At least you do get the orb, but starting a player down.
One of the things that I think 100 Thieves are amazing at on this map is going for defense re-clears. When they lose a portion of map control, they gain information so quickly by re-clearing it. And Showers is probably the only area that they don't do that super aggressively. They have re-clear strategies and early round set plays all across the rest of the map. And EU has still not been denied his info here over towards B long. It still feels like B is empty. Until suddenly, you spot them over towards Hookah.
I sees it. Gonna let loose at least with the snake bite. It's gonna be dropping them down. And look at that utility! Sees connects. Trail to bound. Leaf. The last one left. One singular man, one singular leaf. He's got to do a lot here. Definite damage done, but really just too much to overcome.
1 against 100. Flawless pistol round for 100 Thieves. It's impressive that G2 have got to this point. They've pushed 100 Thieves on a map that they are undefeated on in stage 1. But we also saw in Ascent that they had a close first half. and then 100 Thieves just ran away with it.
Yeah.
They can't afford for that to happen again. If you've put in all of this work and preparation time, you want to get things across the line. And what a setup this was. EU had the freedom to play that crossfire because Leaf did not shove him off the angle early enough. He knew that there was no pressure coming from B long early. The 4-1 split there, not really applying enough pressure to what 100 Thieves were doing on defense.
Thieves aware now. Send the Prowler out through showers. They notice it's going to be ending at least into the B hit. Mosh pit, snake bite, all overlaid.
That's good work forcing out that utility in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah.
If they can condition 100 Thieves to do that and then explode into a kind of, you know, fake A, go back to B site hit, we see here that Leaf's been inserted B.
Oh, that was unintentional. Reveal the position with a bit of a right click.
Yeah, I mean, I think that perfectly happy letting them know they're short. I think this is ending B. I mean, either through the teleport or back over towards Hookah.
Yeah.
Just because of Leaf's positioning and the fact that they forced out the Mosh early on.
Trouble is, no kills to the name. The economy is in shambles.
And I'm actually surprised that 100 Thieves have not called a reclear over towards an area of the map.
Wow. Just trying to make the most of it. Walking right into the sight lines. Ustio is going to post himself up.
30 seconds left.
Even want to take some fight to it. Look at this. Okay, Leaf is rattling away the shots, definitely doing some damage, but not enough to convert. So, round at 100 Thieves were supposed to win. They do end up doing so. It's going to be a pretty healthy bonus round, I think, heading into the next.
Yeah, definitely. You know, a rifle, bulldog, guardian. Chances of being able to pull something away. But here, yeah, I don't think that was a particular tell. You see here they're trying to soften up the B site, make it feel like they're heading back towards short, and then use that insert of Leaf over towards B long. I think once you get rifles online though, 100 Thieves are normally so proactive at clearing areas that the attackers have put presence into.
Prowler's popping out where G2 are playing. So cool here. I mean, 100 Thieves.
Bring them down.
Second Prowler now being used. As soon as they hear the Trailblazer, they were set up maybe for the C's. Nade, satchels around. Asuna definitely spammable. The Horde though doing the work. Spike's still going to be planted. Trent just trying to get back that utility. The backside control entirely in the way of 100 Thieves and the C's. Teba tucking him close to the spot. Mosh pit at his back. Trent really with nowhere to run, but he at least has the crossfire set up. Him and Leaf try and play this one together. Dizzy, it's broken. Up and around. Need to land these shots, and land them they will. G2 finding the marks. One target left. That's EU dropped to the floor.
Good shit, G2.
Fantastic crossfire setup there from G2. They had no post-plant utility to use. They could not play offsite, and they had to try to just break util and fight. And with that economy advantage, they win the round. But they've lost the eco advantage now. They're not going to be able to get 5 rifles into the next round.
Now we're cooking.
One enemy remaining.
Good shooting there. You can see that triangle crossfire that they had set up. 100 Thieves didn't really focus on picking out one player at a time. Trent's the closest to the ultimate if they want to try to get something going, and they have actually managed to get 5 rifles up. Everybody scribbled and saving to make that happen.
Mike spotting it out, or blossomed in front of them. Dodging away though, too much to really overcome and stand your ground against. Has to respect that space now with the snakebite flying forwards. Icy, vulnerable, mosh pit on top of it. They're just swinging right through. Icy still with the one, but doesn't expect the other players, and Balance right there. And the rest of the team now paving the way forwards. They've gained enough ground, but it's all about converting these kills here. And all their way. Cryo, smoke dropped down, but he just poked his head out and he knows it. Valen aware of the fact that he dropped down, so he's going to be spraying them all the way through here for the 8-8 half so far.
It's looking great for G2. Every time there's a round that they have to win in order to keep up their comeback, their momentum, you know, the 4 rounds at the end of the first half, and now here, being able to follow up when their economy was on the brink. These are such important moments, and they're coming away with the victory. Icy being good for the entry there and making space for Valen to trade, these are all so important.
Once more, the money's going to be broken. 100 Thieves losing this lead that we were kind of just expecting for them on this map. Not a thrash used for G2 to try and gain some of that ground forwards with the play right into the action. Vulnerability not really playing a part into all of this one here. Still a clean sweep and almost entirely here by G2. And Leaf just able to flex the movement and the aim. Not quite enough to get the final blow, but enough for the round win in his team with the cleanup.
G2 looks so much better with this version of their composition as well. The solo Yoru stuff that they were running previously would never have got them up to 9 rounds here. So the fact that they've identified that, worked on their bind, feel confident enough to leave it in, and they've now taken the lead against 100 Thieves, that's incredible performance from them. Extremely good, subverting expectations, potentially looking like they could do enough to uproot the home territory of 100 Thieves. And take this from a scenario where it really did at the beginning of this map and all throughout Ascent look like it was going to be a breeze.
Yeah.
And Boostio's comments, we will destroy G2 100%, they are not good. That looked like it was going to come true.
It's fallen to pieces in the tail end of bind, and a real chance, opportunity for G2 to get an extension of play in this series. I mean, so much to play for. We talk about this before. In the history of VCT, of Valorant as well, you've probably seen seeding games, you've probably seen these matches, and you've heard people tell you that they matter. These ones actually do. These ones actually do. It paves the way to a potential finish in Shanghai that really just, you know, you get to skip the Swiss stage maybe.
Yeah.
If you even make it to the finals, if you end up as the #1 seed in your international league, you get to skip all the funny business at the beginning of those international events. You get to scope out the competition. You get to pick your opponent if you end up winning that match in the grand finals. That's how important this match right here is.
Yeah, if you win this one, it starts a cascade of advantages for the rest of your matches. And speaking about momentum, this is where it could get reset again for 100 Thieves. There's tons of players really close to ultimates, and the eco is on a knife's edge for 100 Thieves. EU's doing the same thing that we saw Trent doing, and a little bit with Icy, where he's trying to pick where the noise is at the beginning. With both smokes committed to A, it's a 3-player stack from 100 Thieves on the defense. But they're thinking maybe that this could be a fake at this point, because there was no follow-up after the smokes.
And the noise cut call being made by G2 here. Over to strike. That's going to be surely a bit of a punishment. Nightfall all there. Asner now with the ult online. Lets it loose. And the Rocket does find one. Post-mortem in nature. Right here. 3 players left to stand against this one with G2. But the onslaught is coming. And delivering an absolute reckoning. 100 Thieves still with that player advantage. But they've got to try and get past these players. It's a bit of a crossfire setup. Jonah P. It's precarious, the way he's feeling. You can feel it from the way that they're just taking the fight to them. What a call to make. The flash play into the back of the site, but bang. Maybe to deliver it. Still time against him. Finds the first one, Jonah P. The chances are here for him now to grasp it. Pit, drop down. This is desperation for Bang. Defuse needs to gain it at least half to stand a chance. And Jonah P will not let it be the case.
Jonah has been purely supportive on Vine so far. He had 4 kills coming into that round. We're 18 rounds in, and he's just got another 2, but those were such large impact. What a cool call as well from Valid. Going for those smokes early on and making it feel like it was going to be an A hit. Then when there's no follow-up, it feels like an A fake. And then they just contact in behind. It took some real brawling, though, to get them across the line in that 2v3. But Bang was just a little too late to the party. And now, as I said, that eco dropped once more. G2 are now the team that are not just in the lead, but in a great position to close out Bind.
The ult advantage, the money advantage, round advantage, it's all there for them.
It certainly is.
And they're slowing it down here, expecting a faster play from 100 Thieves when they're knocked down to the weaker weapons.
Yeah, and they're also very, very conscious of those flanks that they themselves were going for on defense. You see, Valen is holding the short push, and you've got Leaf holding that showers push as well. They're trying to do a lot more of these pump fakes. You could argue they're playing a bit more intelligently than 100 Thieves are. The thing is, 100 Thieves' attack side has just always worked. They just go into XX and they work, playing quickly. G2 are trying to play a bit more of that mid-round, bait out the defense into making a mistake. And thus far, Valen's had a really good read on what's going on. And again here, The fact that Haunt didn't see anything, it gives them the timing to start contacting up and go into an exec. There's only 2 players here. They found the wake site again.
At least with the mosh pit laying down, I see you can't really see anything fully blinded up. No one towards the back of the site though. They haven't dealt with the hookah player.
Oh, the C's!
It's committed with the C's, and they have been turned to a fried goop onto the site. Asuna lays claim to the space, vacuums it up now for the rest of his team now to see if they can deliver a round win, just when it was looking unlikely. Still into the post plant we go. Valin doesn't set his sights towards a player. Bides his time, rips it away from 3 of them. And a slight tap. Tickle at a spike there by Cryo. Decayed up, but Valin puts a bullet to the dome.
He's got the brains and the brawn today, Valin. Looking calm with it. Not overreacting, knows that the job still left to be done. 2 more rounds for G2 to secure this massive upset, it must be said, on Bind. This is the first time we're seeing this version of the G2 composition. And this play, this C's ult, it almost created an opportunity where 100 Thieves were able to turn things around. But Valin with a spray down and then a beautiful kill there onto Cryo puts his team up to 11. And now 100 Thieves want to try to take control of the game again, looking for this short push.
Well, Fishy being held by Boostio.
Right
See if he can make a play for it, but it's a full noise cut call by G2. They're creeping and crawling onto these angles. They know Boostio posts himself up, but already they've gained control of this one. Another Thrash should get beamed down. They're a little bit worried about this one. Off angle for Asuna. It's all about how this first kill gets rattled off. Not a Thrash close into it. Detainment there online, tucked to the corner. Boostio, what a call to make. Dominating the smoke position, and Valin will punish.
Another great kill by Valin to take things back into a 3v3. Leafs found a timing.
Slipped his way through, hasn't he?
Does Cryo think about it?
Right past the curtain, orbital strike, forcing them out into the open. 100 Thieves still, definite chances! Leaf wins that one out, doubled up for the Heaven player.
Even with EU, highlighting where Leaf was playing, still good for the kill.
Oh.
Trying to make a miracle occur in the 1v3.
Nice shot.
Jumped down to his
30
feet.
seconds left.
You're right, trying to set up for the miracle here. Valin, just head popped out. Doesn't choose to take up the position, but at least does reveal himself here. Vulnerability. A snake bite dropped down, now the call being made by Valin. Jump in wide, sets up Leaf beautifully.
Superb stuff from G2. They're up to 12, and they've deserved every part of it.
Yeah.
They flipped the script from Ascent. On Ascent, an even half where 100 Thieves ran away on their attack side. You could say the same here about Bind, but the sides being swapped. The teams being flipped. Leaf had so much to do, by the way, on this default. He had to worry about people pushing out of B, people pushing out of short, and he still found the timing to lurk up. How does 100 Thieves disrupt this? They're not going for their standard defense reclears. They're not going for their set plays at the start of rounds. Where's the aggression? Where's the triple push down B long? Where's the stuff that's been working for them in the past?
We're just not seeing it. And for G2, they can smell it, man. The opportunity and chance to really steal this map away. An extension of play revealed out into the open. EU pluck Icy straight out of the sky. Mosh pit delaying the inevitable, I will say, of this plant going down, but Valin now having to plant it in a really just an orthodox spot, sending the util out flying forwards. Mosh pit. Trent want to make sure that they can't follow up and through into the back of this site now, even offloading a Thrash of his own. This is it. The precipice around which 100 Thieves determined to win, but can they even do it? Sasha through with the movement, it's clean enough. Dizzy over the top, gonna be broken. Asuna trying to win out these fights still. Cutting it up and slicing these corners, leaving it to just one.
I'll find you.
And the third map, at this point, they can feel it. Time taken away with a spike. Valin delivers it. The backstab from behind.
We thought it might have been all over heading into Bind, and G2 have proven us wrong. 13-8 the scoreline. The first loss of 100 Thieves on Bind in stage 1. Looking excellent there.
What an answer back.
Yeah. 100 Thieves missing their opportunity to close this one out 2-0 and set themselves up with that map veto advantage in the grand finals of our mid-season playoffs. It's anybody's game now on Split. Both of these teams have looked like they have chances to win or lose on that map. it really is anybody's to take.
Absolutely. Time for a quick break. When we return, the analyst is going to be getting us ready for that critical map number 3. Do not go anywhere. High up into the rafters, firing all the way, but everybody blinded up and they are being eviscerated.
Just to try to push him back and allow here Cryo with no dash to land the first kill. Close range! In the dome!
Well, 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 what do we have here, folks? After a pretty one-sided first map, we see G2 upset 100 Thieves on their best map. Crazy stuff. 100 Thieves got out of the gates very fast, but we kind of talked about it at the halftime break, right? Slowed the game down a little bit, but the clutch factor for G2, that was something else.
There was even a few rounds in, EU was hot mic'd, and he's like, dude, we're just way too good for these guys. There's something along those lines. And then from that point out, things got a lot more scrappy for them and crazy from G2. Would have never expected this after what happened on Ascent. Their pick that was so one-sided for 100 Thieves.
The thing I was most impressed with in this second half was how G2 was dealing with these 100 Thieves flood retakes, that they're normally so good at winning out over and over again. I think they had a great understanding of, in their execute, to save enough util to pause and have that second wave to counter out the 100 Thieves util and be able to further the fight and not get overwhelmed by this double initiator flood that's been so good previous for 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves has yet to win a retake this series, which is crazy to think about.
I mean, I think a big point that we talked about at the halftime is G2 abused showers really hard. They kind of showed the gap that 100 Thieves has on this map.
Right, but you said 100 Thieves are normally happy to leave it, and they kind of like play around that gap. But here they were not able to really get away with that at all.
I would say the biggest difference is G2 was sending like 3 or 4 people out of showers, and teams in the past sent 1 or 2 out showers and like 2-2. So usually 100 Thieves would end up getting the kills on the short guys, so it would end up being like a 5v3 for instance. But in this situation, they never really got the chance. They would just go off 4 out showers and win the post plan.
Yeah, Valiant, I think, also calls a lot more contact plays than a lot of other IGLs in the league. He tends to play a lot of these super slow rounds that I feel like did a good job of punishing 100 Thieves. They have a lot of these like proactive re-clear ideas, but early in that half, G2 was doing a good job at shutting those ideas down and then kind of taking that pause, hitting these sites late. So despite the comp for 100 Thieves, it felt like they were pretty starved for info in the second half.
Valiant as well just had a huge step-up map individually, which he does really often. I mean, in the league right now, he's in the top 2 fragging IGLs. It's him and King, and he's at least good for one of these maps every series where he's going to actually just also step up and be the guy for the team. He was really popping off late in that second half.
I feel like we've had an astonishing number of just clutch rounds in general from G2 on that second half. It feels like even in shorthanded scenarios, they're winning 2v3s. You know, they're winning 1v2s on so many occasions where we're often seeing Bang rotating late to a site in a post plan. He can't get away with exactly what G2 are able to pull off. He's often 1v2 and just gets traded.
I think G2 did a good job at not really giving Bang fights, or anybody in close post plans. They would take the fight together, which I think is something they've really excelled at in playoffs so far.
Yeah, it's really reminiscent of that Crew series, right? Where they also did a great job of, when they're in these post plants, playing together, swinging together, have a really coordinated idea of what they're doing, even in those late rounds, where other times teams are getting kind of dragged into the chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to get into map 3 here, though, on Split, where I think I've heard a lot of very binary takes on 100 Thieves comp. A lot of people seem to either like it or hate it. Where do you kind of fall with this, Vanity, where they're playing that no Sentinel, Cryo, Astra, hard B anchor setup?
It's very abusable. I think it's definitely one of their weak points in the map pool currently. I think they've shown decent results on it, but it's been relatively inconsistent throughout the split.
What do you think about the comp is weak?
I think they kind of need to overload the A site to deny the Viper lurk or the Cypher lurk for whichever tends to be there. But in their last matches, they've been having the missed timings of it. The earlier games, they were having a really good time at shutting in the lurker, but on the last 2 or 3 times they played it, it's been not as good.
Yeah, and I think that's tough too, because we've seen a G2 who's, I think, really good at playing those slow rounds, getting a player like Trent embedded and making advantage of those gaps like you were highlighting on that second map of Bind with Showers Control.
Every single one of us that were able to vote voted for 100 Thieves winning this series. I know we're bringing it back here. Is that result now under great scrutiny? Is there a deal of questioning?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, winning Bind is crazy.
Yes.
Again, especially just after how dominant 100 Thieves were on map 1. So, yes, it is under scrutiny, but I still believe in 100 Thieves. I will stick with my prediction, though G2 have just been massively impressive in this playoffs, defying expectations.
They're finding their peak at the perfect moment. Remember, they only made it to this point, beating out Sentinels to qualify by playoffs by winning 2 more rounds than they needed to.
Yeah.
They lost that series G2 rounds to even get into this position, and then it's been close game after close game. Then they go in, they beat Crew, stop them, and now they're coming into this matchup and have a real chance to upset the team that most people were looking at as a front runner. For this Ascension team in their first year in Americas, this is an incredible opportunity as we hop into the agent select for map 3.
See the Breach Fade come up here for G2. A couple teams, of course, still opting over towards the Breach.
Yeah,
the
that's
Fade.
different from last time. Yeah, I believe last time it was Solo Breach.
Solo
It's the
Breach
only
with Cypher.
initiator, yeah. So that is a bit of a mix-up. And I'm definitely going to keep my eyes on this Cryo Astra on the B site. He's been in such excellent form, but a lot of times he gets caught there. It's hard for him to get out. And I think his play there is going to be crucial for them actually racking up rounds on that half.
I think G2 is going to run a Cryo.
You think they're just going to
run a Cryo, yeah.
I definitely think it's possible.
He's been good for it, though. That guy's been sick on the anchor. It's a lot of pressure on 100 Thieves here as the favorite to try and recover this series.
And a big advantage going into our playoff grand finals on the line here. G2 have taken away 100 Thieves' very best map and look to put even more pressure on them as we head over to Split. One last time, let's head back over to Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, don't ask me what the expected outcome is of this last map, honestly, because already this series is delivering in unexpected ways. We're heading to Split, and I've got my opinions on the 100 Thieves Split comp. You've got your opinions. We're divided on it, actually. We're having a bit of a couple spat, and we'll go get therapy later for it. But yeah, we have our opinions on it, but I really don't know which direction this is going to go into anymore, because G2 have gone from strength to strength for me. I think Valen has really been tested in his capacity as an IGL in terms of how he's adapting to what the team has been doing against him, what 100 Thieves have been throwing at them, and honestly, he's been coming up with the goods.
And when you think about which team is able to anti more heading into this final map, it's definitely Valen, right? Because 100 Thieves, we've seen this from them many times on Split so far. We know that they love doing these 4-1 defaults on their attack side. Cryo is able to hard lurk, really, really late lurk on the Astra. These are the kind of tendencies that you can exploit. And Trent, he gets the opener with just spam through the wall there.
Yeah, just praying that he maybe catches on to a lurking player. It's a fault line to refight. Cut off.
Down A.
Orb was propped up here, but a spike's been dropped down into no man's land. I mean, how do you regain this one? Stars have to be used to pull and a wall up. Regaining control of this one here, just rattling the bullets back and forth.
Yeah, this one's a little bit of an unlucky kind of go next scenario.
There.
You know, you'll make the best situation out of it, try to create a win. But G2 are great in these spots at not giving up, you know, free peaks. They really force you to win the round and create the advantage.
You see that just from the amount of respect. I mean, you could just draw a line throughout the back of the site, the entirety of the map. Position the G2 are holding. They're here to drop down those. Jonah P now with a plant acknowledged.
Yeah, and all of that respect is going to give them the plant. So now the time working against G2.
But to Cryo, I think, to be a bit of a playmaker. There's no way in Astral form. Bullets is going right underneath him. That seize is monstrous. It's about how these kills come thrown. I mean, that is a ghost moment if I've ever seen one. Then on a flood through. Out of the smoke, fearless. Bang. Attempting to adjust. Makes a decent go of things.
But a pretty perfect pistol round to start off for G2. Starting out with a read and just a bit of lucky crosshair placement as Trent picks up the first. And then dismantling the rest of what 100 Thieves were trying to do up towards ramp.
Wow.
That's tough. Good stun afterwards, though, as well. You know, getting value out of Jonah P's utility there. So that stun line came all the way down ramps. And that's the thing. On this map, one of the things that I think a lot of the desk focus was talking about 100 Thieves on their defense side, where you can run at Cryo, and it feels like the B side's a bit of a weakness for them. But on the attack side too, 100 Thieves love to group up. They actually deathball around the map with 4, sometimes 5 players, and they've only really got one person in another spot. That is so exploitative.
Yeah, I don't.
Like, you can exploit that really easily by, for example, on that pistol round where Jonah P walked down mid and was able to get a stun across a different latitude just because he knows it's going to be safe.
Nobody facing that position here with a nade into the corner. Quick hops, up and around. But you're right, there's a lot to exploit if you've been doing your homework and you're at least aware of it, and they're aware of bang. Just hoping to make something happen up towards the ramp angle. Asuna.
Yeah, and I think that's already showing you that good awareness.
Yeah.
Asuna gets taken out as the final player, but the way that 100 Thieves play on this map, they always have somebody, almost always have somebody hard lurking, and it's either bang over towards A, or it's Cryo towards B, or often, more often, towards mid. And Cryo's really, really late, whereas Bang tends to be a bit more aggro. And listen, if I know this from watching the VODs, you guarantee that G2, who have been putting in the work,
Jacobson?
they're going to know that as well.
What was that at the end?
That's his honorific.
Okay.
You must refer to him as that.
I will not be doing that. Let's get into the bonus round.
So stun, take control, easy ult orb, and Icy gets the showstopper. 100 Thieves take a bit of mid control, and Valen's going to maintain posting and all of that information over towards B main.
A lot of noise being made.
Yeah, but nobody really in position to hear that.
At least Leaf spotting it out. So, now no to the Prowler, giving them side control. G2 understanding the strengths really of how you really want to play this one. They haven't given up heaven control. And now seeking to actually refight potentially over ramp. They send the Prowler forward as this plan is going down.
And this is one of those rounds where you're worried about where is Cryo. I mean, look at what Valen is up to over here. He's literally waiting for Cryo to walk up mid. He doesn't realize this is one of the few rounds where the Astra's not in a lurk.
I'll send it forwards now. Showstopper in the hands of Icy. Satchel's through and around. Finds it. Asuna will drop him though. Onto the other side of things. Lovely dodge and a flash here. And a refight contestation. 100 Thieves calling at all the right timings. Regaining that heaven position and control. Plenty of bullets left for Trent to work with here, but with the pull, no chance, no possibility anymore.
Got to be kidding.
It's ticking away. All the wing cons dropped. That's the power of this 100 Thieves composition. If you don't root out a player like Cryo, you're gonna be able to just stall it out in the long term with all that utility.
Yep. But here's the question. They don't know that Valen was looking for Cryo the whole round.
Yeah.
100 Thieves were on A. They have no way of knowing that Valen was aware of that. Does 100 Thieves proactively, preemptively stop going for those lurks, thinking that G2 might punish them, or are we actually going to see that game plan rewarded later on down the line? Here we see our first big rifle round. Previously, there was a stun over in this area and they took B main control on defense. This time it's only Valen home towards B, though he will have snake bites thrown in from Leaf if it goes into a B pop.
Very little noise being made though.
And it's a very weak site on defense at the moment.
It's the way Split goes on the defense side. You end up playing retake more often than not. Smoke drop just based off the feelings of the getting that this is coming through. I mean, spam down and spray down. The orbit's delayed, so Valen, he could take that sideline. Heaven wasn't smoked off. Asuna seeks to just even out the exchange. Will do so successfully. Already retreating now to a bit of a deep tuck position.
Here.
Nade, paranoia. Lots of fade utility available.
Clear this. The nade is going to miss him though. Just tucks it behind as well, and then on the Wiser! Right from the side, he is blinded up. Flashed up, but it matters not. 100 Thieves. Real great idea of how they wanted to just stun that one when that push was coming through.
They got into great post-plant positions. Even though they lost a player early on, and you're right, that smoke came late, that's all deliberate because they don't want to tell that they're about to hit the B site. The thing that they're trying to avoid there is, you know, if they place down a star or if you see that orb being thrown, it just telegraphs. We are going B. So you just know that that hit's coming through. So they're trying to make sure that those kind of signals are not being sent over to the defenders.
Yeah.
And they get into a good post-man position because of it.
Pulling that line out when I'm mid-sip of a drink.
Sana.
Trying to get me to spit it up all over the monitor.
We are planning to go B. Stop. We're hoping to have a good post-plan. Stop. Cryo will be playing post-plan with his pull.
100 Thieves in this scenario. This is what was throwing them for a loop a little bit. They've gained the advantage when it comes to the economy, but
Find you.
expecting proactive plays from G2 when they're on the weaker buys. They hold for the time being, and they lose the first 45 seconds.
You can see that Valen's actually putting a pretty large premium on getting info over towards B main, and that's allowing them to get these kind of stack setups going over on A. A jiggle peek from Jonah P, although he's actually holding it with the Marshal, but once he takes one shot with the Marshal, he can drop off, fault line.
Yeah, exactly that. Sends a flying stun. Minor connection, at least going to be pushing him back and away. Jonah P, be aware of this. Bullets are suddenly flying through here, and they do clean up the available players that were there just trying to contest and tango towards the ramp angle.
And honestly, these are good setups that could get them value on rifle rounds, but when the economy is bad here for G2, 100 Thieves are running them over.
Yeah.
That was a two-player fight over towards ramp. If those G2 players have rifles and they get into a spot like that, I think they've got great chances of pulling around some defense rounds. But unfortunately, 100 Thieves are not opting into these kind of setups when things are even. They're building up a ridiculous ult bank. They're about to come into the next with 4 out of 5 ults online. And 3 of them are to help them take space on a site. Nightfall, Showstopper, Thrash. These are all used to put pressure onto the defending players. I think this is going to be very tough for G2 to hold on. And 100 Thieves only really need to use one of them, and then they've got another for post-plan.
Yeah, already setting it up with the lineups.
And again, have a look at how few tells 100 Thieves are going to try to use here. They're making it feel like it's going through mid, Nightfall, smoke.
That's so many connections. They're not going to be able to hear anything that this is at least colliding.
Yeah, instead they're
straight to the B side.
Welcome to my world.
Pit drop down after strike. That should delay the plant. Longer to nightfall. It's a fast blood attempt. Ready to trail. Point them in the right direction, but Icy is detained in the process. Bullets flying, and it comes down to chance. Flip of a coin almost. But that flood. Successful tale has been woven for G2. Put themselves into position. Look at that smoke as well, Valen. Again, similar plays that we're seeing. I mean, just sends it sky high, so it gives him just a little spot of the legs, enough to spray down finish.
Has monumental confidence there, but also, how on earth does Jonah P get that level of value? He killed one with the aftershock. The aftershock was only to deny the plant from coming through, and somehow got the kill. And then, with the last bullet before he got detained, he somehow got a second.
Oh, Cryo steps into it for a second.
I think that's just his vision being obscured by the pit. Bit of anti-synergy there from 100 Thieves, and they lose the big round that they invested all of those ults for. A fast A-pop. Again, we're not seeing that classic lurk play.
Not to be deterred, are they? Oh my god, the bullets are going crazy right now. And so is Asuna. Sends it straight to them, at least with a showstopper. Still holding the angle here with a nade rebound and a follow-up and follow-through. 100 Thieves. This is basically a 5-second beginning and end to the entirety of that round.
Yeah, excellent work as well with it. When you're not using Cryo on the hard lurk through mid, that gives you an extra player to do stuff like that, to fight ramp off the back of Asuna's distraction. I think this is a really good audible here. Fight up inside that smoke with the showstopper and then push up ramp. These players are perfectly happy to play those spots as a more passive situation as well, and just dual ramp when G2 bring it to them, but that aggressive component's lovely. And 100 Thieves might just want to run it back again. Same setup.
So well. They had nothing to stop it, but this time anchoring players. What are they going to do to prevent it? Timing it, at least with the dash in. The Dizzy. It's G2 seeking a flood defense. This one working out for them. Taking gambles here onto the half by smokes, dropping and fading. The cut noise core by 100 Thieves. This time might be able to pave their way to a victory, at least into this round. Damage is definitely done though. Look at Boostio. Slight breeze will bring him down. The players are still stacked up. G2 not budging.
Now they're really expecting this to be a re-hit, and they are completely correct. It's a great read.
You are divided.
That's quite a nice one. It's going to allow them an avenue to get through.
Spike down.
And you said a light breeze would bring down Boostio. How about an acid pool at his feet?
Doing the damage there. Leaf holding it close. A tap. Cryo seeking for them to push past and through this own cosmic divide. But honestly, Valen can't really hear anything at all. Plant now committed and stuck by Cryo. Getting into it now. Taking a fight straight to him. But the IGL dropped. Leaf now matters into his own hands, but surely accounted for, not quite. Run and gun drive by. Wins it out now, 4-4 here in terms of the rounds.
You heard Vanity mention it, talking about Bind actually, where he was saying Boostio's style of IGLing, he loves to run something until you prove that you can stop it. Well, they had a rifle v rifle round where they sent it into A, and then on the anti-eco, he decided to call the same thing. And this time, Valen stacked aside and got there into a spot where he could get the kill onto Asuna before he got hit by the Dizzy. And that makes all the difference.
Heavy reads coming out.
I died, bro. He mollied. Nothing on my eye. Nothing on my eye. Though. Yeah, I don't think anything.
Not anticipated that one.
No.
Icy has picked up the operator, so they're going for a kind of bait and switch setup in mid.
I don't know how much value this is really going to get. I mean, 100 Thieves haven't been putting much attention on mid, to be honest.
No, if anything, they've just been faking it with EU's utility, and EU does end up falling to it.
It's spoken into existence.
But now,
Valen.
B is still quite weak here.
There's a timing.
Poison's off.
Leaf's trying to cover that timing.
But he gets out Util. Yep, Util in their hands. Dashing forwards. At least with the satchels blinded up. Asuna, all the senses cut away and lives on top of it.
Really nice round there from G2. Adding another layer into what they were doing over towards mid. And still, honestly, this B site looks like it should be a little weak, but the way that Valen and Leaf are playing it, they're just on top of all of these little pops in.
Yeah.
The snakebite timing could not have been better there. I mean, Leaf had his crosshair placed on it and pulled out Util. I thought he might have got timing that Asuna could get a shot onto him, but both of those players vulnerable. Valen's able to pick up one of them.
30 seconds left.
It looks very difficult for 100 Thieves to be able to get into sites if G2 actually have players hard anchoring. And that shouldn't really be the case against 100 Thieves.
Spike down B.
They have a lot of firepower, at least to brute force their way into these site hits. So yeah,
10
shouldn't be getting deterred so easily.
I mean, having said this, even if they managed to muscle their way past Valen or Leaf, Icy was coming through with a showstopper afterwards.
Yeah.
Didn't end up being that relevant, to be honest, but it would have been if that first line of defense had fallen. And G2 get up to 5.
A lead.
We were expecting this final map to be anybody's game. That's what I said at the end of Bind. It felt like Ascent was a must-win for G2 because we'd seen such a spectacular record from 100 Thieves on Bind. It looked untouchable. But with that assumption being incorrect, the game is just broken wide open for anyone to take.
Yeah, and I might even flip it on its head as well and make the claim that 100 Thieves need a strong start here onto this attack side rounds. They haven't shown that they've got it in them, I think, for the retakes.
Yeah.
What's going to happen when they get onto the defensive half? I think they need a strong beginning here on their own attack side. Fast ramp take.
But a fake. They're trying to draw people over towards A. Boostio's called them to make noise, make it feel like Asana's taking this position. And you can see that that's just opened up the B site.
Pulled them off and away here. There's still Heaven players, G2. A few bullets rattled and fired across.
This is going to end up being a retake situation here where Jonah P has this ult to be able to play with. So there has to be an extra layer here for 100 Thieves. Do you want to try to play aggressive in a spot and dodge that? Do you want to try to play a mid lurk? What is the extra layer here? Because if you all just stand on site, you are all getting stunned up.
It's going to be catching him. I mean, Cryo's in a bit of a one and done there. Snakebite to defend him. Satchel through. It is so damn explosive. And everybody is accounted for. Only the main players left to really deal with and dispel away from the side. Icy. What an incredible opener from him. Slingshotted himself straight into the site.
The counter there from 100 Thieves in the post plan was supposed to be the Thrash. They were thinking, right, well, we get breach ulted, but we throw our Thrash out and everyone's going to be scared. They're not going to go for it. But the Thrash is just one little fish. It can't really get everybody. And so as the Thrash came out, Icy all over the top of it. And then even catches the free one onto Boostio, who's channeling his ult.
Oh, it's locked in.
It's beautiful, the way that G2 are playing. And that player, the X factor for G2, a player that we haven't really seen those big performances until the playoffs. Icy is stepping up again, 14 and 5. Finding impact with the operator, which he doesn't use very often. I think he's only got about 2% playtime with the op. Around that, which is really low for like a star duelist player. But we have heard tales told of what he's been able to do in scrims, and up until these last few matches, they were just tall tales.
Oh yeah.
And now we're seeing it in reality.
It's whispers and rumors of what to expect, honestly. Honestly, I mean, you could say that for both of these teams as well. I've heard the same stuff about Cryo. And he has been, at least in a few series that they played into the playoffs, performing up to a high level. Not right now, though. Not really set up for success when he's in this spot on the Astra. He's kind of, struggling to get involved, I think, as well, when he's relegated to this role.
This is definitely his toughest map to have impact.
Yeah.
He can sometimes come out with insane rounds when he's anchoring B, but if they hit B, he actually has to come out with the insane rounds. But that's a story for a couple of rounds' time. At the moment, they're looking to still try to put some on the board. And this is a lovely ult, spills all the way down mid.
As long as the C's and an A is narrowly avoided. No one from 100 Thieves actually taking that space.
Yeah, not that Leaf knows that, and he's pretty bold to be able to get back into position here. In theory, those 100 Thieves players could be fairly deep inside the ult, so Leaf's going to be paranoid for a little while.
Full group up called by 100 Thieves now.
Cover going out.
All hands on deck as they approach this A site. Valen anchoring in the elbow spot. Jonah P. Silent jump spot. Doesn't want to give anything away. Oh. As the wall comes up, the bullets, what is that, zero connection? I mean, Boostio still alive.
Yeah, just took one by the look of it.
But it still made no noise.
And Valen gets into a hard anchor position. This is what has been ruining some of 100 Thieves' execs.
And now they send it flying forwards here. Careening with the util. Fault line will delay. Stunting them away. Plants going to be sent flying as well with Wingman, but that's going to be denied and delayed. Again, it's almost inevitable at this point. Valin doesn't smoke himself off in the usual spot. Asuna forced to stick to Plant himself. Finally with a committal. Satchel round, but no one to play off of this one. It's delayed in the process. There was an attempt there by Boostio, but it's just being picked apart at the seams. And it all unravels in a moment's notice.
That is so nicely done by G2. They've got such a great read on what's happening. The prep, it looked like there was no way that they were going to be able to pull out this kind of performance on map 1. But then throughout Bind and now here on Split, you're seeing all of the hard work that G2 have put in, preparing for this game. And it's the same kind of strengths we saw when they beat Crew. Getting Valin into that position, denying the plant, and having Valin be unexpected on site, these are all building up on top of each other to result in G2 running away with this half.
We're going to make it nice and pretty. An 8-4 finish, but 100 Thieves. I don't want to call it desperation just yet. Anything could happen. They do need this round win.
This is one of the few rounds where we've seen Cryo playing away from the rest of the squad. He's not gone for a lurk play like this basically the entire time. Round 12, first one where he brings it out. We know that G2 were aware of it early, but have they lost that because of the conditioning of 100 Thieves going for 5-person hits?
Still, it's only Leaf who's seeking to gather a bit of that information. Try and ward them away with a few bullets.
They're thinking that this mid take is still a fake because 100 Thieves have not actually gone into mid with bodies this whole half. So Boostio's really trying to change things up here to get the 5th on the board.
Very orchestrated opening. This with them taking Mayo control with only 44 seconds left. It's really playing to this round. This might be the danger zone for 100 Thieves. Got to get a move on, and it has to be quick. But they've got so many players to deal with. I mean, G2, look at them tucked to the corners. They're pivoting.
The fake ult by Valin as well. He ulted, and now 100 Thieves are thinking, okay, maybe the Omen is behind us. Maybe the Omen is gone to B, though. And they're going to end up heading back into this duo of Valin and Jonah P.
Exactly right. Fault line delaying them even further. There's only 18 seconds left in the round. They have to get a move on. Util expended. 12 seconds left. Lit up. Beacons just trying to flood their way into the site. The only chance of a win, but it's being dismantled. G2, a complete fundamental understanding of what 100 Thieves are trying to achieve.
That's amazing. Considering that was the first round that we saw 100 Thieves actually go into mid with heavy presence, the fact that G2 still had the read on it and still managed to win the mind games and come out on top 5 rounds in a row at the end of the half.
And look at this. This is from Valin earlier.
This
what
is
you were
the
calling
fake
out. Yep,
He
the fake ult.
He just cancels it immediately. Yeah, that still gives away the sound cue if anyone was close, but there's no way anyone was able to hear that. And it baited 100 Thieves into coming back into that paranoia and stun combo with the aftershock. It's so good.
The calling has just been sublime, but let's send it down to the desk to hear what they make so far.
Thank you very much, Bren. We're live here from the For the Riot Games Arena. How are the vibes in here, folks?
Pretty good.
Love to hear it. Hey, I've got to put this back in front of you guys. Let's revise something we looked at earlier in the show.
Maybe take the whole thing with this team?
Dude, we verse G2. I don't want to be too mean, but we verse G2 tomorrow. We will absolutely not lose that match. They are not good. So we will destroy G2 tomorrow 100%.
And you're okay if we use this footage again?
Please use it.
Okay.
Please use it after I beat them as well. 100% we will destroy them.
And again, and again, and
Damn.
again, and again. 8-4 half here, G2. Gang, looking pretty dominant so far on Split.
Yeah, I mean, G2 have had a great start to this map. I think the calling in particular from Valin has just continued to be sublime from that first map. The way they're playing this defensive side has really set them up to continue this upset run that they've been on thus far.
I mean, I said it in the pregame. I think they're just going to run a cryo all half with Breach Fade, and good luck, I guess.
That's the scary part. We actually saw 100 Thieves find some success hitting that B site, right? But Valin was more than happy to play off of it. And then Jonah P has like a rolling thunder. They had this sick retake util just to get back in there.
But 100 Thieves have really proved to be strong at coming back into these games. They're a very experienced squad, and Boostio's got to back up his words. He has been talking mad trash thus far, and this is his chance to prove it. Really, there's so much on the line in this game. The win winner of this second half has a massive advantage into the finals, 2 bans, and a real chance to get that advantage heading into Shanghai.
How do you protect Cryo from being run up on this half?
Shoot them. I guess bring bang.
So group up with Cryo, right? Play in that B main area, maybe try and fight for
the
it.
biggest reason they made the comp change is they saw a weakness in 100 Thieves' defense side, and they're looking to abuse it. So I think Boostio's smart enough to realize that.
Loved it. All right, love that. Love to hear it. All right, we're going to head back to our casters out for the second half of Split. It is a crucial point in the game, so let's head over.
Vanity, IGL, and the rest of his team, just shoot him.
I mean, that's my IGL right there. That's my IGL. That's what you want to hear.
But also, that is so important to take a look at how B is defended, because that has been a weakness for 100 Thieves and one they need to be reinforcing. But G2 are headed to the opposite side of the map to start us out on the pistol round.
Just that, I've got my own concerns as well, just on 100 Thieves' performance so far. This entire series, defensive halves, yet to win a retake.
Yeah,
that's to be put to the test. I mean, there's no map better for it, I think, than Split. It's going to test your ability to fight on a retake. It's a tough one, though. Still sending it flying forwards here is G2. I have access to this one. Boostio, aware of his position. It's going to be plucked out of position, just onto that elbow angle. Exchange of the guns as well, really putting a stop to 100 Thieves from having any chance of trying to flood back into this one. What is their plan?
I mean, Jonah P still has 2 flashes and an aftershock here. I don't know what his game plan is to get value out of that in the post ban.
Sees
first step, stop them coming out of screens.
Yeah, at least a nade just to cut off that close corner angle that there could have been the player holding. It's a double call and a face up here by G2, but backing away now is Icy. Still with that smoke to divide and conquer portions of the map, and an essential pistol round. It needs to go the way of 100 Thieves, but only 2 to stand and 2 to make it possible. EU circumventing all of this one, but with time ticking already, it spells the feed out for them. G2, a pistol round win.
Looking great to win this series. They're in the driver's seat for sure. Our first Ascension team to make global event. And we thought they were out of it after map 1. I mean, obviously the desk was talking about Boostio talking trash, but obviously that's not to clown on Boostio. I think it's just to also showcase, if you had asked any of us, you saw it with all of our predictions as well. Everybody here predicted 100 Thieves to win the game. They looked like the better team coming out.
Yeah.
And G2, this resurgence has happened so late on.
Just evolution of this G2 squad, honestly. I don't really know what to, who to hold accountable, I guess, for it, right? Is it Valen with the calling? I think there's probably some part of it, the support staff, the whole team.
I think they've also been a squad that likes to turn up ever since they went to that last international event and flopped out after winning in North America. They've been a team that steps up when it matters. They've been like big game players.
Yeah.
Right there.
Exactly what you want, but there's a time to come alive, and it might be now for Boostio. Just the 2 before he's eventually dropped. A lot of space gained here for Leaf. He's looking to try and cut up these angles. But the damage done to Asuna. Gonna give this one up for now. Plant tapped. No response though from 100 Thieves. The paranoia still being held by Valen. As soon as 100 Thieves make the first signs of life, right there. Sending out the waves of the util. Still no casualties, but again, it's going to have to be miracle shots. Is Asuna going to be that miracle maker? Not quite.
Enemy remaining. 3 down.
The scene's going to be fading to black here. EU, no chance. Just with the Bucky in his hand, he's even having to resort to the sidearm.
And so 10 to 4, 6 rounds down, 100 Thieves are going to find themselves. But it looked like they were primed after map 1 to be able to get themselves into our grand finals.
100 barely got there.
Yeah, EU just being able to get that. This is going to be a long run back if they want any chance of being able to recover this one. Otherwise, G2 are looking like, even with leaving Bind in the pool, they've got that quality now.
I mean, it's masterful adaptations, I gotta say, beginning to end. I think they've come into this with pretty clear game plans, don't get me wrong. Like Ascent, they got washed, right? But onto Bind especially, the ideas they were throwing into the mix, Throwing 100 Thieves for a loop, I think, and now look at it split.
Yeah, now we get to see 100 Thieves on a rifle rounder, and then it's not Cryo anchoring B. So G2 are going into a B split, trying to put pressure on Cryo. He's not here.
A lot of noise in U2 throwing out, though. Not really hiding the fact, are they? Bang just wants to take the fight. Into these angles as well, just dodging this U2. I know Trent is locked up into the corner. Eventually dealt with. Asuna still here. Got to dodge and duck. All around, this one tiptoeing. The available util that's sent flying. G2 do get the 1 kill, but it's still just 2 of them left alive.
I think that's a fantastic read. It's the secondary setup that 100 Thieves go for, where Cryo goes and anchors over towards A. It's not their standard setup, but it's a good one for throwing teams for a loop.
Last player standing.
Alan just making a call there for a bit of a contact play.
And this one, not even really going to be that great of a bonus round. Leaf gets a final, but 3 rifles saved for 100 Thieves, and they get a very important 5th on the board.
Yeah.
The more they can mix up how their defense looks, the more difficult it's going to be for Valen to cook up ideas of how to attack that weakness in the game. Because I do completely agree with the analysis about this, that Cryo hardcore anchor defense on B is the weakness. But if they're not playing that, and you look at the minimap again, they're not playing it again, it's Cryo over towards A again, Valen's going to have to change the game plan.
We'll see how quickly this really goes for G2. Not quite privy to these fast takes, but at least for Rap with the fault line to set them up. They have control of it. Bit of map control.
Asuna goes into B main. I think he picked up the ult orb there as well, and you see Leaf in that lurk position too. So as G2 pump the brakes, 100 Thieves will often try to cook up a reclear strategy. We didn't really see them on Bind. They looked hesitant to go for those kind of things that have been working so well for them.
Z damaged and broken. Cryo anchoring 100 Thieves, flooding their way back into this one. Bang! Who's left on the tether? Bungee jumping up and down from the heaven angle. Surely doable now for 100 Thieves. Gotta think it. 2v1. Lesson though for Leaf is that they don't really know his positioning, but the spike is out into the open.
Yeah, look, they're clearing over towards screens. They truly have no clue where he's at.
Now they do.
I have the spike.
Spots it out with a Prowler right from behind Asuna. Creeping and crawling, lurking around with the knife out in play. You don't stand a chance there. 10-6, 100 Thieves. If they're going to make this happen, it has to be 1 round at a time.
I am a little cautious about the fact that we don't see 100 Thieves going for those decisive reclear strats. On Bind, we didn't see them go for defensive set plays. We didn't see them go for reclears. And here as well, it looked like they had the util in their hands to reclear ramp and they didn't go for it. But listen, if they're getting the job done and subverting expectations by changing up their defense setups, then fair enough. It's working for them. And now that G2 are on an eco, now Cryo anchors B. So they're just trying to make it as easy as possible for Cryo.
Just going to be sending it straight into these 100 Thieves players, though. Boostio, slight unawareness there, but eventually revealed by the horns. Let's it rip now. Nightfall scatters and spreads all the way out. Some of the decay damage kicking in. Flurry of bullets, enough to do the job.
G2 keep hitting the strong side of 100 Thieves. Valen's attack side calling has been excellent on Bind, but here they're not doing enough to work the map before they go into these site hits. That was another one, of course, just on the eco, but we've got to see them figure out what the defensive setup looks like before they full commit. And I saw...
Gotta keep leading it though.
Yeah.
Gotta keep it going. Gotta keep it going. We've seen players stop it. Oh, back to the gameplay.
I saw EU doing that with Trent earlier on as well. Just kind of across the field to each other. G2 are taking a tactical timeout here. That's why, you know, EU's feeling good about things. 3 rounds in a row there for 100 Thieves to make this more of an even game. Start to build up the economy, a bit of a cushion for them to work with. But G2 got to start thinking about how to get a read on where the holes are. Yeah. If they've done a lot of preparation into figuring out what the standard setups look like and suddenly 100 Thieves swap it up, how do you identify? What tells you're looking for? I mean, one of them would be that you see the Fade utility over towards A. But that's the thing, is that's the standard position that EU is going to play in. What really changes it up is whether Cryo is there, and you're not going to know that based on Astra utility. You don't see it before you hit the Astra.
It's a difficult one.
It's global. G2 are getting close to some big ultimates. Leaf would be able to get his ult online with a plant. Or a kill, of course, but it's a good one for the post.
You could cook someone up as well, get a little bit fancy with a Nightfall, Valen with an ult.
But this is actually the first round where we see rifles online and 100 Thieves have their standard setup with Cryo solo anchoring B. And the thing that makes this a bit of a potential weakness is that he hard anchors from either like back positions or somewhere close as well.
100 Thieves have been doing a lot of conditioning that they haven't been playing that setup.
And G2 are trying to slow the pace down. This looks like they're trying to get a bit more info to me.
Here.
Prowler comes down, position of EU pinged out just based on where the Prowler came from.
Toxins going
What do they want to default into? Have the ults, Leaf, taking a timing. Players are pretty split right now from G2 in terms of where they're looking to go. I mean,
the first 40 seconds and they haven't taken any map control apart from B main.
Yeah.
It's slow, but it's actually not gathering information.
Toxin screen
Jonah
down.
P making a long trek back with the spike in his hands. Over towards A, looks like that's where they want to end. They want to try and fake B presence here with a Nightfall.
Face your fear!
Ult as well, maybe they get that connection online. Is it enough to sell it? Thrash, Force. This will be clearing this one all the way out and really should just sell it now for the hard rotation. And that's what he's trying to do. Lands a shot somehow, somewhere. Snake Bite. Pushing back once more from even being able to take that spot here. Asa with a rocket. Ready to let rip and fires it straight through. Not able to collect the kill and wide open, but a taking. Bullet straight to the head.
Leaf's under a lot of pressure. He's the one with the spike. He had to retrieve it off Jonah P's dead body.
Cross, 10 seconds left. Spike's out nowhere, man. And you have to clear up these players here and now. Running away. No time. I mean, it's just realized, isn't it? 100 Thieves. As soon as the call is made, they have no time. EU sprints his way out of there.
You know what the wild thing is? All of this happened because EU got that random headshot onto Jonah P. He wasn't aiming at Jonah. Jonah was behind the wall, but he killed the player with the spike. And so the spike got dropped way behind everybody else. That bought enough time for Asuna to come in with the ultimate. Look at that! That's Jonah! The breach dies there. The breach isn't even on your screen. And the spike gets dropped. And that starts an unfortunate series of events.
Still surprisingly so, G2 have got money to spend. Still the investments and, crucially, ults.
And this is the first time we're seeing them shove it into Cryo.
Setting it forward, it's Cryo! He just takes up the position, dictating the direction of the round with that one. I mean, this guy, not to be removed as soon as a showstopper play fails. It's a cancel call by G2.
Dominating the smoke really early on. And Icy anticipating them to be playing further back or towards default. Just didn't think to predict shot into that. G2 forced to wrap things around. They're trying to give as few kind of notices as possible to their opponents. So they're not even using util to clear these or putting smokes down.
Bang's just holding a snake bite though. As soon as he sees one player, surely lets it rip. Just no punish on the jump spot. Flying forwards here, a bit of vulnerability here to Jonah P. Haunt as well. Doesn't know these players are locked tight close to the corner again. Asuna.
He's always in hell. Asuna is always in hell.
Have to account for it. Still gets the one. Is covered on the cross. Cryo. He deletes and decimates.
Any kind of idea that G2 had about how to break this B setup, it's not working in reality. Theory is one thing, but this is now 5 rounds in a row. 100 Thieves have picked up. They've knocked G2 back down to another eco. I'm telling you, Asuna is always in that exact same position, and I think Valen knew it. Oh, sorry, Jonah P knew it. He just couldn't win the duel.
Yeah. When Cryo's holding across there as well, I mean, any chance of follow-up from the team?
I think
denied.
The timing has to be perfect there. You have to be sending people through heaven at the same time as B main. It just wasn't there for G2. This is another eco that looks like it's going to be sent into Cryo.
100 Thieves not really worried about the money here. Flying forwards to nade.
The bullet tag.
Yeah, just slowing him down enough for it. Asuna on the high ground.
The second one?
What is going on?
I mean, he got his 2 kills. He got the nade back. And...
Wide face though, maybe overzealous in nature here from the 100 Thieves players, but Spike still dropped down. So G2 not going to have easy access to it.
Right there. Right there.
Look at this crossfire. Weaving in and out there, just trying to not make it too damn easy. Get the kill here, Leaf.
You do have to be a little cautious because Leaf has his ult.
The 1v2. Drop down though. Should be the high-low setup. If he tries to swing to try and take out Bang, Boostio is going to be there to just pump some lead straight back at him. Now he knows the position of both of them. Definite intelligence on display, but only 7 bullets to really do it. He goes for the widest face in the world. I do respect it, but it's 10 to 10. 100 Thieves are right back in this one.
They brought it back. An 8-4 half. And we were thinking Boostio might have to eat humble pie. Instead, smashes it right back in Valen's face.
Standing.
It's quick on it, Leaf. I mean, definitely made a decent go of things here, but at this point that 100 Thieves have set themselves up in, I mean, enough money, they could bankroll a Fortune 500 company. They're not going to be running out of any guns anytime soon. It's essentially going to be full buys from here on out into the tail end of this series.
Asuna and Cryo play together to take B main control at the start of this one. They've inserted Valen. Top of the scoreboard, 20 kills across 20 rounds. Valen's trying his best to get things over the line. But while the aim is working here, the attack side calling hasn't quite been as effective as it was on Bind, where it looked like he was just inside the 100 Thieves comms, basically.
You can really tell we're getting into the untested territory, I suppose, of the map pool for both of these teams.
Yeah, and also the part where theory doesn't work as well as you thought it would.
Yeah.
So you're having to do more of that improving. Now, Valen was hoping here that there would be some kind of aggressive re-clear and he could pick it up, perhaps.
Really been nothing like it. Still Boostio. He's tucked to the corner.
Do they
Might be some safety here. Has to be pre-fight. Surely no way, no way. Everything dodged and avoid. Not a single shred of utility to hunt him down and pick him out of place. Just as one gets out of there. Bandit behavior. But at least with a Viper spin, maybe a chance. Asuna sends it flying forwards with the rocket. No kill there. What is going on? Huh? Cancels it in the moment. What the hell is occurring? Cryo to respawn. 1v2. The pit's still up. Knife is out. Cryo seeking a better angle into all of this here with a pull. It's watched. And Trent will deliver at least. Finally around to the board there. Do not ask me what happened.
I think he must have opened up his settings. That's the only thing that, to me, makes any sense.
Yeah.
I think he must have just fat-fingered his escape key or something in the middle of that moment. But also, I'm a little confused why he didn't try to send the rocket on the players close to him. He double blast packed over to try to go towards the plant. And another situation. Brent, again, there are no retakes here for 100 Thieves. They're winning on the defense side, so, you know, you don't want to complain about it, but...
Stopping the plant from going down in the first place, though, right?
Right, exactly. It's the kind of plant denial stuff. It's stuffing them into the choke point. If G2 are getting into post plants, they are winning in this series. And 100 Thieves are going to take a timeout maybe to remedy that kind of thing. I think this is another good opportunity coming out of the timeout to change up either the pace of what you're doing or the defense setups again, if you're looking at things from the perspective of 100T. If they can try to work some kind of set play in this round, they have a set play that they go for where they util dump A main. They send a horn over the top, mosh pit, and they go super aggro in that area.
And what's odd is though, 100 Thieves haven't been going for as many proactive plays on the defense side, and G2 have been holding for it.
Exactly. I think they're already respecting the fact that G2 are a slow team that are looking to try to punish. But again, this is again not going to be that aggression on defense. But they're putting both initiators in B heaven, which is a different setup.
Money getting tight here for G2.
This is going to be a pit off the rip from Bang.
It's an unusual position. You don't really see this one too often.
And he
Bang gets dropped
instantly. I mean, that's just got to be spam, I think, right?
You gotta think so. Asuna's just trying to dodge. This one tucked! And he's betrayed either by a shoulder or what. I'm not too sure, but tucked out. There was an awareness there from G2, and now they're just gonna be sending it. Boostio, he understands it. He's gonna try and make a play and make it now. They sailed on his position. Can he really push them and ward them back? The IGL
Down A.
is doing his best. There's two really gonna be enough now for them.
Spike planted.
There's opportunities for sure. 100 Thieves. They're not grouped up together here. It's EU and Cryo. Cryo's still hunting around for these players. Valen just donates one to him, pops up right into him. Icy did not have the gun but a job, and just like that, it's turned on its head. Leaf left to clutch it all. Damage there, what a shot! And the fadeaway from it, E with the tap, Leaf in the open! Immaculate positioning!
Boostio's on his feet again, but the score is still tied. And that round absolutely looked like G2 were going to make it to match point. It took heroics from 100 Thieves to get into this spot. Icy kind of gave the game away a little bit. He's hiding.
Punish you.
I mean, I say Icy gave the game away, so did Valen. But that combo up in heaven, allowing them to get into a spot where Leaf had to play a 1v2, it should never have gotten to that point.
Yeah.
A bit of a fumble there from G2, and they're going to take attack timeout. There's going to be nerves in these kind of spots for sure. These are not players who've made history of getting deep into big tournaments like this and being sent to Masters events. This is not your, storied players like we have on Loud or NRG, but those players didn't make it this time. It's the fresh blood up from Ascension. People that have been there in the past, but not often, and not recently for either of these teams.
Yeah, just one-offs. That's a tale, honestly, of both of these orgs, I think, just seeking a bit of redemption with the core of their rosters. And for 100 Thieves as well, expectations have always been high, but they've never really been able to meet them up until now, this new era of Valorant. Like you said, the young bloods, just fresh players, really. They have been in these spots before, but so long ago that it's never been consistent. And for this G2 core, you think back to it, I mean, yes, they made history. They've already made Shanghai. They got over that initial hurdle. But you're going to want to see them take it all the way, honestly. Really show us what they've got up their sleeves. 11 to 11.
And not just an even round to push things further, one that absolutely destroys the G2 economy. They're coming into this one with 2 hero rifles, a Phantom and a Bulldog. But otherwise, you're expecting that 100 Thieves should be able to convert this one and get up to match point.
I mean, it needs hero plays and perfection, I think, in terms of the calls that are being made. Bang. Fault line, it does tag with a stun, but no one from G2 is looking to even sniff in that direction. They are making their way back over towards A.
Looking to try to mess with the way that Boostio's seeing the game here. If they can pull people over towards A,
one and done.
Perhaps they can start to go in the opposite direction. I mean, the spike is still outside B.
That's not spotted. Surely got to get out of here. And yes, Nightfall committed. Aftershock on top of it. But an all for an all here. EU also expending one of his own. Full rotations. 100 Thieves seeming scattered on the defensive half, but they have a level of awareness here. Boostio calling, not for the over-rotation. They've realized that it's a fake presence, and now Thrash is really going to be putting an end directly to these troubles. It spells it out. With Valen detained, everybody making their way over towards this one. It's desperation. Evident now from G2. And how do you come up with anything when 100 Thieves have full awareness of what you're up to?
30 seconds left.
Running your way through the util, seeking the disrespected. Again, the anchoring positions at the back of the site, shutting them down with rifles in hand. 100 Thieves, not to be denied, that 12th round on the boards. Evenly spotted. The position known and noted. One more round will do it.
Yeah.
One more round between them and an enormous map V2 advantage. An impossibility for anyone to take Bind away from them, except within the server as G2 did today. Chances for them to skip the Swiss stage of Shanghai, cement their spot in playoffs if they're able to win this tournament. And what a comeback it has been. Each one of these 3 maps has been so extraordinarily different in the second half. The first 2 maps even, and then one team taking control. And here we go, G2 maybe looking to accelerate a little bit because it's a group up in mid.
No ults to work with, half armor and a multitude of targets. Boostio knows it. He's got the Outlaw in his hands, rifle nearby. But you're right, this is a bit of exploration from G2 down into mid, and this is the entirety of the series being distilled and defined down to one moment. Bang. Looks like he wants to make a go of things here. Surely you don't just push up right past them! The TPM cuts them away and out of the picture! A pretty one painted by this 100 Thieves squad. And they've just left it to Leaf and Valen. 55 seconds on the mark. Boostio's going wandering, exploring out into the open. Might just spot these players falling. And just like that, 100 Thieves cement their spot in the grand finals of our first split playoffs.
Bind taken away from them, their home territory betraying them, and a comeback required from an 8-4 half there on Split. But throughout it all, that confidence still there, and the knowledge that they had what it takes to get it across the line. They're going to have a huge advantage in the grand finals. And for G2, still opportunities to take that #1 seed,
and
but
G2
it is only
looking
going to get
better and
more
better.
difficult if indeed this rematch occurs. And you can't say that the G2 players didn't surprise us here. They absolutely did. But 100 Thieves showcasing that even if they lose on Bind, they can still win series. Their map pool, those concerns dismissed, I think, today to some degree.
Some degree. I mean, listen, don't get me wrong, they got stuff to work on. I'm sure they're going to be walking away from this thinking the exact same thing. It was only 13-11, you know, they just barely got it over the line to win it, but win it they did. And like I said, I mean, cemented that spot in the grand finals. For this squad, for this team, the org, there's so much history and expectation that's placed on their shoulders for these players to perform, and now finally, you've seen it come alive at the right time.
And what an addition this duo of Boostio and Zix has been. I think Boostio's done such a great job with countering some of Valen's attempts there, especially in the final half that we watched, messing with the antes and the expectations of how he was going to run the defense side and sending G2 for a loop.
I mean, this was a joy to watch in terms of that battle of the IGLs.
Yeah,
it really was. The adaptations, adjustments, the anti-strats, it was all coming out from either side.
And EU continues to have extremely good performances against his old rivals from his time in Tier 2. Now coming to the forefront, and not just being in Tier 1 alongside rookies like IC, but actually being at the top of Tier 1, being representatives of Americas in Shanghai, and for 100 Thieves having a chance to be that #1 seed and getting those 3 championship points. They've set themselves up pretty for that prize the next time we see them on stage.
They put in the work, it shows, and now they've earned, you know, some of the rewards, of course. There's a little bit more to go for them. Of course, tournament, plenty more to happen. But let's send it down to Vansilli. He's down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Brent and Sideshow. Everybody, let's give it up to EU! EU, congratulations, man. Big victory. You've come here a long way, right? You come from challengers where unfortunately you skipped, you couldn't make it to partnership. Now you've joined 100 Thieves. You had a rocky start in the group stages, but here you are standing today, going to Shanghai and also making it to the grand finals of the mid-season playoffs. You have to be proud of this season. So talk me through about this season so far.
I mean, I keep talking about it. We've been putting in hard work day after day. We're super focused on the process. We honestly don't care about the result. We practice super hard. We try to fix our mistakes, and then now it's taking us here. So we're at the grand finals.
At least the results are good so far, right? But at least the results were labored going into G2 today. I'm not going to talk about Ascent because that was a schlacking for you guys, so let's just keep that aside. But Bind, you guys were basically coined the super team of Bind, but you know, you lost that map against G2. A lot of teams couldn't even make it double digits. So what did G2 bring today to the table that really surprised you on that map of Bind?
I'm not gonna lie, I mean, after the first map, we kind of took our foot off the gas. You know, we're playing for like the grand finals, but we qualified to Shanghai already. We definitely still really want to win, but you know, after winning the first map 13-5 and going on to our permanent win of Bind, I can 100% assure you we took our foot off the gas. We started coming back at the end of Split here. You know, you saw us get back into it, but it's all good.
That's exactly it. Split. It was a different composition that came out as well. No Sentinels coming out for G2. Was that also something that surprised you? Because yes, you let the foot off the pedal, but you're also playing against something different this time around. So how did you have to bounce back? Because you had to fight really hard for that victory.
Yeah, we thought they were going to run the Cypher with the Breach, considering that the Breach stun is like, I mean, it's pretty meta if you have a camera to stun off of and you have the setup so people can't lurk out A. They ran the Fade, so a lot of their exec power was pretty hard. We didn't expect it coming into the map, so it almost caught us off guard. We managed to claw it back in the end, though.
Awesome. And final question for you. You know, yesterday we had Krausel's having a chance to talk to Dan Dryde over on the LatAm broadcast saying, you know, like, because he's standing up on a chair, he's yelling, he's also supporting the team as well, saying, guys, let's go. And that's unheard of Cryo. And he mentioned that it was a lot about Boostio coming in as an IGL for the team. What does that mean for you as well? Because you were under the guidance of a great IGL in John Cutie over at M80. Now you have Boostio. What's the difference there, and how do you feel in the team with Boostio?
Yeah, I mean, Boostio and John QT share like similarities. They're both amazing callers in the game. I think one thing that Boosty does that no other IGL in this game can do is like this energy that he brings. This guy just makes everyone around him confident. He puts everybody at ease. I mean, it's pretty insane, I'm not gonna lie. Boosty's probably like the most valuable player in all of Valorant, so.
Well, EU, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again, and hopefully those vibes from Boostio will carry you over to the Grand Finals victory. But one more time, let's give it up for EU, everybody. One more series coming up here after the break. It's going to be Crew versus Leviathan for the last spot of Masters Shanghai.
Okay. Now we have left crew. The loser is out.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ready to fight. Ready to fight.
it's very good to play against a good team, and they have a really good duelist as well. So I'm excited to play against them one more time.
It's quick. Showstopper to Hunter's Fury. Osmos with the first blood. And even face-to-face against EU. No time to react.
They play a lot of contact sometimes. So there are guys that they're just walking behind stuff and they cross like smokes without doing anything and those stuff. So that's one thing to be watching for sure.
Lo único que necesitamos de nosotros es proponer nuestros juegos a salir, a querer ser los protagonistas del partido.
Shy and Klaus, so much more to do here with the Cove. Propped up, placed up. It doesn't matter how many kills you get.
Y lo encararemos de la mejor manera, obviamente con la confianza de verdad que nos merecemos ganar y queremos ganar. Nosotros quien quiere arriesgar, nosotros quien quiere de verdad demostrar que se lo merece y no salir como a no perder.
Welcome back, folks, to the VCT Americas mid-season playoffs and our lower bracket semi-final. It is a LATAM showdown between Leviathan and Crew. I'm Ubra, joined on the desk by Wyatt, Mimi, and Ender. This is an elimination match. This is our two LATAM teams. This is our two #1 seeds. Only one can advance to go to Shanghai.
It seemed like LATAM was going to defy the odds and have two teams at this international event, Shanghai. That is not the case, sadly. And Crew have broken my heart, sadly. Even more sad.
Yeah, I mean, Crew, I think, kind of falling apart in that first game, got dismantled by G2, and Leviathan losing that close match to 100 Thieves now means these two teams that are probably the two squads most familiar with each other in our league are playing each other for the final spot. Every other region has sent all three of their teams. This is the last slot in Shanghai between these two LATAM squads.
And this is coming just 6 days after they faced off against each other in what was the most looked forward to match during group stage, right?
I was there. Yeah.
And even that series was a close one. It was a good one, right? Map 1, Leviathan dominated over on Ascent. But then the next two maps, both Breeze and Lotus, were down to the wire. 2 rounds in an OT separating the teams on Breeze and only 3 separating them on Lotus.
Yeah, and I honestly think that it looked like it was going to be a 2-0 for Leviathan. They were really in control towards that one, nearly coming back into that Breeze game. But again, this team truly showing their depth on that final map. Players like Tex and Mazzino in particular stepping up and having massive performances. And that's kind of where we started to see some of the cracks for Crew, right? I think Hesnit over pushing into things, taking risks that didn't pay off in the same way. And then that got even worse into that G2 game for Crew. So this is really the match where they have to prove to us that they can be that team that had the flawless group stage and that they're not just going to fall apart after hitting that first barrier.
Yeah, exactly. And especially like the players you just mentioned from Lev that were dominating in the clutches. I think that's on Lotus, where all those rounds started slipping away, was coming down to these 1v1 situations. Guy, like, they're getting the upper hand and it slips out. Aspas a big part of that, right? I think something that characterized these teams is peaking at the right time. And even though Leviathan stumbled, Aspas has maintained constancy here as just an absolute dominant individual.
In that last matchup against Crew, Aspas was the leading statistical player in Americas. Kesnet was #2, and the two had better stats than any player in VCT history across the globe this year or last year, which is absolutely outrageous. And again, Aspas continuing past that to turn it up in the playoffs, where Kesnet kind of faltered in that first game. He had a really tough time on Reyna, and then was a little bit turning around. Aspas, he turned it around so much on map 2, Sunset. He was going crazy with the entries the other day. Really has to skip the beat.
Yeah, he was absolutely on fire. In their series previously against Crew, too, was dominant.
Yeah, it would be a crime if Aspas doesn't go to an international event.
He's the best player in the world right
now. Yeah, I mean, there's no contest that he's the best player in Americas right now. This guy has been ridiculous, and he's proved to be at that level internationally before. And you just know he's craving to go back again. This is really a must-win for him and for this Lev squad that has had so much pressure to succeed when you look at the names on this roster.
Can we talk about the style of Leviathan here? Because I think something that stands out to us so often, is their proactive defense style. Something that 100 Thieves in the previous game actually turned off on purpose to get around G2. But for Lev, their re-clears, their protocols have been really solid. And especially on this Sunset map, they were playing super actively, going for a lot of these early dive plays up against 100 Thieves. And I think this really was a stylistic read into 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves we talked about a lot being very strong at sort of those set strats. But Leviathan, what they were trying to do was activate Aspas on these double satchels to create massively chaotic round states to make it hard to deal with.
You got to give a lot of the credit for that, not just Osboss, the guy getting those kills, but the person making those calls, King, the IGL, who's also sitting pretty consistently as one of, if not the best fragging IGLs in our league. This guy is so willing when he's playing the Omen to kind of be that second dive, to be going in with Osboss on a lot of these ideas, or even when they're giving Osboss freedom to do his own stuff. He's the guy activating into those plays and is so successful at it.
And I love that he's making the decisions as well to add a lot more volatility into their defensive play, especially because I think Leviathan is usually a team with really steady defaults, you know, how they play the openings, the rounds on defense, and then Osboss can wiggle his way into any position behind that. You never know where he's going to be because what they show you round to round is usually very similar. And then seeing on Sunset, all of a sudden, them doing all of these heavy aggro pieces, now calling against this Leviathan team is a lot harder because they're not going to necessarily give you that room to breathe at the start of a round.
Those fast reclares are also really important because Crew's a team who's really good on their attacking sides at playing slow and kind of setting up these like double embed lurks. And Lev's style does a great job of flushing that out, as we saw in the first game.
And again, Leviathan were the victors last time these two went head-to-head, but by no means was it a clean sweep. So let's find out. Clean sweep, sleep, you pick.
That's the
Coach Goked, though, I'm curious to see what he has in store for this rematch here to make it a bit more one-sided. So let's head over to Van Silly and find out.
So, Coach Goked, you guys had a tough loss against 100 Thieves yesterday where you guys looked so good, but unfortunately that victory slipped between your hands. Was there anything that you had to refine looking back at that game yesterday that you want to fix today to make sure that you're able to beat Crew and go to Shanghai today?
Yeah, we started very slow, and that was bad. And then I think we're not flowing as much as we usually do, so we just went back to check which things we can do to a higher level today. Just review a little bit, and we're gonna try to do that to 100% today.
Awesome. Work on those fundamentals. Good luck, man.
Okay, where's the squid? Vans, at least be consistent, for God's sake. It's been a minute, though, since Leviathan have actually qualified for a global event. I think the last one was in Champs in 2022, and that's not just me reading it off the teleprompter.
Yeah, it is.
You got me. Again, so it's been a long time. Let's talk about this team's journey, because that's, to my math, it's almost 2 years.
Yeah.
Is this the one where the spike incident happened?
Well, that was Copenhagen.
Oh, okay. Got it. Just making sure.
Leviathan was... people didn't know about this team until Copenhagen and then this Champs. Crew was always the dominant team from Latin America up till then. They made it to every international. They were always successful for that first year and a half. And then these guys, players most people hadn't heard of on the international stage, like King, came out and made this massive debut, even back then Shy, playing on this team before switching over to Crew. Went out and shocked people, going on that run at Champs, coming into the year after that and having a great performance to start off our international leagues in Americas as well, and have kind of usurped Crew in a lot of ways as that most known LATAM team. But that's almost switched again with that run at LCQ last year. So for me, this is really a battle for the best of a region between these two organizations that have always had this back and forth.
And interestingly, with Lev being that top team for so long, it was kind of crazy to see Shy step down to go to Crew, who
Big risk.
Voluntarily, right?
Voluntarily, who typically were the second best team, but have leveled up so much this season. It's just the past couple games, I'm starting to get concerned.
No, I mean, but that was a crazy decision, right? Then you also have Lev coming in and trying to build this huge international squad, you know, pulling the likes of Com and Tex
and
into
that was
this
also
team
a
as
risk,
well.
right? Like LATAM fans were not super happy at first about that for obvious reasons, but the project, it's one of the rare super teams that has been getting results.
But now only one of these two teams can actually make it to Shanghai, and that is ridiculous.
I mean, it's worth talking about. Let's move to the other side of the aisle and talk about Crew, because this was a team who were dominant, undefeated, running through this group stage, and they run up against Leviathan. They don't start well. It's a very ugly start to the series. They do claw it back, but eventually they just get outlasted by Lev.
This was the game against G2. Jonah P was playing defense on the B side mainly as Viper. Now, this was in round 3, and he had flanked all the way through spawn. They're aware of that. This is round 4. He's flanking all the way through spawn. Again, this time they are able to get the round win. But then now on round 8, he's doing it again. He gets spotted by Kesnet, fires a molly, and they're just not watching for the flank again, and he gets 2 kills. And this was what was driving me crazy about Crew in that matchup. It was just these small little pretty basic mistakes that kept adding up over and over. A player not being ready on an angle and just getting caught off when it should have been being watched. Not watching the flank in a simple moment like that, which was really driving me crazy because during the season they were so fundamentally sound the entire time.
And I think they kind of slipped into that mode after their initial game plan was failing. They're a team who's really proactive at fighting into backside on their attacking sides when they're playing on this icebox map. When they're playing this Reyna, they have to go for a lot of these proactive plays. And G2 did a great job of playing back, setting up more so for these flood retakes and swinging them so often with 2-3 players into backside and owning Kesnet. And my worry with Crew is when those initial ideas, when Kesnet starts getting shut down, when that stops working, they'll sometimes start to slip on other mistakes. And then you'll see more and more hero plays. And it kind of tends to snowball. So really today is me looking for them to arrest that momentum that's been moving against them.
What does this say about Crew? I mean, is their initial plan not good enough, or do they just need a better plan B?
I think it has to be the adaptation.
I mean, I think adaptation for sure, especially when it comes to those things like flanks. But also, I think their comp does show some pretty serious struggles, especially against the game plan that G2 showed, which was just play very heavy flood retake. Because when you're playing 3 different flash agents, you overwhelm the A site. Sure, that's great. But if G2 or now Lev today, if we get iceboxed and no one's playing on that site and they're just playing to fast flood in, all of a sudden you've been sort of, invalidated in your choices in the pregame.
Yeah, you're giving up so many of those stall tools to index so heavily into that flash comp, and slower squads like G2 and also a team like Lev who can kind of turn down that pace really can punish that.
So I want to hear a bit more from Crew, and for all that, we're going to head over and check in with Coach Atom, who's standing by with Van Silly.
So, Coach Adam, the El Clasico continues once again between Crew and Leviathan. You also had a chance, actually, to watch Leviathan as you were the first game yesterday. So, was there anything that you noticed from the Leviathan versus 100 Thieves that you could maybe adapt or exploit to make sure that Crew goes to Shanghai today?
I believe that 100 Thieves' energy outside of the game and inside of the game really punished yesterday Lev. So, our plan today is to go back to our energy, because I truly believe that our energy is even bigger than 100 Tips. So that's our game plan for today.
Awesome. Keep the vibes up and congratulations or good luck. I'm going to say congratulations in advance. Always like that. Why not?
Okay, let's talk about Heat. Coming into this team, there was a big question mark over what this player could provide, or maybe if there'd be any detriment there. But, comes into the year unsigned, joins Crew, and now 1 match away from a global event. What a come up for this player.
And that's crazy if you say it as the cliff notes, but when you go deeper and you realize actually the only reason he's here is because the guy he replaced had an injury, right? MTA 2 weeks before stage 1 starts needs to step away for a moment, and now we bring in Heat, and Heat's farming. But it's not just that, because you also have Heat, who is role swapping for the first time ever into Initiator. No prior experience on that, and he's also performing. You gotta be kidding me.
And you went into that from the year where his stocks, I think, dropped the most as a player. 2021, 22, people were so excited about this guy. It's one of the big prospects from Brazil, and then he gets on that MIBR roster in the first year of Americas, and it just keeps slipping and slipping, and they look like one of the worst teams in the league. And I think people stop believing in this guy. But then he has this massive turnaround to come back and has been really the catalyst for Crew this year.
And he's had the massive turnaround because people stopped believing in him and because he needed to turn around his mentality and his in-game play that at times was kind of selfish to actually earn himself a spot back at the top where he once was. It's been impressive. I mean, you mentioned the role swap. He didn't play, he was barely playing Initiator at all, even as far as I know, like outside of pro play.
Yeah, I think people were trying to check his ranked stats to try and see if he was practicing.
And remember, the narrative around this guy was, oh, he's a one-trick jet player, he's hot-headed, he's hard to work with, like he's not going to make it on a big team. And then he just flipped all of that in this year.
Yeah, with roughly a week to practice with the squad before stage 1, and then he's coming out, putting up huge numbers, supporting his duelist so well, right? Like he's saying, yeah, if I'm going to let anyone sort of, duelist alongside me, Kesnet is absolutely frying, so that makes a whole lot of sense. It's been so great to see how quickly he has connected with this team and been performing at the highest level.
I'm glad you point out the duo, I guess, he has with Kesnet, because Kesnet in an interview says, we think really similarly. Like, we really just want to run in there. It's not so simple, but quite often, like, Heat is half a step behind Kesnet, if that.
And that makes so much sense, right? I think that in Valorant right now, we've started to see more and more duelist players shift into other roles, but the role swap that makes the most sense is going into Initiator, because you know exactly what your duelist wants to be doing, because you were just doing that, you know, a few weeks ago, right? So when Heat is flashing his teammate in when they both want to play fast, that makes sense, coming as two duelist players sort of one mind in that.
But both these guys were getting shut down a little bit. The game plan wasn't working out in the game against G2. They were probably the biggest reason that Crew has had this turnaround. The game planning, the calling has been great, but these two individually have been performing consistently as the best two on the team, and we didn't see that last week.
And it was tough to find a bright spot, I think, at times for this Crew team in their loss against G2. But someone who stood out was Melsa, who, again, the story has been now those, you know, IGLing duties have been relinquished to Klaus, and he now is able to play on a higher mechanical level.
Yeah, and I think we saw, especially on the Icebox map, that he had a few like really big pop-off rounds, you know, keeping his team in the game, getting some round wins back in a game that was looking to slip further and further away. You can always rely on a guy like this to win you a couple of those rounds in the clutches, and that can be a strong backbone for a team, especially when you're struggling to find those round wins.
And he's become a guy that they can rely on often to win in the clutches, anchor sites effectively because of that IGL swap that we've talked about a lot this season. And we've talked about it a lot because it has had real impact that you can see every time they're playing the game, which is, of course, Melser was the IGL previously. Klaus has picked that up this season. And it's actually even allowed Klaus to have better games, surprisingly. I mean, last year, he was the 4th lowest player statistically in America.
How has that allowed Klaus to have better games? He's got more responsibility now.
More responsibility, but I would imagine maybe in his case, it's just an understanding of what he can do, given he's the one calling the game for everybody else. He can kind of understand how he's going to.
More agency, right?
He's the chosen one.
I mean, I think also when an IGL has a really good read on the game, they tend to also be putting themselves in.
What?
Why would you do that?
That was
you really think you were going to get him to sit back up? I'm trying to cut out the middleman here.
This guy's a monster.
I mean, how many times you try and put him back up? Unreal.
Give me 5 shots.
All right. I still have this if anyone needs a copy, by the way. Let's have a look at our predictions from day one. So far, not too shabby, gang. Ooh, we got our luck here with that first game.
We were really close to all looking really stupid.
I don't know what you're talking about. That was exactly how I thought it was going to go, down to the wire.
What is the confidence level about this Leviathan team? Are we in the danger zone here?
Sadly, really high.
Okay.
Lev. I was so high on Crew this entire season, but I almost feel like they've kind of been mentally collapsed, which is why they're reverting to their old bad ways.
All right, the time for analysis is over. Let's send it down to the stage for Warcast.
You can't just do that.
Riot Games Arena, es momento de definir quién será el último representante en Masters Shanghai. Y vamos a darle la bienvenida al equipo de Américas, que se escuche para Leviathan.
folks, we're running it back. A tough couple games for Crew. First falling to Leviathan and then struggling against G2, but their hopes for Shanghai are still alive. They're going to have to go a cut above today as Leviathan are also looking for a bit of vengeance.
The 12th and final spot in Masters Shanghai comes down to one of our two Latin American teams. Both these squads have had a massive turnaround this season, from 0-9 for Crew to a near flawless run in the regular season, but both of them failed in their first match of playoffs and have a one final chance to make it.
They have to step up here today against one another. Obviously, we talk about Osbos versus Kesnet. That, of course, is going to be a good one, too. But really, what I'm curious about is how these teams, end up, what we end up getting for maps between the two, right? How does Crew adapt compared to their series that they played just 6 days ago, right? Because on that one, falling so quickly on Ascent was a big problem for them.
I'm surprised.
They banned Ascent?
Crew taking Icebox after what happened yesterday. Kesnet had such a slow start on the Reyna. I'm interested
Lev
to
have
see.
also looked weaker there. They play like the default Harbor Viper. I think we saw some moments where they were missing walls and things like that. It's definitely not on the top of their pool. And G2 had a great game plan, but there's a question of how replicatable that is.
I feel like it is, though. Like, I don't know. I think the fast flood retake of A using like death utility on the spike planter was really, really effective.
But
and
if they're
something you
playing
can just
Harbor
pick up.
Viper still, they don't have those same tools that G2 did.
Sure, you can do things like, Viper Molly still, because very rarely was even G2 playing to get a kill, but there was still a lot of emphasis put on putting pressure on that planter and getting multiple players, 3 players usually, flooding out of heaven. And that's really where I think like a guy like Kesnet was struggling, right? Was he's in the back site on his own now, and now there's 3 players running him. That's why he wasn't getting any kills, because G2 weren't giving them any kills until there were 4 people overwhelming him.
Every time it was a double swing, it was heavy pressure, but we're not starting there. We're going to kick things off on Lotus here. And this was the 3rd map of the last series. It was a close game, 13-10 in the end for Leviathan. We shouldn't expect any changes in the comp here as we do hop into agents.
The biggest problem for Crew on this map was their attacking side. They went even, 6 rounds apiece on that, and it mainly came down to late round moments. Crew often with big advantages, but got crushed in the retakes that Lev were running against them, and the individual clutch power of some of those Lev players.
Up until this point, Lev have had my favorite defensive side on Lotus in Americas. They've shown so much intelligent variance with the setups that have made it really hard for teams to crack, despite it being a very attack-favored map. I mean, you could see Crew on attack, 2.5% win rate on attack is pretty strong.
It's do or die for both of our teams, and of course, the trip to Shanghai hangs in the balance. Let's head over to our casters. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, Dre, I think we're in for a treat. The story is simple. There's nothing complicated about this. You win, you're headed to Shanghai. You lose, you're done. This is it.
Yeah, and to me, what makes a good team great is how you bounce back from losses.
Yeah.
We've seen Lev bounce back from losses and win, 5 matches in a row?
Yeah, they
up until
swept the
yesterday.
season. Yep.
And Crew had a really, really rough showing against G2. So this is going to be huge, and if these teams want to make it to Shanghai and be great, they need to be able to bounce back.
You know, I'm reminded of that conversation we had with Adam where they were talking about that the Doc Rivers documentary. Pressure is a privilege, and the pressure does not get any greater than in moments like this, right? It's kill or be killed. It's a bare-knuckled fight where you have to survive. That's the only objective here, and it's gonna be interesting to see how it pans out. Crew starting off on the attacking side in this best of 3 gift that we hope is waiting for us on the other side.
Nardi, a decisive B hit coming out of Crew, but they get delayed right here. Baiting out utility is the name of the game, but they're all grouped up here. No extremity pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, the spit a perfect fit to keep him at bay for now. Starting to see a little bit more utility. And what's really found here is space. So Crew are able to waltz their way forward. And it's a flood. Oh, and they're trying to do it decisively. And Leviathan walk away on top.
And Lev were already positioned to crunch this B and be able to flood in because of the extremity control that they had.
Yeah.
Crew didn't go anywhere during that pistol round. So Lev understood, okay, as long as we don't give them any kills on the actual B site, we can just go flood in fast with utility, catch them off guard.
And that they did.
And this was the map that Lev closed out that first seed against Crew.
It was 13-10 the last time they danced. It was a good fight. It was a ton of fun to watch, but again, ultimately going the way of Levitan, and now an opportunity to pick up right where they left off when the stakes could not be any bigger. You guys have heard us say it a couple of times, but we'll say it again. It's worth reiterating. One spot left in Shanghai, and a great kill from Klaus.
Calm just got caught sleeping at the wheel there. Wasn't dialed in on his crosshair. Maybe looking at his mini-map. Lev now. They're going to have to re-aggro to get the trade.
Klaus looking to double dip his way into a second kill, but now Levitan wise to it, deciding they want to lean into the weapon advantage that they have. Relentless in their pursuits as Aspas satchels forward. Traded, though. And those numbers don't add up when you're the one with guns. The math ain't mathin', but Kesnit falling. Melser and Heat, the only two that remain. You got a late flank coming through from King, too. The turret, just a distraction. As he waltzes right on by. Melser, no real idea of what's waiting for him on the other side. Now the bullets rattle through. He understands he's been caught. And Heat left all on his lonesome as the smoke goes down. He's faced with 3 potential targets or 3 deliverers of death. Heat falls.
Amongst all the scrap, a lot of damage was done from Crew. I mean, they made that really, really chaotic for Lev. And there was a world where they could have brought that back. And even won the round.
Oh, you know,
really good damage done.
I'm reminded of the calm kill right at the beginning. Those are mistakes you got to get out of your system now, right? Get them out round 1, round 2 on map 1, because as this series goes on, the tension will build. The pressure will continue to persist.
And Calm definitely felt the pressure yesterday against Boostio. In this series, though, the mind games aren't going to affect him as much.
No.
He's not playing against a previous teammate.
I think as pressure continues to be the name of the game, we've got to talk about Crew and how they were incapable of handling the pressure that faced them yesterday. You saw it in their faces. They looked dejected.
Spike down, C.
They've only got 2 pistols on the side of the defense now as Calm has fallen, but traded back for Heat, a little bit of aggression towards A. As Klaus is tasked with holding the line, a 1-for-1, a weapon upgraded.
You can't help but feel like if Lev steal this round away from Crew, that frustration that we spoke about, that we saw yesterday, might start seeping in. Playing a factor later in this match.
You wonder how thick that ice is. Showed cracks very early on in their last appearance, but now an opportunity to weather it once more. A quiet approach towards A.
Everyone's gearing up towards A from both sides. This is about to be an absolute scrap.
The first 55 have been tumultuous. Now slowing down, quiet.
It's gonna be a fight to the death.
The snap from Kesnit is good. King will fall. Melser trying to get across, but Aspas is there to respond.
30 seconds left.
Can Mazzino do it on his own with the Spectre? Not this time.
And that's the man you want stepping up for you in these scenarios. Getting the momentum, getting going, which he could not do yesterday. It felt like he got completely shut down against G2. So for him to get anything going, a 3K on the first gun round for them, and not getting bonus, this is a huge win for Crew.
You know, we've talked about it a number of times. Given the state of the game, any opportunity to avoid a bonus feels like a win. With just how things tend to go these days. So a big round win for Crew. They avoid disaster, and now we're able to turn our attention towards another gun round.
Yeah, and another early C default here from Crew. And this is pretty standard play.
Yeah.
You do like a 3-1-1, and it's kind of like a seesaw effect for the attacking side.
There.
Lurk smoke goes out on the actual C site, but Klaus is gonna get contact here. He's lucky to escape there.
Info gathered. Now the question is, do Crew turn their attention C, or do they decide that they want to reckon with the aggression?
Bring them down.
Seems like they're still split, perhaps a little bit indecisive.
Yeah, I think they want to push off any players of Lev off of this A line, make them back up, and hopefully find an opening onto this C. But this alarm bot will be the cue.
King is waiting just on the other side of the smoke. And again, you see Leviathan start to rotate towards C. Noise has been made. Time is short.
This is so awkward.
They don't really have anything else they can commit around, so they've been funneled into the teeth of this defense. But can they be the ones to punch him in the mouth? Can they be the ones to scrap through?
30 seconds left.
Leviathan just waiting in the fringe for the first strike. King is the one who cashes in. Aspas going in aggressive. The rocket will land. It's only two now standing for the defense, and it quickly turns into one. Mazzino with a flash in his face. The rocket will clean him up.
Another 3K for Kesnet. And he got the entry that round on top of it. He's feeling it right now. That was such a cool round from Crew, keeping 2-3 members of Lev towards that A side of the map with just a Fade and a Viper there. And that opened up Kesnet to get that entry, lurking in with Melzer. That gets the rocket online. And that'll put Leviathan on a really light buy here. Sheriffs across the board, an Omen flash online. But that's about it.
Saddle up, Cowboy. You're going to have to do something here. You want to get the lead back with lighter weaponry. In the face of rifles, in the face of two ults, courtesy of Melzer and Heat. And again, it's aggression C. Leviathan have done a really good job of countering it with the pendulum swing that we've talked about, right? They deny a lot of that space A main while Crew test the water C, then swing back. Unawares of what's waiting on the other side. Unbeknownst to them, it's just a sheriff, but it is a sheriff in the hands of Aspas.
Yeah. Aspas has no nade. He used it early in the round to take control of A. So if they actually commit to this A hit, he won't have much besides his trusty sheriff and mechanical abilities.
Look at the rotations. Just when it seemed like Leviathan was going to fully commit A, something.
And Kesnet is staying here too. He wants to show on purpose and try to keep as many players of Lev as he can here.
The smoke and mirrors here are everything. If they can make enough noise A to manipulate the rotations, they're going to buy it. But now the Q's back, and I don't know that they were able to get away far enough. The Nightfall invested, but Leviathan are here. Haven't been able to upgrade any weapons, but there is power in numbers. Will it be enough to overwhelm them? Every single one of them flash, with the exception of Kesnet, who's still a little bit further away. They all crumble as Crew take the lead.
Crew right now are playing a really just fundamentally correct macro game where they're taking control of C, going back A after the enemy team decides to, deposit somebody and back up. You can't hold every single lane on this map as the defensive side.
It's impossible.
So they're playing this seesaw, and it's working out perfectly for them. I do think they went a little bit too quick here. They should have let Kesnet cook a little bit more on that A side of the map, but still, you see the fundamentals are there today. They're not forgetting like they did yesterday. And they need to in a moment like this where this is the tournament life for Shanghai. Change of pace here, a fast A default. Reading into the fact that Lev might want to stuff them in that C area where they've been defaulting for the last 5 rounds.
Tex has every single bit of utility anchored in on this site, but of course he's the first to fall.
It's a big opener from Klaus.
All of a sudden, a bit more room to breathe on the site.
Look at the utility.
King is caught. The Nightfall traded back. How much more can Kesnet find? He continues to push his way forward, now having to satchel back. A little bit of space found, but ultimately falls as Aspas gets 2 with the nade.
That'll give him another one on top of this.
Should have a lot more room to work with, and there it is, primed and at the ready in hand. The second will sail.
He used it so early though, Doug. It doesn't matter.
These kills are everything. Yeah, it's big on Shy to be able to drop Mazzino. Now you have as a numbers advantage.
And it's planted from Mound on top of that. This is so hard to take. This retake's gonna be nearly impossible.
Calm as an eye.
He's gonna have to go huge here.
Aspas with utility. And it's not a belligerent approach here. It's cautious. Given the numbers disadvantage, a bit more methodical and a bit more careful about the attempt.
This is nearly impossible.
Yeah. The tap is just a threat. The spit in their face. The spam coming through. Maybe you find a free one. And holy smokes, they found two.
Do they have time?
Come on.
They do have time.
Shy has to get these kills. How have they gotten away with that? Unbelievable.
I said it was nearly impossible,
but they found a way.
Oh my gosh. That was so clean from Calm just spamming, and Crew a big blunder. I mean, all they had to do was not line up. That was the only way they lose in that scenario.
Aspas just does so much damage there, and again, between that and Calm getting that massive spray down there.
That's the birthday boy.
That's the birthday boy. He's cheesing hard right now.
For good reason, man. We're tied at 3. Early on, Crew back to their old ways, back to testing the water C.
Oh, this is a very unique C fight. Mazzino TPing up on top of that box.
There's a lot more investment here. You're right.
Forces Melzer to have to back off.
But now the swing back.
Yeah, the thing is Lev wants you to run towards this A side of the map where they have the Killjoy and the Viper. They are going to be fighting a little bit early here, though.
Well, it was ultimately ineffective in the last round. In this case, it's going to be the same.
Oh my gosh, what is Klaus on today?
With Tex falling first, the utility is pointless. They're happy to take these fights if that's how it's going to shake out.
That's a really weird decision from King and Tex in that scenario.
Calm getting dropped as well as Klaus gets his 3rd on the round.
Surely this is a save.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, what is Klaus on? I'm telling you, Doug. This guy's got 4 to his name already.
Surely you hunt for the ace here, but the final boss awaits. No stranger to multi-kills. No stranger to aces into 5Ks. And he robs Klaus of the opportunity. A reposition as he attempts to fight the second, and sure enough, he's got it, the nade to dissuade, but it's not enough.
Big round from Klaus, who looked very frustrated in his own play yesterday.
I mean, the whole team did.
Yeah. He came in, woke up today with a vengeance.
There's always something a little extra in moments like these where everything is on the line. Survival is the game. A little extra edge to you. And we're starting to see that.
When your back's against the wall, especially with the performance they had. The last 2 matches they played against Lev even, right?
Yeah.
You have to turn up in moments like these. And the IGL right now sitting at the top of the scoreboard above Kesnet, who was the start of the momentum of the Crew train.
Early on, though, good signs for Crew. Again, a Crew that we saw the last time they were on the stage just seemed like a shell of themselves. They seemed like almost like an imposter in a lot of ways. They were reverting back to their old habits and their old approaches to things. Kesnet was kind of fighting on his own. It really didn't feel like it was a cohesive approach. But this, so far, I know it's early, but has been a return to form and something that was desperately needed.
Looks like an A fight will be the name of the game here. But Crew, wise to just do a spread out default here. I don't think anyone's going to take too aggressive of an opportunity. A little bit of utility invested from the attacking side towards A for Crew. But they know they have to give.
I think the question here is, Dre, does Aspas pull the trigger on this rocket?
I think he will.
There's presence. He's got 2 satchels.
Should be right on cue after this nade, potentially.
And he's got a whole freaking firing squad right behind him.
Oh, they don't like what they've seen. They want to give here. Lean towards the B side of the map.
Not convinced of the presence on the other side is Lev. And so they go strolling. But perhaps returning to the scene of the crime, where Crew still are.
Crew know there's something fishy here. That's why they're playing so methodical.
They only get 1, but Crew are there to trade back. That was labored. King winning on the other side with a pistol.
Down A.
This has gotten messy.
Calling my bot.
Shy and Mels are still standing, but separated.
Mels are creeped in.
Now reunited.
Oh, he made a footstep. I think Calm heard that.
I
Should be a free kill on this off angle.
Calm's gonna get both, isn't he?
Oh, so clean.
Calm's gotta get both. No, Shy's there to trade back. A 1v2 in the face of pistols. A winnable situation for Leviathan. If they can pull this off, if they can land the shot, Shy almost caught. 19 HP. A switch to the weapon. That's lighter. In theory, oh my gosh!
We gotta let that cook. Surely that makes up for the round. The 3v2 post plan earlier.
More heroics. This time from Shy.
That was a big moment. In that 1v1 against King, I think King had one bullet to his name. And he just taps out Mazzino's head like that. I mean, even they can't believe it.
Back into the action we go. The pit invested right off the bat.
Oh my!
And Mazzino already falling.
That was a solo mission from Mazzino, or from Melzer.
In a lot of ways, it was for Mazzino as well.
Yeah. It's a Omen diff.
They speed things up just to slow them down. After the opening engagement goes the way of the attack. Silence. Calm showing a little skin, throwing a shoulder to try to get any info.
No one's nearly close enough to help him here.
No. But honestly, right now, the objective is info because they're being starved of it.
Here comes the rotations on the minimap. That Viper's Pit will be going down soon. And I like this approach from Crew. They're up 4v5 and they're still investing a Killjoy ult to just guarantee the site.
There are layers to this too. If it gets really messy, he has his ult.
Calm's dead.
Do they pursue? There's reinforcements just on the other side. You gotta be cautious about it. Aspas waiting, but with 7 HP. Doesn't dare swing. Now things will settle. That's a second ult invested, this time into a 4v3. Kesnet getting the best of King. They have to save. They're out. Do Crew hunt.
They do have the money to, and Kesnet's one off of that ult orb, so he should just knife out, run it down. Worst case scenario, you die and get an ult orb. But Tex is nearing that lockdown as well.
Kesnet will fall. Another orb to Aspas.
Yeah. That will guarantee a Raze rocket going into the next round. And this is a big snowball from Crew. Wow.
Six rounds. Only separated by one. The sixth for Leviathan, of course. That kill at the beginning was massive. And really no punish there. They did such a good job of zoning off any sort of reinforcements. Calm was just isolated.
Yeah, poor guy. He even tried to stick around, make anything work. And then the tether nade comes out. Aspas, no way to help him at all.
Full rifles for the attack. The ult for Kesnet.
Oh, this aggressive approach the last 2 rounds from Melzer. The confidence is flowing.
Kesnet pushing forward, looking for a target. 74 HP, but Mazzino's on the trade. The swing is perfect.
He was on an island there. Way too ahead of his team.
You imagine Paranoia's traded, and now the Nightfall invested as Tex gets another. On the fringe of death at the beginning of the round, but now striking back.
And Crew now left in such an awkward spot.
They still have guns though. It's just 2 rifles on the other side. Down in numbers, but up in firepower.
Shadows traveling. Calm is so pushed up at this front B area. So when this plant goes down, there's so many angles that Crew have to be worried for. That turret really should only be getting the water area, and this is a Viper's Pit infested. Everything on Melzer here.
Yeah, he's got to find value. Oh! He's already gotten the first. How much more can he find? The swing is ill-advised. As the trade comes through, but how much more can they get? It's all on to Shy now. Tex with 4. A big response from Leviathan.
And Tex waking up in this series so far. He had 2 kills before that round.
I love explosions.
And for the side of Crew, you can't help but wonder if you just gave a free round away like that. I feel like, yeah, you're destroying the game so far. You won, what, 6 of the last 7 rounds before this moment?
Yeah, before this
Keza
round.
just getting a little too ahead of himself there, allowing Tex to get momentum going into the future rounds.
Dancing on a knife's edge here. Into the 11th we go.
Crew need to hone this game back in and play a little bit more disciplined. They let it slip a little bit that last round.
Can they hang on? Can they hang on to this half? Again, the last time these two teams danced on this stage, it was in the way of Leviathan to close the series. But now an opportunity for Crew to get revenge. They continue to try to manipulate these rotations. It's all eye candy.
Yeah, Lev this time though, holding it up down for the reclear on the A side of the map. Heat should use a Prowler on this angle with a jump spot or something of the sort.
There's the Prowler. There's the swing. Aspas getting his one and getting away.
Oh, he wants more. Whoa! How's Calm alive?
Not punished. Meanwhile, Aspas is. Another one going down.
Equalizer.
Now satcheling forward towards A. The eye to clear the way. And King, the only one close by.
He just snuck on.
Hey, he's got to play his timing here, right? I mean, surely he doesn't take this fight on his own unless it's brought to his doorstep. Kesnet just on the other side.
Oh my gosh.
Position now given away. Do they let him stay?
Oh my gosh.
Kesnet's timing is gorgeous. A 3v2 in favor of the attack. Calm is on the prowl, but will the timing line up? Because he's on his own now. On the swing, Heat not able to land the shots, but damage done. 41 HP, and they will find him.
And Calm, he can only be in the Matrix for so long. I feel like he just dodged 2 whole mags. They get taken down though. Kesnet, a big round once again.
12-7 for the duelist.
This was crazy.
Kesnet played that so well, understanding if there was going to be help, it was going to come from heaven. So instead of dealing with King, who's caught, he clears the other.
Find you.
Last round of the half, couple of ults on the cards. And Crew really just sticking to the game plan here.
Oh, they're going to commit to this one. This is going to be a very decisive C hit.
And that's a slightly different flavor. Committing to it, but in the face of the utility from Tex, who has started to warm up, started to come online, decides he doesn't want to take the fight. A 5v5 fight for the site to close the half. Remember, Aspas still has his ult.
Yeah.
Melser with an opportunity to reposition potentially. As you hear, the fuse has been lit. Aspas going forward, not connecting onto anything. And as that dissipates, the rest of the gunfire erupts. Aspas finding 2. With the Phantom pushing forward, Melser and Heat try to keep them back. It's all into Melser now, and he will crumble. Leviathan gets to 5.
This is gonna be
Switching sides.
a scrappy fight and a battle between these two teams. We're seeing so many different looks compared to the first time they played, and it's really loose from both sides. And I think this shows what it means to be in a rematch. You've already played basically a full game plan against each other. So now it comes down to mechanical skill and individual
7-5 is a little low for
Yeah,
Crew.
speaking of mechanical skill and individual prowess, earlier we spoke with Crew's Klaus about that transition to an IGL role and what it takes to be an in-game leader.
2021 con Crew, o sea, cuando estuve con Crew, con Onur, él me dijo de ser IGL y nada, pues eso, es una breve historia de que él me dijo que tenía como potencial como IGL y esa fue mi primera experiencia. es algo que se me da más fácil que a otros el poder igelear. Por el simple hecho que siento que ya como que tengo muy automatizado las decisiones o las reacciones son muy rápidas o como que ya tengo bastante como flexible esa parte del pensamiento de ser IGL. Siento que puedo como hacer dos cosas a la vez y las puedo hacer bien, jugar y al mismo tiempo como estar pensando en qué hacer en la ronda, a quién decirle qué hacer en este momento, cosas así. Y también al mismo tiempo la calma, o sea que soy una persona que tal vez no repite mucho lo que dice, así como eufórico, y es como un balance en el equipo que algunos son más eufóricos, otros son más tranquilos, y yo siento que en el rol que tengo es como que tengo que tener cabeza fría y pensar bien lo que vamos a hacer. No sé, o sea, no le veo el lado malo, la verdad, IGL. Tal vez algunas personas le ven el lado malo de que tal vez no, como que se limitan a decir que tal vez no pueden performar bien por el simple hecho de que están pensando en lo estratégico, en cómo va el equipo, y yo siento que no es así. O sea, creo que el mejor ejemplo es Asian QT de Sentinel, que es el IGL, y es muy buen jugador. O sea, él siento que es muy buen IGL y es muy buen jugador al mismo tiempo, y me siento como, no sé si motivado, pero como que digo, o sea, esa persona es como es el lugar a seguir de un IGL, o sea, de que igualmente que estés IGLeando, que estés pensando dentro del juego, tenés que performar bien, y por eso no te puedes dar una traba a jugar mal. Así que yo no le veo el lado malo, sino que intento hago las dos cosas bien y lo intento todos los días, que es consistente.
It's a rare opportunity to get to pick the minds of an IGL in that manner. So, Dre, I would love to get your thoughts on this. Given how the map has gone, given how the season has gone for Crew, is there anything that stood out as you listen to Klaus process being an IGL for a squad like this?
100%. That's being calm and consistent. If he's not calm and consistent, he's not going to be able to stay into this. And as I say that, Tex taking the head clean off of Melzer.
Tex, who's had a slow start and is ramping up now. Heating up for his squad. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, space denied.
It's a free C site.
And the thing is, they don't know it though. So they're so cautious about this approach.
We're gonna find out soon off of this Prowler not getting any contact. A lot of utility still invested though. And this flank, this push through A, if you guys are looking at the minimap, it's a little bit too late.
But Khan is gonna have a lot.
Already adjusted.
He's gonna have a lot to deal with on his own though. Oh, but they've given him ones.
Oh, he spotted him.
He spotted Heat, but he can't take care of him. It's Klaus who gets Klaus who gets a kill.
I think they know King is close as well.
Oh, they know now.
Oh, Heat!
King overwhelmed. Heat gets free. Aspas with a world to do before him. Falls at the hands of Kesnet Loles.
And again, we're talking about individuals. And in rematches specifically, what the key factor is, everybody already knows what your game plan is from both sides. You've already done it. You've already done the whole ringer. It comes to the individuals having to step up, make plays based on intuition timings that they got the last time they played.
And what a delivery from Tex there. Alongside Heat.
Oh my gosh. It's like robotic. Crew had no business winning that round, if I'm being completely honest here.
When a player takes over a round like that, it's just full momentum ahead. And so they go into the next with a Guardian, with a Vandal, and then some lighter weaponry surrounding it. A little bit of noise made, some orbs gathered. Makes sense, 2 Heat now halfway to his ult.
It's a give and a take. You give C control, you take the A orb. Classic stuff.
Yeah, gentleman's agreement.
I already like the way that Crew are maneuvering around this defensive side though. They started off taking A control, now they re-cleared front B. That allows them to lean over towards that C side of the map. If you're King right now from Lev, you need to find alert timing and relieve the pressure off of all the players that are outside of A.
But can he find that timing?
Screen down.
Oh, Melzer's willing and ready to take this fight.
King takes a significant amount of damage. And he's trapped now, waiting on the other side of the wall. Heat has arrived with a Vandal in hand and footsteps aplenty. All three of them fall.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Tech's left with so much to do and can't convert on any of it. A flawless round for Crew.
And again, King just cleared out that entire area of the map. They're not ready for these random plays that Crew are making. Heat sneaking into that little off-angle position there. He's on his lonesome here. If he dies, that's a free Vandal for the enemy team. Again, I have to stress the mind games that go into a rematch. You want to make plays that are unsuspecting to the enemy team. Those little couple of rounds, those swing rounds. Yes, this was an eco. Yes, the first round was just a pistol. But now, going on forward on this attack, Lev have to worry about the flank.
And that's Heat with an ult online this early because of the success that he's been able to find.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Leviathan not interested in A, with the exception of King, who's there to hold the line, serve as a barrier of sorts, and maybe punish if anyone gets a little bit too curious. But the attack with eyes set on B. You see the utility setup, but it looks like it's going to be delayed for just a moment as Aspas manages to get away.
I feel like Kezin's going to wish he held on to that grenade.
I like this too. This doesn't feel like it's going to end C. You're just clearing out as much Killjoy utility as you can, and the map is still open for you.
Yeah. They're playing it so slow. The problem is, if they do commit to the C site, yeah, they got rid of the blender, but...
Is that going to be enough on the other side?
This is going to force a B hit from Lev, and they're running straight into the Fatal. Crew has been ahead of them this entire time. Viper mollies to relay C as well.
They're all here. Hey, they're all here! Oh my God. They have nowhere to go!
And Doug, they may have gotten rid of the blender of the KJ utility, but they didn't get rid of the blender of the guns and the Spectres out of the side of Crew.
I mean, they had no chance. What a beautiful call.
Crew had complete map control the entire round.
Yep.
King is so scared to take early control and lurk up on that A side of the map. And that might be an adaptation that he needs to make himself, or maybe switch up the default. You've shown a C side default for a lot of time. Maybe now you start leaning towards that A side. But Crew are ahead. I mean, they're actively re-clearing front B.
Yeah.
They're moving with the movement that Lev is doing. They're following them almost. Following them into spots that they want.
Hey, even in that situation, corralled and controlled by the Fatal, there was perfect. And again,
it was so sick.
And again, it was only available because of the impact that Heat had in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
You know, think if he doesn't get that many kills in the first 2 rounds, he doesn't have that ult available. Who knows if maybe the B hit is a bit more successful, but you're starting to see the implications of the decisions and how things play out early on in half.
And King going down there forces Lev to have to speed up C. But what happens? Klaus throws a molly there. That funnels them to the B site. That's where the fade all comes out, and now you're just stuck to run into that 3-man crossfire on the site with a Viper orb up. I mean, it's really, really good play now from Crew. This is like a completely new team. I spoke a lot about what makes a good team great, and right now, Crew are showing a lot of signs of a great team.
An entirely different team in a lot of ways. Not just in how they're performing, but again in the outcome of this map. It was 13-10 in favor of Leviathan the last time. Now Crew styling all over him.
This is going to be a proactive reclear fight from Crew.
But how much do they invest into this? Not fully convinced.
The nade!
It's the suck nade! It's perfect!
I think that was off of an Omen flash as well, so King had no idea what hit him.
Big kill from Calm to alleviate some of the pressure. But Kesnet pushing forward. 3 on the round.
Spike down B.
He's
One
back.
enemy remaining.
The disrespect.
Calm again in a situation that I feel like we've seen too many times. The end of the round, outnumbered and outgunned. Having to figure out how to solve a seemingly impossible formula.
Yeah, this is a family photo As Riv would say.
30 seconds left.
All three there. And there's really no way in. I imagine he just tries to save the weapon. Try to catch anything he can.
Yeah, going down here isn't the worst case scenario. You get an ult orb. If you can get any kills as well, why not? Looks like he's just going to save the rifle here. Oh, here's an orb.
10 seconds left.
A free one found.
Yeah, that's good.
Min-maxing his way and getting as much as he can. But Crew will get to their 11th. Maybe Atan still look lost.
Yeah, and again, King going down early. Not getting value in that spot. This time a different look on the reclear for Crew. So they're showing us different levels to their gameplay. Small changes that they weren't able to really show yesterday at all.
There was that early suck nade combo again.
Yep.
Really nowhere for King to go. They had him red.
Enemy remaining.
And you would like to think that after Calm gets that kill from whoever pushed of Crew on C, that maybe you take control of water if you're gonna go through B, not commit to the plant there.
Kesnet with the op online. He's leaning C. That paranoia is gorgeous. Meanwhile, a warning shot delivered. Do they take space off of this? I mean, they tagged everyone, but Leviathan are still persisting forward.
They have no control of C. And this allows Crew to rotate that up. Maybe when this wall goes down, Kesnet will take another angle. There it is, King going down again.
The rotate away. Back towards C.
They're trying to avoid Kesnet at all costs. Trying to emulate the success that G2 had.
As many pump fakes as possible, as much misdirection as could be injected.
There's still a Killjoy turret here.
And a nano. And a fade. And an omen.
I mean, they're so ahead of the game.
And a raise.
Kesnet has nade, like you said. This is gonna be disaster for Lev.
The first one procced. 35 seconds left in the round.
Oh man, they're trapped.
This stall is insane.
30 seconds
A
left.
little reminiscent of what we saw a couple of rounds ago. This time without the fatal, but with the op from Kesnet.
Lev have no idea what to do.
Toxin screen down.
I feel like we rarely see King in a position like this. And now with 10 seconds left, the ambivalent approach
10
allows
seconds
for
left.
Crew to stack B.
Oh man.
One enemy remaining.
No space found.
You're exactly right. I don't think King has ever been in this position before. He's just getting punished time and time again towards this A side of the map. Another new look, a Kesnet up.
Match point.
And he's floating around the map. These are really good signs. Going into a map like Icebox, where the op has so much impact, especially on that defensive side. Yeah, Lev just not able to figure out anything, and it's just tough calling from behind every single round. When was the last time we saw Lev get a first blood?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that it's happened at all this half.
Yeah.
Melser feeling some of the pressure. Takes a quick step back. Leviathan insistent on wanting to go aggressive C. And they've been separated. Aspas up front with a rocket in hand, and now the rest of the team funneling in behind. Sure, the rocket doesn't go off, but the space has been gained. And the spike planted. Mazzino on the tap. Kesnet trying to get away. A quick satchel. Should provide safe passage, but Mazzino and Comp punching back. Finally, numbers in favor of the attack. An advantage that surely doesn't go back the other way. And it doesn't. Leviathan not done with Lotus yet.
And King in this scenario who's like, you know what? I've been dying at A every single round at the start. Let's just go for the classic C hit. They guessed right this time.
Able to overwhelm the defenses. And also, I mean, this fight here is huge. As soon as they understood where the pressure was coming from, they decide to take it to their doorstep. And it just doesn't go their way.
Yeah. Even that fight off the door opening up. Com and Mazzino taking the same angle. Fighting together. These are the things that Lev need to keep on doing as the series progresses.
Do they dare hit C again? This time they have Texas ult they can play around with. And right on cue, invested. Thing to mention here is Leviathan don't have space anywhere else on the map. So this is not really going to manipulate much. And they've lost the space.
Yeah, this is a very deep alarm bot front B as well.
Plan A of this goes awry. But they commit anyway. Oh, Klaus and Kessie keep them back. Kessie goes aggressive. The ult in hand is 3 will fall. Tex cannot do anything.
Damn.
Crew with slaughter.
Oh, it's starting.
Down on Lotus.
This is a map that Lev won to close out the first series they played against each other to secure first seed going into this. But the implications of this match are far greater than the previous.
This is not the same team we saw yesterday.
Klaus with 6 first bloods. Put some respect on his name.
A massive performance.
A player who looked defeated yesterday.
I do think, though, on the other side of the stage, the big standout for me was how Klaus just called circles around King.
That's crazy.
I mean, how many times did we see them frustrated, suffocated, stymied on attack? They had nowhere to go. They didn't know what to do.
I've never seen Lev look like this against a team, especially on Lotus. This is a good map for them. I feel like they have a good idea of how to manipulate rotations, how to move around the map, just like they did in the first series. But Crew came ready to play.
We'll see if it continues into the next map. Icebox on the other side. We're going to take a break. We will be right back.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Aww, GG.
shy of the mark. Crew just need to try and delay and deny. And they do just that with a wall drop down in their face. A little bit of a pause and a delay here as Bucio gets the opener. King finding openings on the left side of Dice.
Coach Adam, congratulations on the victory of the first map. Going into this game versus Leviathan, Shanghai on the line, you've mentioned that you needed the vibes to be high. It seems like the vibes are there, so now what's the next step?
The next step is to completely be back, because in a moment we lost like our course, and I think we're just coming back, but we are not fully there, so I hope in the next map we can find ourselves again.
Awesome. Well, Coach Adam, good luck, man. Bull. That's a good one, right?
Welcome back, everybody. Some decisive looks here from Crew, while Leviathan floundered on multiple occasions, especially on those attacking rounds. They didn't quite know where to be or where to finish, whereas Crew were ready for them no matter what side they seemed to hit.
In terms of backness meters,
love some backness.
Were so bad. I mean, Crew after that last game, I was so down on this team. G2 had a great game plan. They struggled to adjust, and then things started falling apart. Individual mistake after individual mistake.
They stunk, Mimi.
Yes, but they were so much better this series. Their Lotus defensive side in particular was great. It was back to the proactivity we know them for.
And look at this round, right? First you have Meltzer getting a pick over on A site, which shuts Lev down into both C and B. They try to look into this B site, but immediately it's a counter Nightfall, forcing them into the Killjoy Viper setup on this side. You also have a quick rotate coming in from Kesnet. They really just corralled the 4 remaining members of Lev straight into this. And this was their bonus, right? On the defensive side, they just could not lose after that.
I mean, yeah, look at that as well. Beating them handily in the first kill game, 12-7. I was so worried about Crew coming into this. I really thought after that close loss to Lev, their first loss of the season, being 5-0 previous, and then the manner in which they lost to G2, I was just expecting the mental to be unrecoverable from that point, honestly.
King
I thought
was 0-3 on that A side. In
Yeah.
first kill, first death situations, with Crew pushing up on those extremities every defensive round.
I mean, this was really a Crew return to form, not just in the things you're talking about with the proactivity on that. We've got to get rid of this bunny. Someone needs to hold it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it again. No, but on their defensive side, the calling through and through was great from Klaus. I think he had a great read of when to set his players up for these proactive ideas. I think Kesnet was getting away with so much more in this game. I liked the rounds where they were going for their early gambits. I also like these kind of late re-clears into A that were constantly catching Lev off guard.
They did all that, and they also solved the issues from before, right? They solved their post plans on attack, and they had the clutch factor that was such a problem for them previously.
All right, Go Kid, what are you cooking up? Let's hear what Leviathan's coach has to say ahead of map number 2.
So, Coach Goked, a tough loss here on the first map, your map pick on Lotus, and going into this game against Crew, you said that looking back at the 100 Thieves game, you noticed that the team maybe wasn't flowing as much. Despite that loss, though, did you still see some sign of life of that flow that you wanted the team to have?
I definitely see some moments, but I felt like we were ahead in so many situations that we ended up like throwing. So really, I just think like we need to be clear on the situations, and we're gonna have a good game.
All right, well, good luck on that, man. All right.
Goked choosing to boil it down to kind of being ahead and then throwing things away. Is that accurate, do you feel?
I mean, there were definitely some rounds. Remember that eco round in the first half, right?
Yeah.
Where they get up, it's a 3-on-1 somehow against a dude with 2 HP and a classic, and he wins? Like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, even in that round you were talking about, too, having that lurker flushed out up towards A and then the round slipping away from there. But also, when you're a coach, those rounds where you had the advantage are the ones you are going to remember. Looking ahead, though, into Icebox, I think that this is a lot more doable territory for Leviathan. This is where we saw Crew get absolutely shut down on their attacking side. All of their ideas of proactivity, fighting into backside with this really flash-heavy, aggressive comp were getting punished. And Lev play a similar comp. They have similar ideas. I think that this is a winnable position for them to recover.
Lev play a flashlight double controller setup on this map, right? So quite different by contrast here. Well,
Sure.
Crew love to like dig in on that A side, especially, and play with that Reyna. So maybe different.
I still think that comp sets you up well. You don't have like the same amount of utility to go for those floods, but I think that the key thing beyond just the util combos was just like these kind of double faces towards the backside. Even if that is just like the Sova dart they're going off of, I think they can still find success.
Yeah, ultimately, like the Harbor still gives you good options to flood out into a site, walling up, you know, once your Viper wall goes down, or even using the Cascade to get some more space in as well. I think that's really the game plan that I want to see Lev go for if you're downloading what caused Crew to struggle so much yesterday.
Yeah, now, listen, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, excuse me, because I saw a little agent pick spoiler on the Crew side.
Mimi's referred to the backness data, so you can't get more ahead of that.
It looked like Kesnet was on Jet.
That's so blessed.
Not Reyna.
It's so blessed.
It definitely is. He found some success on Reyna, some of the maps, but Jet, marginal perhaps in some cases, but definitely a better pick on paper. And with Kesnet finally breaking that two-game streak of having really sluggish starts on map 1 and needing to pick things up later, here just white hot from the jump, and now going to be on that Jet, which is better for scaling deep into the sites, especially on A, playing off of the Dizzy, and a deep flash for the KO to get back sight will be nice. It's something they didn't have before. I think this maybe will be just what they needed to actually get this win here on Icebox.
I think having the double flashes plus the Reyna was really committing heavily into the aggressive ideas. The Jet, however, gives you more options to kind of pull back, to be fighting backside, and then dash away and recover with the team. I think this is a great change for Crew. When the pressure is on, they have a chance to 2-0 here and stay alive.
Crew making a switch back to the Jet. Let's see if it's enough to make the difference and shut Leviathan out of this series. Let's find out and head over to Doug and Baby Bay once more for the call.
One map to potentially decide how this plays out, and Drave, the switch from Reyna to Jet at a moment like this it's perfect. I love it.
Yeah, it's really good, especially Kesnet. You know he's going to have an op online in that defensive side, kind of like how he already did on Lotus. So the way that he's been maneuvering around the map on Lotus, he's going to have even more right to do that. We've seen operators like Cryo who have been maneuvering around the map, and he's kind of going to be an inspiration for Kesnet in this moment, I think. Going up against Ospas, who honestly it always performs on Icebox.
Yeah, it's Ospas. But I do like the change. I like the change a lot, especially knowing that you've got Leviathan on the back foot, knowing that they just got embarrassed on Lotus. For you to add a little extra wrinkle, perhaps they weren't prepared for it, although it's still pretty standard to have Jet on Icebox. But you're not going to be worried about the same stuff. You're not dealing with the eye and the flash and everything else. It's going to be Kesnet dashing into your face, looking to put you away.
Speaking of Kesnet, he will be making first contact here against Calm or Mizzino potentially.
Mizzino has taken the low ground, but Calm will fall.
Spike down A.
And you just can't help but feel like, why would Calm not use the same pathing there as Mizzino?
Especially slow walking, doing it too. It feels like a mistake. But no time to dwell on those. Leviathan still have to try to find a way to convert on this round. And Kesnet falling will certainly help. Tex joining in on the fun, but Shy and Klaus keep them back. Mizzino falls, another pistol for Crew.
Crew are playing together. This is the Crew that we saw almost go undefeated the entire normal season, the normal stage. They're back. A lot of their success is how they play off of each other, taking the aggro fights together. That's what they lost yesterday, and it's back in full effect now. And again, a mistake from Calm there.
It's tough in situations like that. Pressure is a privilege. And right now, it feels like Crew's handling it better.
They just don't know how to bring it back when they're on the back end. It seems like the streak of getting first blood continues.
But you know there will be a spark. There will be something that turns this back.
I mean, there needs to be, because another first blood goes the way of Crew.
It's Kesnet, of course, who's getting in it.
There's 3 players already geared towards this side of the map. Molly's coming out.
King looks like he's going to try to find a late timing on the rotate B, but...
yeah, Mizzino snuck on by.
Kesnet's aware, but you're right. Mizzino's timing is pretty.
Oh my gosh, and Crew are actually so lucky that Heat was able to get that trade. With that being said, there's a free A site for the side of Lev.
With Kesnet away, King decides to play. Creeps out towards A, finds plenty of space, and calls to rotate over.
What can they do with it? They will get the bomb down, which is good for the general economy. Calm does have 2 shock darts, but he's a little bit too aggro to use them here.
And a Bulldog, 2 Guardians, a Marshal for the defense. Shy's already claiming his first. And at this point, any sort of damage that can be done feels like a victory won. But Kesnet with 3 on the round. Crew get their second.
Kesnet is not showing any sign of slowing down in this series. He's been so good.
This is the electric player that we were expecting.
Yeah.
This is the type of play, and to be fair,
he just no-scope Tex.
And to be fair, it's not. He did it again to Aspas.
Oh my gosh.
To be fair, it's not just Kesnet, right? Like the team as a whole, as you were mentioning on Lotus, they're playing so much better together. And it almost feels bad to mention that. Yeah, it's Calm's 24th birthday. Happy birthday. But a couple things that need to be solved if you want this to be a happy end of the day.
I'm looking at this round right here for Lev. They need to win this convincingly, in my opinion. Strike some fear into Crew, because Crew right now are so confident. Every single player has been winning their aim duels, even against Aspas.
Take flight. They're so comfortable playing retake on A again. They're gonna give up all of the space. They're happy to leave it vacated. Spam comes through, Plant goes down. Leviathan with a positional advantage and a gun 1 to boot.
Oh, the Aspas angle.
He's gotten
so
backside.
Good in this spot.
A desperate need for the duelist to come online. A desperate need for a spark of any kind. And there he goes, the first found. But Tex helping him out. Klaus left alone, a 1v4. Will not convert. A big round for Leviathan. Very reminiscent to what we saw in the first half of Lotus.
Yeah, and they needed that convincing round win to build any type of confidence going into this. And now they have that Harbor ult online, ready and available. It looks like they're gearing towards another heavy A default. Oh, that's how Calm got that entry?
The free ones are often the best ones.
Yeah.
You mentioned that Reckoning in the hands of the attack. We'll see if it's invested this time. Meanwhile, Kesnet already with blades online, looking to deny space and looking to go aggressive. With the drone in his face, he's not dissuaded.
This is a perfect time for Mizzino to pull the trigger on the ult, but it's too late almost. Oh, look.
As they're exiting, they're gonna find safe passage out. Ult's traded, I guess. But Leviathan are now gonna flip back B.
Yeah, the kill on the Viper opens up the opportunity to get a plant down. You don't have to worry about those Viper mollies to stall you out. And Tex, he's getting really, really deep, pushed up here.
This is often where we see attack sides make a mistake if they scale up too far, but Tex seemingly wise to it. Patient in his approach, not scaling back into Snowman.
Here's Kesnet.
He still has his blades too. Trying to feel out where the aggression will come from. A turret to control the flank. And you know Calm is going to try to explore that area of the map. Meanwhile, the blade's not connecting, but Tex with 3.
Oh, wait.
And there's no chance for a flank here. Calm was too far away. He's got to go fast. Shy's going to be the first to keep him back. 26 HP. He's going to stick the defuse.
How are Crew stealing these rounds away? Everything is going right for them. And it's off of Klaus. Of all players on this roster, it's the IGL.
He's smiling. Again, the duality of man. The last time we saw him on the screen 2 days ago, he was head in hands.
2 rounds in.
Rubbing his eyes.
Yeah.
He looked dejected. But now plenty of reason to smile.
He took inspiration from John of Sentinels. And right now he's showing why.
Kesnet with Op online, pushing forward. A wall in his face, has to dash back. Almost punished by the spam.
You should run.
Is this another fake? Remember, in the previous round, it was the Reckoning, now the Lockdown.
I love her playing at a very, very fast pace on this map so far.
King just got caught. And this just forces them to commit A. There's no second layer to this. They don't have another option. They commit to getting the spike down. They're waiting for Crew to be the ones to strike.
Yeah. Calm does have Hunter Fury online.
There's no flank to deal with. Nothing to have to worry about there, so he is going to have the space to invest the ult. And there it is, right on cue. Dropped. So is Shy. Aspas from up top, looking to keep them back. The defuse not held. Numbers in favor of the attack as the spike continues to tick away, and Aspas getting 2 big ones. Kesnin and Klaus forced to take a step back. Preserve the op.
A much better post plant here from the side of Lev. This time opting to play it out of sight. Normally we see Aspas playing in towards that single box gen area on A, playing that off angle for screens. This time he drifts to heaven and picks up 3 on the retake. Nice shots.
That's what you need to see out of him.
Another heavy A side default from Lev. This time no lurk will be towards the B side of the map, but Kesnit will have all the info because he's going to be staring down the scope of his operator.
Remember here, the 2 weapons that they were able to save from the previous round are the only things they have in this fight.
Yeah.
We'll see if that proves to be the difference maker. As Leviathan previously found success A, and they want to dip that way once more.
Yeah, they're just going to brute force this right here. Shy spotted back sight.
Knowing they have the numbers advantage, you see them attempting to clear out the Clove, and it's actually Shy who falls. Aspas pushing forward, taking space. Dash expires, and now the angle held. Crew again at an attempt on a retake, and they don't really have the weaponry to do this. Once again, it's just the op from Kesnit and the Phantom from Klaus. Do they save once more? Klaus falls.
Yeah, he has to save the op here as Kesnit. The hunt is in full
he's,
effect.
He's close though. They know where he is.
It's a fight to the death.
He's got the dash online, tries to get away, but Aspas lands the shots, so the op not carried over.
Kesnit knew there was no escaping in that moment. Had to take out as many as he could. And Lev here have been abusing this A side of the map the last couple of rounds. Stringing something together. This is something that they failed to do on the last map. So signs of life finally from Lev, maybe warmed up. Shy's there like, wait, no one's holding my right?
Just frustration.
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, you can see it on his face.
Can they keep it together though? It truly is the battle of mental fortitude.
Very similar to Lotus. Again, it was tit for tat. It was a 7-5 half. It was close until it wasn't. Will this map contain some of the same? Leviathan had been abusing A, as you mentioned, but now turning their eyes B.
I love the adaptation King has made in his calling. He understands that Crew has been shutting down the lurks on both maps. So now they're just taking a more standard death ball approach.
Not concerned with fakes, not concerned with trying to manipulate things. Aspas was up front, Hal taking a step back. Meanwhile, Crew looking to stake their claim back Snowman.
Klaus again, a big opener.
With 3 there, they've got to try to find their way through. He can't cross. Now finding safe passage as Kesnit swings on King. But can Calm keep them back? Tex and Calm, the only 2 that remain, late additions to the squad, trying to dance around and stay alive. Tex with 2, still so much more to do. Can he keep them back? The spam through. That's all it's gonna be for now.
Man, what was a lot of space given on B was for a reason, and Klaus opening up another round win for his team. He's playing lights out right now. 9-3-3, sitting at the top with Kesnit. Look at this guy.
It's that triple fight. back snowman.
Enemy remaining.
That was just so strong and texted as best as he could. He's been a bright spot for Leviathan so far. Aspas with blades.
Yeah, and this is going to be a classic mid to B. Aspas is going to go on top 2 potentially. This time he opts not to.
Yeah, thinking twice about it.
Mid to B is going to be really tough. But that drone tagging Melzer.
He knows where he is. He's trying to go hunting. Melzer does fall. And they're going to continue to push the matter forward. Thrash catching Aspas. And Keznet's there to punish.
The insta dash into sight.
A 2v2.
Oh my gosh!
Dropped Keznet. Not able to get the last. It's all on the Shy! And he delivers once more.
Crew are winning these crazy scrappy rounds. Every single time chaos ensues, it seems like Crew come out on top.
And this is the bare knuckle fight that we were talking about. It's the team who's able to navigate that chaos best that will likely emerge victorious.
Keznet got away with bloody murder here. That dash forward, the insta reaction to do that, and then picking up Calm here. Jeez. He knows. It's all me, baby. He said, I got us.
Plenty of reasons to celebrate. Crew up 2. And now a timeout called from Leviathan. An opportunity to think things over, slow things down. That was tragic.
It's not out of reach yet.
No. And I do think we're seeing a lot more of a dynamic approach to the attack side from Lev than we saw on the previous map.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I like the adaptation that King made, already understanding that it's hard to get lurk value against a team like Crew. This is what I said was going to be hard for G2 to do against Crew. But G2 just ended up winning most of those first bloods. But the mechanical talent that Crew has, if they're ready and primed to aim correctly, they usually shut down any type of, you know, contact plays, whether that's a lurk or an actual pack of players. And they're showing that in this series so far. So a good change from King to just call, you know, 5-mans, or in this case, a 4-1 split, but an initiator leading the solo side instead of a lurk. Oh, Aspas is so good at this top 2 area.
Skip his face back up, but he does clear the turret.
Yeah, this is gonna, yeah.
Is up really far. Holy smokes, he's up so far.
Another first blood for the lad.
Just continues to tee off. And now Keznet, the reinforcements. Not gonna find anything. They take a step back. See the harbor utility go up, but they're ahead of it once more.
This reposition.
He's got so much high ground, but the blades are dull.
Oh my gosh.
Meanwhile, Aspas pushing forward. He's gotten 3 on the round. And 1 more to be found. Melzer's gonna be laid on the rotate. The spike will go down.
Spike down. Here.
A 1v3 would be ridiculous. But that is the ask right now.
Toxin screen down.
That's what's demanded of him.
The money's not so hot, so I wonder if maybe we see a save going into this, but looks like we're not gonna get that. I think he wants to go for kills.
Toxins going up.
Decides to back off, and
yeah, nothing free found.
We can talk about that little aim lab session that Aspas just had. That looked really nice.
Yeah. And that's Aspas at his best. But he's just gonna have to continue to do it. And you know he's good for it. We talked earlier in the map about what was going to be the spark, right? What is it that kind of flips the switch, that gets things back competitive? Because you've got to find something to forget about that last half of Lotus ASAP. And I think they're starting to do that. I think we've seen, again, a much more dynamic approach on the attack side.
Yeah, they're not folding over quite just yet.
Beautiful, boys.
It was beautiful.
Very calm.
It was enough to bridge the gap, too. Just 1 round separating these 2 squads.
Another 5-man a day.
With 2 ults. Common King.
Lev have been doing this on the scrappy buys that Crew have, using the gun advantage and the utility to their benefit. This time a Soul Vault invested from Com.
Right off the bat. Keznet's gone undetected. They don't know he's there, and of course he punishes.
It's a big first blood.
The difference maker looking to continue. And now, Shy's ult used.
Look at the flank. Melzer's already behind.
He's ahead of him. They're gonna walk right into his crosshair, but they don't flood. They're not stacked together, so he's gonna have to try to hold the line by himself. A jump cleared, and guess who's joined?
They're stuck.
Kesnit's here. Melzer tries to take the fights on his own. There's nowhere for Leviathan to go.
3 players.
Corners closing in. Mazzino will fall.
Oh, wait.
Aspas is gonna try to do it on his own.
Yeah, Shy needs to run right now.
Not opting to take the fight, just
oh my gosh.
barely getting away. The warning shot's enough. And now 35 seconds left.
Look how scared both players of Crew are, as they should be.
Respect shown, and
30
Aspas
seconds left.
with an opportunity to flip this map on its head. An opportunity to be the spark. A 1v2 in a situation like this. Shy with the weapon, but he's so far away. Heat the only one close by. And as you mentioned, that they're not giving him any fights.
10 seconds left.
This is his angle. He plays this spot so well.
Turns the flash. Gun advantage, health advantage. And of course he falls. It's all on to Shy. The only one who really had a shot at this to begin with, but it still doesn't feel like a fair fight. Can Aspas deliver once more? Or can Shy snatch this away? The mind game's being played, and the shots come through for Aspas. The Red Bull clutch to tie us at 5.
Aspas was the spark to ignite what could be a fire in the rest of this series. An ace for a player like Aspas. In the scenario in which it was, what, a 1v4? You
Something
cannot
like that, yeah.
be giving a player like this moments like that.
Momentum becomes such a factor. We're gonna get to take a look at that one again. As Bedlam ensued backside. He slowed things down. Got the kills he needed, and back into the action we go. Naturally, after a play like that, you'd expect Kesnit to be the one to respond.
Oh my gosh.
And of course, he's up forward and aggressive, but Shy is the one to find an advantage. Slips behind enemy lines, punishes with 3. Can Aspas deliver again?
Oh,
no! Gosh! Shy besting him in the rematch. And an opportunity to deliver. But Tex now in a 1v4 to attempt to replicate the success of the duelists on the other side cannot.
I spoke about the mental fortitude that this match is gonna take out of both teams. From what just happened to you to clap back like Shy just did and almost get an ace of his own, this is such a crazy game.
And such a desperately needed response. Because you're right, you let that run amok, and who knows how the rest of the half goes, who knows how the rest of the map goes.
That answer back should make that Aspas ace a distant memory.
Get out of my way.
But of course, the opportunity to respond once more for ults on the side of the attack. Right here. Including the blades in the hands of Aspas. Wall goes up, drone goes through, and now they follow. The Reckoning not really repositioning anyone. No one is there. A retake attempt once more.
This time Kesnit is the man on the flank. He took out the Killjoy turret. That'll make Tex have to back up and watch this. Aspas
flashed, dizzied, dead. Meanwhile, Mazzino filling in on the space up top.
It's chaos.
The retake attempt seemingly effective. Maybe that need to slow things down, and that ult's gonna help.
Oh! That's so clutch from Heat.
Now, ripe for reset. The pick goes down. Calm does too. Tex and King can't hold the line.
One Molly to his name.
He's got the pit, but he's left alone. He's dropped. A 7-5 half again.
And again in the chaos. Crew come out on top.
They've done such a good job of navigating those moments.
Switching sides.
It's become their home ground.
They just won a round where Tex gets the lockdown in the middle of the retake. You know how hard that is?
So difficult.
One enemy.
So outrageous, but they continue to play with confidence. We're going to throw it down to Uber and the rest of the desk who's actually standing by in the crowd right behind us. Actually, take it away, fellas.
Yeah, directly behind you guys. Great to be here in the Riot Games Arena. How are we feeling, everyone? What a game!
Some happy Crew fans.
We can't blame them, really. What a comeuppance it's been for them. I mean, Leviathan are on their last lifeline here.
Yeah, I can't believe that Crew have managed to come back mentally from the 2 defeats earlier. Winning the round after Osbos got that crazy clutch. I was so worried.
Which one? There was 2 of them.
I mean, the most recent one that went down to the 1v1 to the 1v1. I'm so impressed by them and their resilience in specific.
And honestly, this is coming after, Osbos literally kept Lev in the game, right? Like, Crew were looking to run away with this, and then somehow 2 back-to-back rounds, he's getting a 3K. And then this round right here is absolutely ridiculous. Make no mistake, without this, Crew are walking away with this series easily. Osbos has kept his team in on just a thread.
Absolutely. I mean, both of these teams, the players are laying it all on the line. 1 spot left for Shanghai. The loser of this is out. And it would be so ridiculous, such a travesty to have 2 international events in a row without Osbos, who right now, I mean, he has to be the best player in the world at the moment, and to not have him there would be crazy. But it's a testament as well to the firepower on Crew and how much this team has leveled up that they can nullify him, the world champion on Lev and Calm. I mean, they have become such a fantastic team under the reins of Adam and Klaus, their new IGL.
Yeah. And making pivots too, right? Kesnet over onto the Jet now is frying as well, putting up big numbers on that front too. Now they just have to be able to convert it over on the attack.
It's all about who can impose their style on the other here. A titanic struggle as always in the LATAM region between Crew and Leviathan. And like was mentioned, of course, that last spot in Shanghai is on the line. It's time to leave it all out there and hold nothing back. Crew versus Leviathan. Still a little bit more to see from this series. Can Crew continue to impose that chaotic style, or can Leviathan hold off? We'll head back to our casters to take away the next half.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Right into the action. I know we're going to be cutting into this one hot, and Crew already dealing with some of the utility A. Slow things down as Kesnet takes the opener. Calm, beaten and battered.
Kesnet's so confident right now. A slow A default for Crew into a B hit. Lev are ahead of this though. And they need to dig deep. King needs to dig deep here. Sitting at 3 kills. Having a rough series.
Oh, the dizzy, the flash once again. Osbos manages to stay alive and he gets a kill. It's criminal. And now an opportunity to deal more damage. New line of scrimmage has been set. You see Crew take a step back. They still have Kesnet, Shy, and Melser to secure this pistol, or at least attempt to. How has Kesnet gotten 3? Was that a collat?
I don't know. I think it was. But either way, once that wall goes down, all 3 players of Lev drop at what seemed like the same time. So Crew are just on a different level right now in these team fights. It was a collat.
That's insane.
Oh, look at this.
That's insane.
He had no chance. I can't help but feel for Lev. Sometimes there's just nothing you could do. It just isn't your day. And right now,
yeah,
it's looking like it's just not their day.
Yeah, but you've got to get over that real fast because there is no second chance.
This is it.
Nobody remembers how it wasn't their day. All they remember is who wins. And for Leviathan now, a desperate need to forget. Aggression? A? What a call at a moment like this. Traded 1 for 1, overwhelmed. But as they try to find safe passage and exit, Crew push forward once more.
Viper wall going up will cause a little halt in the actions of Crew. Now that they've reconciled, they will get the dizzy down. And they're going for more. Shy wants an ace. And Kesnet steals it from him. But a very convincing round from Crew. And yeah, Lev had A site stacked on that eco round. but the gun diff was just too much for them to handle.
So decisive in their aggressive approach here. I mean, they fully swing confident, leaning into the gun advantage that they have. And again, we've got to set the stakes here. For Crew, they made a couple of roster changes. And yes, they look like they were sitting on top of Americas. For Leviathan, the story was the same. This was a roster that was built to compete for championships. And right now, they seem lost. Desperately looking to find answers.
They have to win this round. This is such an important round. If they lose this bonus round of Crew, their economy is going to be absolutely terrible.
The snowball might be too much. Klaus caught right at the beginning. A great response.
Enemy remaining.
Much needed. The timing couldn't have been more perfect for them.
Poison's off.
The name of the game for Melzer here is just get as many rifles out of Lev as you can.
Yeah,
Give yourself as much of an advantage going into that first actual gun round as you can.
And you see the finances for Leviathan are less than stellar.
Yeah. He's got a lot of time to work with. 40 seconds.
I know there's still much to go here, but this would be back-breaking. If Melzer can somehow pull this off.
Yeah.
Poison orb emitting.
30 seconds left.
Devastation. Potentially delivered.
This would be an iconic moment. He has to deal with this shock dart and Sova dart.
They're playing together.
Poison's off.
Melzer looking to find.
He could find a timing here.
Anything he can, and of course it's Aspas to extinguish the potential. 3 on the round for him. Leviathan get to 6.
That was a great fight from Lev on the defensive side. Aspas playing really aggro on the pipes angle. Gets hit by Dagger, but doesn't get forced off. That opens up this kill from Mazzino. And off a contact of Tex, Aspas is able to jump up on pipes.
We're gonna play super together, guys. Oh, we're not.
Boys. And they did play super together there. It was really nice to see.
Here.
I mean, that was a lot of their success on the attacking side as well. Was the 5-man hits.
Aspas being the one to try to rally the troops. Plenty of international experience and hunger for it once more.
He knows what it takes to win.
King gonna be the first contact here as there's a heavy lean B from the attack.
This could be a big moment for King to step up for his team.
But the step up looked like get a multi-kill or get the info and get out. Decides to play his life and try to get away.
Only one molly to stall.
Manages to do so without taking a lick of damage.
Oh, he's getting taken down low here. Bomb goes down.
And now a reset. No flank to deal with. An early wall. Heat's the only one ahead of it right now. And he's the one who's taking the damage.
It's chaotic again, Doug.
Can they navigate it once more? Utility kills coming through as Calm falls. King on the swing. Tries to tag one through the wall. Not able to do so. And now as the ult expires, they continue to push forward. A 3v3. Klaus and Heat both so weak. Mazzino looking to get it as Tex continues to deliver and the defuse comes through.
And this time, amongst the chaos, Lev come out on top.
Heroics from Tex.
Stepping up huge for his team. Bailing out King and Calm in this scenario.
You can tell Tex there wanted to get that first kill and then get away behind the Viper wall, but when the wall goes down, he realizes he has nowhere to go. All he can do is fight, and that he does.
And Crew actually threw with that plant spot, because you can defuse from behind the wall of B. They say pressure makes diamonds sometimes. Nothing is made.
I mean, Tex is shining pretty right now. The buy for Crew, not great. I don't know how much that drone saw.
I wonder if they're going to invest this Gecko Thrash into this round as well. 4 players of Lev are gonna meet Crew head on here.
These ults are so plentiful that they, of course they invest. No real reason not to. And the sparks continue to shine for Leviathan. 8 on the round. What a comeback.
That was so well coordinated. The updraft with the flash. Aspas just having free reign from the top of yellow there.
Hey, we're gonna take a look at that one more time.
And that was a Thrash invested too.
Yeah.
That's a huge round win. It's the battle of the Jets and the Sentinels this game. Look at this. Aspas and Tex versus Kesnet and Shy. And that round win will cause a timeout from Crew. This has been a pleasure to watch this map.
Just when we thought that it was gonna be a bit of the same, that it was gonna be a competitive first half and then just a slaughter in the second, Leviathan respond with backs against the ropes. And not a moment too soon, really. Finally, we're seeing Crew get pushed.
Yeah, Lever shooting back right now. That first map was, I mean, that was so upsetting to watch if you're a Lev fan. But they've warmed up now. They're in full effect and their ults are online. You've got the lockdown for Tex. You got the Harbor ult for Mazzino. Knives if need be for Aspas.
Here.
Something that's so interesting for me is that Aspas doesn't seem to pick up the up much on this defensive side. He didn't use the up at all the last series that he played against 100 Thieves.
And it doesn't seem like that's gonna change here. He does have blades, but it's Kesnet who we imagine will be investing his.
Yeah, this will be an updraft.
With the flash, they're all here. Can Kesnet have another big moment? Tries to get up top, but it's Klaus who gets a kill. And that's perfect. I mean, they get the kill and then they reset.
Just holding, waiting for any type of re-aggression from Lev. That is the jet dash out.
A freeze on the round.
Yeah, they know they have the advantage right now. They don't want to give anything away for free. That's why you see them deathballing up here. But Lever kind of geared for this.
They're not far off. Yeah, they haven't committed to B. They haven't fully sent this away. Confident with the fact that they've taken so much space mid.
Here comes the speed up from Crew. They have to commit to this A site now if they don't go back.
King and Tex take a step back. Remember, Tex has his ult. Invested right on time with 40 seconds left. A big question to be answered. Do they stay? Do they try to navigate this fight? Aspas with 2 big kills. Klaus not able to find steady footing.
Spike down A. 30 seconds.
We're tied up here. Barring a miracle from Melser. We've got a fight on our hands.
And the words from Aspas are replaying in my head. We're gonna fight together. And that's what they're doing here on this A side of the map. And the way that Aspas is playing right now, he's here to win. He's here to bring this back. Look at these fights.
We've seen him have so many big moments. Really just this map.
Yeah.
Right? It feels like he's the one who's kind of keeping them in this, but I mean, that said, 4 rounds in a row. Leviathan look like they're back. They have figured something out in these last couple of rounds. And now it's Crew who seem a little lost. Without ideas, uninspired. Kesnet with a hero rifle and just sheriffs surrounding him. Another death ball A.
And there's only so much you can do strategically on a map like Icebox. Sometimes it really just comes down to heroics and trading. And that's a big entry from Kesnet.
If you're expecting heroics, it's got to be from him. He's still healthy, now looking for high ground with a rifle in hand. Do they peek through the wall at the same time? It actually goes down. Klaus falls too. Kesnet will join him as Tex lights up the kill feed once more! Tex with the ace!
I need to see that over. It's not every day you say Tex with the ace.
And a stoic response. He makes it look pedestrian.
That was so fast.
Placing swamp grenade.
Surely we run that back. Oh!
Spike Down A.
There was a firing squad behind us.
That was beautiful, man. And he looks like a stone cold killer while he's doing it too. Another timeout for Crew.
In short
Second
succession.
one.
Yeah. You gotta wonder what Adam saw to want to call that another one right back to back.
I think a lot of it is just trying to stop any type of momentum that Lev has. Try to ice the players of Leviathan right now. And then also, so much rides on this round. If you do not win this round, you don't have a full buy going into the next. I don't believe so, at least. They have to win this round. It's a must win. And it looks like they're gonna gear towards an A fake with KO ult, but actually NB, if I'm looking at the mini map right now. Lev so far on the retakes have been looking really clean. Crew need to create more chaotic moments as the retake are coming in.
Oh, I think part of the problem is too, the chaos that they were finding success in previously has gone the other way now.
Exactly.
So I don't know if it's you create more chaos or perhaps step away from it.
Controlled chaos.
Another ult online. Now Com and Mizzino both have big weapons to invest.
I spoke about how Aspas hasn't really been opping on this defensive side. This time, goes for it. He has this entire B line. This drone through mid should be an indicator that an A hit will be in attendance.
Yeah, but I think the question is here for Cruz. Do you scale forward or not? Because remember, Leviathan have a ton of really strong ults for a flood retake. They've got comms, they've got Mazzinos as well, and both are used. They're getting all the kills they could want to. Potentially a slaughter on A.
No utility from the side of Crew either.
The Melser's invested the pit. He's gonna try to find some space in it. Find some comfort. The spam. Com cannot find any success as Melser's got a second.
Aspas.
Of course, it's against Aspas with blades online! Melser with the response!
How many times has he been in a 1v scenario? This time he comes out on top. This was a must-win round for Crew.
And that they do. Tied at 10. The Red Bull clutch keeping things interesting.
Enemy remaining.
Melser able to steadily navigate the pit. Navigate the onslaught.
And that got Shy out of the seat.
And the spark is back up in the hands of Aspas. Remember, he wasn't tested here before.
Yeah.
But now it seems like they want to take that fight. Oh! One kill found. Do they continue? Not able to dodge the knife, so he's got to dig his heels in here. No exit.
Both Vipers down.
Kaznik close by. And he gets caught. Not able to find the timing.
That was so sick from Kesnit, Doug. That's the controlled chaos we were talking about.
And now the push and pull slows us down. Shy and Klaus both with ults.
Here's more.
A second dance with Rash. Not really finding anything. Really nice positioning from Com here.
You should run.
He could play spoiler if he plays his cards right. But he's deciding to flank around the Killjoy ult.
There is a Killjoy turret here, though.
They're gonna know. Turret cleared and instantly Shy takes a step back. But Com repositions back B.
But look at Heat.
He's up close.
He took so much space.
They know he's there. Com is dealt with. Crew showing signs of life once more. But can Mazzino put him 6 feet under?
Another bad plant.
They're so weak. Kesnit and Shy. Less than 60 HP between the both of them, and they're the only two that remain.
One enemy remaining.
One falls. Can Shy play hero once more?
It's not planted for him.
He's got to swing out and get this fight, and he cannot. The lead once again, swinging back.
Gosh. Heartbreaking for Crew.
Oh, no, you don't
They did so many things right.
Just to do the last few wrong.
They keep throwing these post plants.
It's a great opener from Aspas. But then everything else just kind of goes sideways.
This bomb being planted here, I don't understand. I think it's for a mid reflank potentially, but no one's actually playing for it. Heat, who actually made a round-winning play, taking all that space, bottom mid, killing Calm, repositions all the way to kitchen, and ended up throwing the round for them.
They're going fast B.
Frustration.
The Dizzy catching a little bit. We saw this a couple of rounds ago. It's Kesnet with the hero rifle once more.
Shy could get the one up on Ospas here.
One suppressed. No death ball this time. It's a split approach. You mentioned Shy towards A.
Yeah, if he peeks from this lower area, Ospas has to hit a nasty flick.
He's been good for it in the past.
Yeah. You already see him gearing towards that closer side of Gen for him to fall back as soon as he takes a shot.
That internal clock starting to go off. Kesnet on first, and you look for Shy with an opportunistic swing, perhaps.
Can they overwhelm Ospas here?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be able to find safe passage. It's Tex who they might have to deal with. He's been exceptional.
Oh my gosh.
He's delivered, but this time he can't. It would be fitting for Thrifty to go this way if they can pull it off. No weapons upgraded. It's Shy who's grabbed the Guardian that Kesnet dropped. And Ospas now pushing forward.
Grabs a rifle off of that.
Can Shy hold the line of Guardian up close and personal? Forget it, it might not matter. It's all on to Klaus now. A 1v2, 20 HP, nothing found.
Match point for Leviathan. And they're gonna save the op going into this winning round, potentially.
A crucial moment here for Leviathan.
Tex has been playing stand out this map. Oh my gosh.
I mean, Crew made a hell of a run at this. But it just wasn't enough. 7 of the last 8 in favor of Lev.
Surely, this is a round win for Lev. They're gonna invest the Viper Spit towards his B side of the map and have the Killjoy lockdown on the other.
Neither of them used early, but you're right. Those are 2 big safety valves.
I think once King gets pushed off of this angle.
It's a couple of kills traded early on. Tex will fall. Op still in the hands of the defense.
Where is the lockdown? I think once Crew take control of this B area of the map, you might see an ult from King towards the site.
Gotta be careful here. Heat positioned mid. Oh yeah!
Yeah, no Killjoy utility up. So that's what opens up this mid lurk for Crew.
Calm looking to fill in behind it. Heat paranoid of what could be around him, but continues to push forward. King never had a shot there.
Oh my gosh!
Heat's gonna do it again. Crew still with the numbers advantage here. Spike goes down. Aspas and Mazzino.
A normal plant this time.
Separated. And Heat not done with the round yet. Mazzino will fall. Aspas will have to 1v3 to close this map. Oh, not even a single bullet fired. Crew are far from out from this one.
That was great on Heat to identify the win condition of the round. Once Tex goes down, he understands that that entire mid area of the map is open for alert timing, and he found the perfect timing based off of how Crew approached this site.
One enemy remaining.
The value that Heat was able to find was insane.
And yeah, he might be sitting at 8 kills to his name, but a lot of the 8 kills that he's had, I mean, the impact has been insane.
I love this from Leviathan, though. Yeah, they have the lead.
They have so many ults.
They just call a timeout to slow things down.
All we need is to just make a Viper ult play setup. Maybe a little bit of support for him in the beginning. Lock down an entire extremity. Play retake on the other side if you need to with that lockdown.
Staring down the barrel of elimination, they have a couple of tools at their disposal.
Kesnet's the only one with his ult online right now. almost want him to drop his rifle to Shy, so Shy can have full armor into this round. I mean, this is it.
Can Leviathan put them away? Potentially the last round of the map.
Shy has no mollies this round.
Light armor too.
Now I think we're gonna see the aggro Viper's Pit towards B.
Get out of my way.
There it is. Alarm bot to help him out as well.
Meanwhile, a little bit of aggression A. That knife is gonna tag 2. The shorty.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about that left side at all, because the alarm bot will be there to make contact.
Choosing not to pursue in the green goo, they rotate back A.
This fight from Ospas.
A drone to clear the space. A tag onto 1, and now Heat on the reaggress. He knows. Patiently played. Boldly taking the fight.
What a trade.
Shy wins it out. And Mazzino striking 2. Numbers in favor of the defense. Sunset potentially on the cards, but Kesnit's still up.
There's still 2 ults online right now for Lev. This is their best chance at closing this map out.
And it's going to be in retake fashion if they can do it.
It's not planted for them either.
They're threatening a flood, but they don't commit. Klaus is in a really big spot. 1 found. Tax now. Dancing around it, and it's traded. Still numbers in favor of the defense, and now the ult invested. Kesnit pushing forward, and King is on the prowl. Looking to claim the crown once more. They knew he was there, and he's gonna land the shots. Can Kesnit do it? First couple of blades go. The easiest kill of their life. We're far from done here.
What a map. 13-11. Leviathan close it out. Resilience. And a lot of players stepping up. Tex, one of them. Man, he went huge for his team.
25 and 17. What a big performance out of him.
Jeez.
Aspas did his thing, and I mean, it was a fight up until the very end, but they were able to lean into the advantages that they had. The defense was a beautiful half for Lev.
It came down to those post plants from Crew. That plant spot. I mean, oh, it's so tough.
Some outrageous moments. I mean, Kesnit did his damnedest to try to put them away. It just wasn't enough at the end. I think there was a lot of proactive positioning from Leviathan, and that was what made the difference. Sunset to decide it all. Win or go home. We'll see you guys on the other side of this.
shy of the mark. Crew just need to try and delay and deny. And they do just that with a wall dropped down in their face. A little bit of a pause and a delay here as Bucio gets the opener. King finding openings on the left side of Dice.
Welcome back to your pause in this certified Giga Banger, this LATAM El Clasico version 2 between Leviathan and Crew, this time for all the marbles, or at least all the marbles concerned about going to Shanghai, which is probably most of them at this stage. Both the series between these two this stage have featured a very one-sided map one, but that second map, in keeping with tradition, very, very tight. We saw a couple of very important players for Lev come alive.
I mean, this was the map that Crew needed to win. They had opportunities to close out. They were at advantage. And then this second half, it was so much more reminiscent of the G2 series with some of these mistakes coming in. We're missing the wingman plans.
Yeah.
Round after, like 2 different rounds, they lose because of it. And these mistakes just snowballed into this massive Lev comeback.
Yeah, it just happened that every single B post plant, Lev were able to defuse from behind the wall on those ones. It was just very shocking. And then it felt like every single early forward fight that Lev were taking, whether that was B main or the more aggro pieces behind their harbor walls in A main as well, it was always going Lev's way. They looked so good on the defense.
Both of the duelists in this game were going crazy. Osbos, you can always trust him on Icebox to have a fantastic Jet game. Kesnet switching over to the Jet was able to get far more proactive in that first half on defense as well, pushing up a lot deeper than he could on the Reyna. Playing with the AWP on some rounds, which was easier than with the Reyna as well, as you just have a free escape, right? So it was definitely closer, in my opinion, than it would have been if he had continued playing the Reyna. But like you were saying, with the Gecko mishaps with the plant, for instance, with the wingman not putting the spike in the right spot.
It was planted for like a mid-brief flank and not for default, right?
I'm pretty sure it was just missed.
Oh, you just missed the plant.
I'm pretty sure because when it's pretty hard to get that right with the Gecko right click, right? Because if you aim a little bit too hard to the right, when you're under pressure, when it's in the chaos,
you see where it is, but yeah.
But I mean the pressure of the match. You have to give him some levity there. But I think it was a mistake.
And I do think with the pressure that it got to both these teams at the end because things were getting really scrappy. Heat kind of looked a little bit boomed at the end. I mean, he was going for some weird solo
flank with all his util up mid.
Not setting up people with the flashes, had his full kit, was going for flanks.
Still won the round for his team, basically. But
no, they ended up losing that round,
in the post plant.
In the post plant, because he continued to flank and they caught him out. And even in that round 2, Calm got caught by Heat, but knew he was there. He was just running with his back turn. It really felt like the pressure was getting to guys at the end of that game when it was getting so close.
It got super chaotic for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, 11 out of the 24 rounds where a team had an advantage, those were the only times they ended up winning. The majority of the rounds, the team who got the opening kill was losing in the late round. So when it's coming to these clutches and it's coming to this chaos, players like Osbos, honestly, and like Mazzino, these guys, Tex even, who are stepping up and winning these rounds for their team are so pivotal. Even though we have a reset point here coming into Sunset, that pressure is still going to be there, and that needs to continue for whoever's going to close out.
For sure. I still think, when you look at it, Lev's defense was so, locked in compared to their attack, and if Osbos had not had that insane round, the 1v4, where he's able to recover the spike, isolate every single fight perfectly, we're at least tied and going into an OT here. That really ended up saving Lev to let them go on that run on defense.
Absolutely. We're heading into Sunset, though, the final map. Lever starting on defense. Where, Christy, earlier you were highlighting how good their play is on that side. And I totally agree. Since seeing their initial game on the map earlier in the season against NRG, where they were playing with the Breach Gecko comp, it was immediate apparent how good they were with those two initiators in tandem, using the utility really effectively at the same time, with the breach flash coming in, players trying to turn, Dizzy hits them from up top. Those moments were catching out energy constantly. And again, they looked really good against the 100 Thieves the other day. So for them starting on defense, it's looking pretty good for them right now.
And generally speaking, I think Lev's defense has looked so good across so many different maps. And on Sunset in particular, it's a combination of both their very aggro pieces, right? You know, enabling Ospas to double satchel in, make crazy chaotic round states, and also their trap plays, specifically around B main and into mid. Like, everyone knows the trap plays you can do around A, but I think the rounds they called were in the mid round. They were sort of collapsing and putting 2 players top mid, 2 players in market, and then fighting out of smokes. That's what looked so strong for them.
Crew also, when they play this map, they really want to play this slow attack side, trying to embed lurks on other side, late round calling back into that. This Lev proactive style where they're constantly re-clearing that space, kind of inching up, finding opportunities in mid, really can punish that. And I mean, we've seen a couple rounds on Crew's attack side throughout the series where when they realize that's happened to them, they kind of end up like flooding into a site late round and it kind of falls apart. So that proactivity for Lev, I think really is the win condition.
I 100% agree. I also think for Crew, what they're going to have to figure out is what are the tells that tell you what Lev is switching up on their defense, because Leviathan is a team that is so good at masking their true intentions in a round. That's why their trap plays work, is because you don't know that they're leaning 4 players towards one side of the map, because all of their opening volley of utility is the same round on round.
Yeah, this is the kind of map that shows us a bit of a different flow wherein you can...
Oh, and it's a draw.
Yeah,
all right.
They're both going to Shanghai.
They're both going to Shanghai. Run it back. Let's just play the whole map again. But again, we can lean on a strong site, leave Tex or the Cypher player over sort of on their own island here and obscure a lot of what you're doing. But we've also talked up Crew as a proactive defensive side when Kesney gets involved in the calling, and Crew love to just throw themselves down mid on those eco rounds when they really want to try and throw a spanner into the works here. But I feel like you're reading that as Leviathan. You know they're going to go for this kind of stuff.
And when you're speaking about that aggression, Mitch, for Crew, it is in the case of Kesnet and Heat being the second guy with him, which vanished at the end of Icebox. He looked like he was really mentally out of it.
He was the chalk outline on Icebox.
And the pressure was getting a lot of players to crack. I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at him in particular to get his head back in the game here. Crew are not going to make it to Shanghai after nearly a flawless season.
The 12th and final spot in Masters Shanghai is on the line here. Leviathan had a massive comeback to recover on Icebox. For a team that has had a massive recovery in their entire season, this is their chance to end this on a high note and make it to Shanghai.
And you look at the individuals. Ospas, a chance to go back to an international event. And Heat, a guy who had a week to get ready with this team, role swapping into Initiator after the Duelist, after going down into Tier 2 for a moment. Back on the stage, Crew went on an insane run. For him, in a month and a half's time, to go from that to a international challenger would be incredible.
Crew as well. The last time we saw them at an international event was champs after that LCQ run. They went out 0-2. They went down early, making it again, having another chance. That's what's on the mind of these boys as we go into this final map.
It all comes down to this, decide a map to determine which team moves forward to compete at Masters Shanghai. One last time, let's bring back in Doug and Baby Bay.
These two teams start the season with a lot of hopes. They go through a nearly flawless run on either group, and now they find themselves in the lower bracket scrapping for the very last spot in Shanghai. And of course, we're going to go through maps because we wouldn't have it any other way, Dre.
Yeah, I'm so happy this is going 3 maps. That last map was insane. For anybody that didn't tune in, I highly recommend you go back after this map and watch that over, because that was some very, very high-level Valorant being played and a lot of big moments from both sides.
I think the desk hit it well. It felt like pressure got the best of a lot of players at the end there. It got
both
scrappy.
sides, yeah.
It got messy. It got a little ugly.
That's exactly how I feel like this map is going to pan out as well.
Yeah, but I do think just a moment to reset, and I think we'll see it maybe a little bit more by the book at the beginning. You want to return to form if you want to have a shot at this. We'll see how Crew fare on the attack side. I think another conversation we need to have is, we talk so much about their Jets, Aspas and Kesnin, and how insane they are, but for this series, for the tournament to be decided on them both playing Rays is just insane.
Yeah, and Kesnin on that Lotus map went nuclear.
Yeah, he did. An opportunity to do it once more.
Yeah. And Lev, they've had a lot of success with this B retake that they have, especially with Mizzino's utility. And that looks like it's going to be the name of the game right here.
Trip catching the first. The cage goes down, but they brute force their way through.
Good trade.
Calm finds the feed first. Aspas joining in on it. It's a little bit weaker here, but numbers still in favor of the defense. King is going to be late to the party.
It's a good plant spot to be playing bomb here, and Shy.
He's so aggressive.
To be holding the 1 HP.
To be holding his tight angle. He gets punished.
That gives Aspas a nade.
So valuable in pistols too. Kesnet with no armor. Melser much better off. There's the nade. Start to see it go through, and the pistol goes the way of left.
Same notion as last map for Leviathan. Playing together on the retakes. Aspas did such a good job there, sitting at 20 HP to not go down, get another nade up. And then you see the Omen flash come out, as well as the Dizzy to defuse the bomb. Very well coordinated retake out of the side of Leviathan, and that's a good sign for them moving forward. Right there. And as this eco round will continue, we got to mention even more context. The first time these guys played was for Leviathan to secure first seed and pride on the line. This time an international.
The crown jewel of this time of the year. This is what they play for.
I got you, I got you.
Crew with the light by. Melser's already been tagged up a little bit. The Leviathan have spread their defenses. A 2-3 mid, not really a concern.
Little lurk smoke onto the A area. Trying to force King to have to back up into elbow, but he has a little angle here. We can jump spot and see over. Now he's falling back. But Mazzino, look at your minimap. He's primed and ready for a stun or a flash at this angle.
Dizzy goes out.
There it is.
Swing. Melser's dead.
Beautiful teamwork and coordination right now. The reposition from Mazzino.
Oh, they're able to tuck in the smoke. Oh, but Mazzino's timing is gorgeous anyway.
Down A.
Beautiful.
They were able to dodge the Dizzy, but they couldn't dodge the bullets.
Last player standing.
Mazzino with 3. Shy left alone. Seems like they're going to be able to carry the Guardian into the next round.
Nice. That's a very convincing anti-eco from the side of Leviathan. And I like the way they're playing it. It's not individuals. They play it as a unit, using each other's utility and peeking off of one another. These are all really good things to see early on in a map like Sunset.
It just plays so differently than, than Lotus, for example. But Sunset's just its own unique beast.
Especially with a breach comp.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna see the breach and Cypher setup that we saw last game from Leviathan towards that A side of the map.
Shy here feeling a lot of the pressure.
Yeah, and this aggression is to try to make Crew funnel into the A side of the map.
Yeah, but I don't think they take that. Knowing that they should have a gun advantage, they might just fight back.
Yeah, this is a really good reclear right now. Omen flash in response. That's gonna make King have to ultimately fall back. This is really good from Crew to push Leviathan back and not funnel into that breach Cypher trap setup.
Yeah, I like that decision a lot. But they're still gonna reset on it.
Trip.
And they might end up A after all.
Yeah, trip broken. No pressure into this market area for Crew. That should be an indicator for Leviathan that there might be some shenanigans going on towards that A side of the map. But this is all just a stun off a cam no matter what lane you go through.
Yeah. You got Mazzino with it.
Can they beat it is the question.
Primed and ready to go. You hear the camera toggled on and off, and Ken.
Oh, it's a one-way cam on top of that.
Oh, I thought he had gotten past it. Still tagged. But they continue to push as Mazzino tries to dance around and dump utility with the spit in his feet. He's got to find a way out. He still gets a kill on the Kesnet. And now Calm joining in with it. Not able to get much more.
Good trades. But the flank.
2 Guardians still up. And those are the 2 that are the flank. Gonna try to slow things down and stabilize the round. 3s apiece, but the guns are good. He doesn't know.
Oh, here comes a lineup flash.
Potential disaster. It goes up top.
So good.
Shy gets scooped, has to take a step back. Huddled in on the site. Again, corners closing in. He will find no safe passage. A big round from Lev.
huge retake and poise. Tex is so good at Gecko on this map, and the same goes for Calm. That setup, that trap play on the A site, that was sick.
Also, I mean, finding the timing on elbow and getting the free kill helps. It helps a lot. Spirits are good. 3-0 in favor of Lev. And Sheriffs are crew with a couple of ults to their name. Heat having his on mine. We see that Thrash a lot. A little bit of early info. They've invested the Paranoia as well.
Nothing converted out of it. Just utility traded back and forth and a rotation from Mazino.
Yeah, and crew are going to remain persistent.
Oh, they're going to reclear with a breach flash.
Approach.
Oh, as I say that, they peek dry.
Clean shot from Kesnet. But now we start to see some utility. He's dead. He's got to get out of the Thrash. Somehow stays alive. Mazino's there on the swing. And now the gun's proven to be an issue. But this has gotten really messy. It's gotten out of hand.
Is he going to ult the body here? He's going for it.
And he's got a gun. A 1v2 for Shy to swing things back their way.
And the NA duo.
They're together, huddled, trying to find strength in numbers, but Texas slipped the net. Now he knows where he is, and Shy has to tuck tail and get away.
Oh my gosh.
Can he get it?
He's got to run.
Can he get out? He dodges it. And now a 1v1.
He's doubling back now. There's still 30 seconds to play with.
Shy versus Tex. More utility invested.
30 seconds left.
Shy very carefully calculating every step that he takes on the swing. Shy does it again.
Unbelievable.
The Red Bull clutch for crew.
And I can't believe it. He gets the 1v1 in mid against who? King? Ults the body and goes for it against the NA duo who have been looking so good. They've stepped it up. Big time. But in this scenario, Shy coming up clutch, huge. In such a big moment. That was a Thrash invested as well from Tex.
Shy has been so good for this squad. I feel like we've said his name so many times, not just in this series, but really throughout the entire year. And so he gets his squad on the board.
And they stole that round away.
He gets crew there first. Now they're pushing up mid. There really hasn't been much exploring around this side of the map, but it seems like Tex is ready for it.
Yeah, and Calm does have a cam here as well.
Mazino's got his ult. Just a couple of flashes to push them back.
And you saw,
Crew not liking what they've seen. They decide to reapproach. Hey.
Yeah, I think they're trying to bait out a breach ult right there, pressuring heavy mid. They understand Mazino's rotations. If he starts towards that B side of the map, he loves to go top mid.
There's the ult that we're looking for, but it's just one. So they should be able to get out onto A for free. Except for the trips. The trips are a problem. Calm still has his utility up. As soon as that gets cleared, you see the mad dash back.
Wingman's planting.
Shy might be the one on the late reaggress. This late flank mid could be the problem. His high-low is so miserable to deal with. Melser up top.
Breach sees the delay.
They just need to buy time here. Buy time for Shy to find some space. But it seems like they're aware. Oh, Tex turned at just the wrong time. Now Shy strikes. How much more can they find? Melser from up top, Klaus from down low, crew from every possible angle. Mazino's left in a 1v4. He's got it down to a 1v2. Time is of the essence, though. And he's got his ones. He's got to swing. Oh, and he will land the shots. He will get the kill.
And you're so right, Doug. They played a disciplined post plant in that round, and it looked easy. The delay utility from Klaus was perfect. And then the crossfires onto the actual site. Peeking in and out.
They seemed impenetrable.
Yeah.
And Mazino almost did that. But it was just too much.
Too much to ask for sure. Shout out to Shy for staying alive in mid for so long. Easily could have died there. Early B default here from the side of crew, but a contact one. Trying to catch anybody off guard right now. Klaus sitting here with utility out.
Yeah. That should be the first bit of info that Leviathan have gotten this round. The Dizzy went up early A, nothing was tagged. And Aspas hadn't jump spotted anything, so the Roomba breaks the silence, but now rotate towards mid.
There was a lot of pings on this A side of the map from Crew, and I'm wondering if a breach fault line will come through to this side. They're trying to do an A split from top mid.
I mean, Mazino's pointed that way. He can do market or he can do back towards spawn. He decides to go spawn. Kesnet has the satchel back. That's a really cool setup, but where's the punish? Can they capitalize on this? Mazino with one has to try to get away, and he can't.
Oh my God, Kesnet.
Meanwhile, King not able to land any shots either.
They're still fighting.
It's the Crew way.
Spike planted.
I mean, what a swing of a half. It looked like Lev was in full control in the driver's seat. That Shy 1v what? 4?
Something like
1v3?
that, yeah.
Something like that? Look at how much of an impact that made.
Aspas has to save this weapon here. No.
He wants to try to get an exit on the way out. Maybe get his rocket online at least. That would be ideal.
Yeah, for sure. There's just no financial, really, advantage here. I mean, they've got no money. Prized possession, the Phantom in the hands of the Duelist. He hears them, but it seems like they will go without contest.
A nice round from Crew. A mid to A split that was successful. And there was a lot of utility invested from the side of Lev. A lot of good breach flashes, a Gecko Molly. Kesnet just stayed alive for so long. He didn't get punished.
Spike down.
And then he does that.
That's right, guys. Let's go. They have Razor and Gecko. Oh, yeah.
I mean, the picture that's being painted between these two teams cannot be more different. Every time we look at Crew, they're out of their seats. Kesnet's popping off. Shy's doing a bit of the same. And then we check in on Lev. Calm, cool, collected.
Talking about what ults are online. Aspas seemingly the perfect teammate to have. Not only does he drop bombs, but he keeps everybody in check mentally. Talks about ult. All good signs from a great player. And Mazino is having such a map right now. Yeah, that last round didn't go their way, but the utility from him was really, really good.
The chair now upright and back into the action we go. Crew with a couple of ults to their name. And the buy, yeah, we mentioned it, right? The buy for Lev is not great. But Aspas is one away from his ult.
And he is on the correct side of the map now if Crew decide to try to walk into this A area.
I can't imagine they go aggressive here. I imagine they try to set up a trap.
There are 5 here, though.
They've got Mazino's fault line set up. If they try to disrespect the one way, there's an opportunity to pounce, but Klaus is going to try to do a bit of the same.
They're ahead of the stun right now.
There's just nothing to get the info. There's nothing to get the contact.
I don't think Crew are ready for this.
Both breaches with fault line teed up. King somehow gets 2.
Down A.
What? And as they get traded, the kills come through. Crew with the numbers advantage. You hear the ult invested. They did not have to take a step back. They do have Mazino here with a rifle. As the Dizzy goes up, the flash goes in his face, and there's nowhere that is safe. They try to stabilize. Now Calm has to rotate back with nothing but a frenzy. Maybe an opportunity to pick a weapon up, but surely they don't allow him that privilege.
Shy is low here, though. Sitting on default box.
Yeah, Klaus is weak too, but somehow Calm has gotten a weapon. A massive step if he's gonna pull this off.
He could ult a body here too if he needs to. Opts not to.
Time is short.
And their internal clock for Crew.
That spike has been going on for a little while here. Calm's got to push forward if he wants to get a shot at this. Steadies the rifle on the first. The spray connects. Now investing the ult, spotting Shy. Can he dance around Jenny? Can he buy enough time to get the kill? Yes, he can. Shy holds the line once more.
Ice cold from Shy. He's so clutch right now. 11 and 3. And still 4 ults online for Crew. Yeah, it was scrappy. But the trading is on point.
for Crew, and that's been one of their major successes this entire stage. That's how dialed in Shy is.
Four ults for the attack. Crew with the 1-round lead.
A very patient default here towards the B side of the map for Crew, making it seem like it's just a Cypher lurk.
Yeah, there's just so much utility that Leviathan have here. I mean, you see it, the camera, the trips.
Yeah, no deep info onto this B main area, though.
And I think they're pinging out, if they want to end B here, what the pathing would be. Remember, Heat has his ult. There's just nothing that's being offered here. No info traded.
Shy again. Coming up huge for his team.
He's been so consistent, but the trade is back from Mizzino. Thrash takes the pathing that we saw on the minimap, and this is really nice though, because they're still in a position where they could scoop it up if they want to end back B, grab market, and get Thrash back online.
I think Kesnet heard two players rotating into CT spawn towards A.
He's holding the line now.
That's why you're seeing Crew go mid to B now. And he sneaks by. He's in a game-winning spot right now.
Can he get them both?
Oh, they're not ready for this, surely.
Oh, they saw him! He plays his timing just right, and now he's going in for the third. Aspas takes a step back, satchels to safety. And now Kesnet trying to stabilize. Mizzino's the one that punishes. And Crew continue to push now the Rolling Thunder to keep him back. Paranoia to do a bit of the same. As the strike comes through, Heat holding the line. King falls. And now Mizzino has to do it on his own. Not able to clean the Thrash. He will fall.
Still commits to the knife. That's all off of Kesnet. And Shy in the beginning. What an entry from Shy top mid. Mizzino's doing everything he can right now to keep his team in the game.
Mizzino's been insane.
It's just not enough though.
No. And that's tragic. He had gotten 3 on the round. Thrash was apparently the most difficult target of them all.
He's doing everything right now. 7 assists, 14 kills.
But it's Crew with the lead.
And somebody has to step up here from Lev.
Someone other than Mizzino. Someone to join him. Klaus has his ult online, and once again, Crew decide they want to explore mid.
Com's gonna have first contact here. He's blind.
Clears the trip. Cage in his face. And it's a reset.
Crew are doing a good job of trying to identify where Mizzino is playing and not getting caught out by any like stuns or anything like that. Baiting utility out. And another good call. Breaking the mid util now.
Yeah, where do they go from here though? Because there's a lot of presence towards B, and that's where they want to go. He's got past it, but he only gets one. Calm was there on the trading. Crew continue to push. Yeah, they've taken a fair bit of damage, but they've gotten the space they wanted. And now the ult to confirm the position of both. But they were so weak. And Aspas steps up.
30 seconds left.
Klaus, 28 HP. Trying to keep them back. Off the tap, the paranoia through. Aspas cannot control it, but Klaus can.
The IGL for Crew stepping up, getting the trade.
Okay.
Almost instantly. And such good calling too. Baiting out so much utility in market. Faking the mid to A. Breaking the cam top mid, putting doubt in the minds of Lev. And then the breach ult.
Oh. I thought Calm was going to find more there, man. He had gotten past the breach ult, but
the trading, it's just on point again for Crew.
Again.
When they look the best, it's when they're fighting stuff together and not allowing a singular person to kill 2-3 players.
Honestly, very reminiscent of 100 Thieves. And that's been the key to their success so far. Up 3 rounds now on this decider map. Shanghai on the cards, everything to play for.
Another scrappy buy for Leviathan, another Guardian for Aspas. Contact and B main. We'll have Aspas on the back foot.
Oh. They've slipped the net. I don't know that they're expecting this.
This is so filthy. Mizzino could get so many kills here unless Klaus turns around and checks it. Oh my gosh.
2 ships in the night.
This is crazy. Oh, Mizzino
And they're gonna go
finally turns
undetected.
around.
You're right, Mizzino with 2, Tex with another. And now they've got him corralled in. Oh, they've got him trapped.
What's Cobb doing over here on A?
Gives up the contain they had. And off of that, crew are able to lean A. Wingman gets the plant, and now they're able to take
Look at
this
the
fight.
positioning. They're so deep in spawn.
Klaus with the first, in between the eyes of Aspas. And now with 2v2, it seemed like it was over for crew. But they managed to equalize, and Klaus is gonna get another. It's a little delay. Tex is gonna have to do it on his own. Can he keep him back? 15 HP.
He's got a molly and a flash, Doug.
Not giving him the fight. A sliver of health. A simple shot is all it'll be, and he delivers. That was a 2v4.
And just when I was gonna say Mizzino is gonna be that guy to bring him back, it falls apart.
I mean, Mizzino's been the only guy who's had him in this fight.
He's doing everything he can right now. He got what, 3 in that round again?
Yeah, he got
2. He got 2 in that round.
2 or 3. Either way, he's finding value, and they're just not able to capitalize on it. Yes, it wasn't a fight, but he just won that 1v1 with 15 HP.
This is so rough for Lev right now.
Another timeout called.
It's the second one, right?
The last one. And a different approach. How many times have we seen Aspas fully recline during a timeout, not saying a word? This time, upright early. 2 rosters who were built for the international stage. Those were the hopes and aspirations of both sides of this stage.
I'm seeing a lot of fist bumps on the side of Lev right now. And they really need to band together and dig deep if they want to keep themselves in this game. Because right now, crew have been running away with this. Look at how many rounds in a row. 7 in a row for crew.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Of course.
This is all part of the script to build suspense. It's all dramatic effect. Once we figure out what is the cause for the tech pause, we'll let you all know. Again, this moment couldn't be bigger, man. The rest of the picture for Shanghai has been painted. There's just one brushstroke left. And it's either going to be blue or pink.
I just can't help but feel like with how Shy and Heat are playing at this moment of time, Lev have to have a big swing around here right out of this tech pause. Because Kesnet, he's not even the one at the top right now for his team, Doug. Once this flips sides, he's gonna be way more enabled. Sometimes when you're entering, it can be really easy to get punished. He only has 7 kills to his name right now, but his kills have been really notable. Winning kills, round winning kills.
Potentially series winning kills. We'll see if they're able to continue to keep this up. As I'm being told, we're back into the action. And honestly, the timeline tells the story. 7 rounds in a row. Unbelievable. Leviathan have to find some footing here. After Icebox was such a close fight. This has been anything but, and maybe that's the spark. Enabling your star. Aspas sent on a solo mission, not able to find any value, but did grab space.
He still didn't break the cam. Cam just now broken.
Shy bold on the cross there.
Shy's job right now is to just get the info if Lever's still in mid or not. And that he will do.
A little bit of tag. All of the space that they had garnered mid off of that early aggressive play from Aspas is now lost.
Shy wants the smoke right now. He's just a one-man army in mid. A distraction. Trying to bait
players from Leviathan to give A.
Aspas is back in spawn. They're so scared of what they may have lost here.
So many rounds of crew, and these last 3 have been through mid. That's why.
Yeah, they were concerned with this area of the map. Meanwhile, Thrash invested. Oh, I'm caught. King found. Aspas tries to hold them back. And through all of that, Calm stays alive.
30 seconds
He's
left.
looking to go hunting, but you got to be cautious. That's not a fair fight.
Spike down A.
Shy in a 1v3.
Surely not.
Surely not. Oh, again?
No. Not this time. Leave it to Mazzino. A much needed round win for Lev.
Last round before the switch.
Something to cauterize the bleeding.
And Aspas waking up. Almost got 3 in that round.
This was such a perfect play from Shy. But it was just too much at the end. Aspas was able to hold them back, and then Common Tex able to put him away. That was a good hot dog, wasn't it?
The glizzy.
1 round left in this half. Smoke's traded in mid on the menu once more.
Fast mid control.
You gotta be careful here.
Oh my God, catch it.
He's so far up. Leviathan punished, they pounce. And it looks like they want more. The paranoia, the dizzy over the top. And now the ults to potentially secure things. A decisive round to close the half. Leviathan punch back.
So the second timeout of Lev into the tech pause allows them to crawl back into this game. The 5-7, much like Lotus.
They needed that round, man. They needed those last 2 rounds. Because a 9-3 is real different from a 7-5.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. We're going to throw it down to Ender, who's standing by at the telestrator to break down something cool he saw in the first half.
Thank you very much. Yes, Crew had some great rounds that they were able to call to give themselves the edge in that first half. First round here I'm looking at, Crew are coming in down 3-1 right now, but they see that Mazzino has the ultimate online. And one of the things their prep will have told them is Lev love to look for these mid-trap plays. So how do Crew get around that? They come into mid and try to bait it out. So the first thing you'll see is they wait for the smoke to go down. Then at the same time, another smoke is flying across the map to come in and support this play as they flash on through. But they don't overcommit into that line. They show a couple of bodies, but then immediately Kesnet is satcheling out of that space. But then, hold on, the play doesn't actually connect. So Crew realize, okay, what's going on here? They know a raise is over on the B site, so they want to reset into a hit over towards A. This is where Shy comes online, because Lev are thinking there's still a lot of players in mid, and as Shy goes to break down this door, the rest of his team stays quiet. The door break, combined with, if you see it over there, an Omen smoke to set up that B look, is what pulls out that ultimate, and Shy is able to get all the way out. It's crazy. Lev spends so much on that hit, satchels, the breach ult, everything, that they don't have anything to use on the retake, and after that, Shy even goes up into mid and ends up getting a kill as well. But then we look into the next round where it's the same exact idea, except this time Crew go for that dive play. So they creep up, throw in that Omen smoke, except this time they know the Gecko's playing back here, so they go for a high dizzy instead of the bleach flash to try and blind him out, and they commit the satchels forward to try and go for those kills. They don't immediately get them, but they start to roll on in, and Leviathan simply were not ready for it. Crew just need a few more good rounds like that to win out and make it to Shanghai.
Back into the action, and not a moment too soon, as we're gonna have one final half to close out how this thing goes. Again, Shanghai on the line, everything to play for. Crew with the 2-round lead, Leviathan managing to stabilize at the end there, and so desperately needed. Guys, you guys are supposed to pop off at the end. It's not supposed to slow down. It's supposed to get crazier. We'll work on it. We'll work on it. Oh no, another tech pause. That's why. All right, never mind. Forgiven.
It's okay, Aspas sits down. Once he gets all nice and ready, gets the earphones in, we'll probably get straight into things, I would imagine.
Tech pause player is always the worst kind.
Yeah.
Brutal. But alas, Yeah, just a few moments before kicking this thing off. I think as we talk about how this map has gone out, Leviathan now leaning towards the attack side. Dude, we say his name a lot. My eyes go to Aspas. He's got to be something here because Mizzino has been a legend for them, but to do so from Breach on the attack side is a different beast, man.
Yeah, it's hard. He's going to be setting up his team every single time here. He's going to be setting up Aspas, that player that you're talking about. And he does need to step up big here. He is that guy. He already missed one international. It would be crazy to see him miss another.
Massive value out of that Dizzy early on, and then the fault line to slow things down.
Yeah, and Crew are kind of baiting that it was faint, but they actually have a stack here. This is really good pistol call.
They're all here. They're all here. As soon as they swing, the gunfire erupts. And as the dust settles, the Leviathan are on top. Oh, it's not getting any better. Heat's gonna have to 1v3 this with a sliver of health. And he's gotten a step closer. Tex somehow weaker than his opposition. Spike planted.
This is the perfect play.
Can he find the timing? Heat, this would be insane. The late add to this squad. Now with the position and potential to be a hero, to become a legend.
He does have Dizzy, Doug.
Can he pull this off? Time is of the essence.
Oh, Lever gonna double swing.
Perfectly played. From disaster to perfectly played from Lev. That's crazy, bro.
It was almost reminiscent of the 1v2 that Shy got for a second there. But this time, Tex and Com opting to play together and play proactive. Bring the fight to the solo player. Not give him the opportunity. Had they just sat there in that screen area, they're both dead, guaranteed. And Aspas, that guy that we were talking about who needs to step it up, he got the entry in that round. We got a game on our hands. And an early B default from the side of Lev.
The buy's not great here.
Orb for orb. Both Geckos slowly getting closer to that Thrash.
Bullet for bullet, too. A couple of warning shots exchanged.
Kesnet wants to peek this so bad.
Yeah, he does. But Aspas is waiting on the other side with a Guardian trained.
Look at Klaus here. He's jiggling market, but if this B main exec comes out, Cam will see players on site, and a stun will happen. It's a very patient round here from Lev.
He's got it ready. And you have to be careful with this here, right?
King's job here is to be a human drone for his team. If he makes contact with a bunch of players, he will tell his team to commit B, but in this case, he's gonna call them back, surely. Look it, you see on the mini-map right now, everyone leaning back towards the A side of the map. This is a really good anti-eco here from Lev.
I respect this too.
Light armor and a ghost, why not be a human drone?
I mean, the fear of the force is always a factor.
Wow.
And they have to play this respectfully.
30 seconds left.
This is such a good call from King, getting his groove back. He's had a really rough time statistically in this series so far, but he stayed in it. And this round was a perfect showing of that. Right now, Crew probably just want to all die to the bomb. Not give any more ult orbs to Tex and Co. And maybe you'll see Heat go for something here. Because he's already, what, if he dies one off of the ult?
Yeah.
If he gets a kill and dies, he already has it. That would be huge going into the next couple rounds.
To potentially secure the third and avoid a bonus, but it doesn't seem like they want to give any advantage over to the opposition, so they're going to huddle in backside.
Yeah.
Die to this spike. And now the real game starts.
Yeah, and rightfully so not to go for that. Tex was pandering it for a second. Should I go for my ecos, get closer to my ult? Nah, I'll just save the gun.
Wisely
Save the
so.
army.
Hey, there's just no room that's afforded for error in situations like this.
Oh, wow, this is so cool. Calm. Forcing a gun. Or I think it was King forcing a gun for Aspas, an actual rifle. So a little bit of an investment into the round.
But really still enough here to buy into the next if it doesn't go well.
Yeah, that's that light armor ghost that King stayed with. No one dropping guns allows this rifle to be bought for Aspas. And he's the guy you want.
Again, Dizzy's finding insane value, man. Like every time we look, players are getting tagged.
A lot of utility baited out, though, from the side of Crew. Rechargeables indeed, but now there's a window of opportunity for Lev to burst on another choke. Proactivity from Crew, though. There will be a fight here in market.
Oh, that smoke might keep him back. And force blind fights to spam through as Kesnet falls.
That was so sick from Aspas.
I think he had just peeked over the smoke. He had the high ground, yeah. The 10 spot.
Yeah, usually when you see players go on that angle, it's to fight people coming out of the B main.
It turns out it's versatile in its positioning. A flash, a wingman, an aftershock, everything invested into this tiny corridor, and Klaus is finding a perfect timing. Only one able to be claimed, though. And Melser just swings into the face of two, realizes there is no winning this. He's got to get out.
He has to get out right now. I don't think he's going to be able to, Doug. A big round win for Lev. Stealing a gun round away from Crew, and that buy onto Aspas was everything. He got the entry for his team.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Beautiful spot. You're absolutely right.
One enemy remains.
And it's all because of the early A default, baiting out that breach stun, that Gecko orb as well. It allows you to split market. No stun, not having to worry about that when you're running through the choke is a peace of mind like no other on a map like this.
Crew Visa here not able to buy much.
Yeah, a little bit of a investment though.
Yeah.
And a trap play.
Everyone is here, with the exception of Heat.
Lev know there's something fishy going on here. But another good call from King.
He's showing so much respect.
Yeah, the Roomba there just leaves 4 players.
Yeah, and it's not a scared respect. I think it's just a confident, cautious calling approach. He's not being reckless with the decisions that he's making. He's not thrusting his troops into death.
Oh, that was almost on target. Heat forced to back up and the rotations will be made. But he surely can't delay this hit.
He's delayed it a little bit. Aspas forced to sit there and watch, but that was the only bit he had. Now
Heat's stuck.
Yeah, well, he's just trying to force anything that he can. They know he's here. He never had a shot. It's Mosh Pits that gets a kill. Tex on the swing, the spike going down. Kesnet's the only one with a weapon here. Thrash to pave the way as Aspas goes forward. Melser dropped from the high ground he had. The second one found.
He's feeling himself, Doug.
Kesnet forced to take a step back. Mazzino continues to farm. For as much as Crew have had momentum, for as much as Crew have had the lead, Leviathan in the closing moments of this map might snatch this away.
Aspas has stepped it up huge on this attack half. A lot of multi-kills from him. The impact has been night and day. Now we're seeing the timeouts come out of Crew. It's slowly slipping out of their grasp. And a must-win round here for Crew. If they lose this next round,
they're in trouble.
Lev could be sitting at 11 potentially.
They're in trouble. An animated Adam once more on your screen. Trying to corral his troops. Trying to find a way to get back into this thing, because even if you go back to the last half, that's what, 6 rounds in a row now for Lev. A second lease on life.
And Crew on that defensive round. Granted, it was an eco round,
They were so timid. They stayed in that trap setup at B for almost a minute.
Yeah, there were like 10 seconds left on the round before they realized that wasn't it. It's a gamble, sure. But they waited until that candle was burned all the way down.
I feel like they're scared right now. They're not playing to win anymore. On that attacking side, we saw Kesnet taking a lot of risks. And they were working out round-winning risks. He has to, on the flip side, he has to bring it back for his team as well and be that duelist leader that we know he can be. A more convincing B default from Levin. I think this might just be a straight-up hit here.
Crew have rotated over. They have 3 here.
Kesnet has to go huge here.
If they
Nade will delay.
If they commit, you can tell they want to. They're considering it. But it seems like Market is going to be the spot they try to attack. The rocket does not land. But Aspas goes through this unscathed. Kesnet weak. Shy is too. Mazzino with the plant. They've gotten what they wanted. Now they can take a step back. And now it's on Crew to be decisive about this. They've got to find some space. They've got to find an advantage. Oh! But it's King who holds them back, swings for the 3rd, and hangs on to his crown. Melser's left alone. A must-win round.
Calm is going to wrap it up here.
Tragedy once more for Crew.
A huge round for the IGL of Leviathan. His calling this attack half has been immaculate. And now he's stepping up and getting the kills that we know he can get.
7 rounds in favor of Lev, going back to the last. This potentially one of the cleanest, one of the most decisive, one of the most disruptive.
Goodbye to you and you.
Nice, boy! Nice. I'm feeling it, bro. And note the change from calm and stoic to loud like that.
Another one tap.
They just don't have the guns to fight back. Crew with scraps. It's Kesnet who's got a rifle.
And a free B site.
It's just an entirely different story that's being told, man.
Nobody leaving B main here. No risks being taken from the side of Lev.
2 weapons upgraded, though. Kesnet has a rifle, Klaus has a Guardian.
But still, this is going to be so hard. Heat has to get so much value from this spot. There's still a nade and 2 satchels online for Aspas.
And the thing is, he's not really in a position to activate his team. Now, when he rotates over, the spike has been ticking for a good couple of seconds.
Kesnet is dead. It's falling apart.
Can they snatch us back? Can they snatch us back?
Wait,
the wingman's gonna do it on his own!
If Klaus didn't fight, it would have been a wrap. They would have stolen the round.
Unbelievable.
Dizzy would have had it. It was like milliseconds before the defuse.
It was so close. I gotta see that again.
I mean, yeah, this one tap was cool, but it was the defuse. Look at the clock on it.
One enemy remaining.
We don't get to see it, but it was very, very close to being a round win for Crew. And another timeout here.
The last one for either squad. From this point forward, it's hands off the wheel.
That would have been the one to bring them back. I just can't help but feel like Lever just gonna take this away now. They could literally just play the game of ult economy if they really want to at this point. Farm another Thrash the next couple of rounds. You're gonna get a breach ult online soon.
Victory formation, so to speak, but if Valorant has taught us anything, it's that no lead is safe.
Yeah. Kesnet having a really rough game so far. Here's that diffuse timer. Look at how close this was. Oh my gosh. I said it was a millisecond, literally. But there's no way for him to know that. That's just tough.
The narrowest of margins separating these two teams. When rounds go down to that. And that could be the difference maker.
Something as small as that. Something so micro. being the difference maker of whether you win a round or not in such a crucial moment.
That paranoia pushes him back. Aspas off the satchel. Do they re-aggress?
Here comes the re-clear.
Aspas satchel
Melzer
forward.
stuck. Aspas sees him, no?
I don't think he does. Nice shots from Melzer.
Just like that, a reset into the round. A 4v5 now. For crew.
Cage triggered.
Third time's the charm on the cage.
Yeah.
Better late than never.
Spike dropped.
Goes through that unscathed.
I mean, the defense is so divided right now from crew. It is a retake A.
My camera is
And that camera breaking should be the cue for players to start rotating.
Yeah, it's not like crew have a ton of retake ults here either.
Look, they're still not moving. The players from crew are still so spread out. Everyone in ones. No one could get traded right now.
Unsure, I guess, or uncertain of what's on the other side, or maybe it's the pressure. Fear is the mind killer.
30 seconds left.
Quick retake coming out. A flood.
King on the swing, 2 targets found. Shy and Melzer punished both. The indecision proves to be exactly what crew needed.
Disciplined play from crew in the later half of this series. It's really, really impressive that they switched it up like this, even though they're down most of these rounds, and they were not even close, I feel like.
Finally, the bleeding stopped.
Yeah.
But the wound that's been left is gaping.
Spike planted.
And look at the ults online.
This was a massive hold.
Enemy remaining.
I was really worried when they were so spread out, but everyone was jiggling their respective angles. Trying to just get info.
Yeah, trying to get info and confident in the retake. You're absolutely right. You mentioned the ults. They are in bunches. Mazzino's also one away from his. Cloud's not far off either. We're reaching a fever pitch in this series. The only question left to answer is who's going to be singing their victory song. Paranoia forward, satchel out. Aspas trying to punish Kesnit, but he somehow gets away. Trades with the ult, looking to punish! And the fuse goes off without a bang. Oh, Aspas is taking over.
And a nade.
Now pushing back into spawn. No possible idea of where he could be.
Last player standing.
A third found. Aspas, they get Leviathan to 12.
Match point.
He doesn't want to miss. Another international. He's just stepped up huge for his team, and what a call.
Dude, this mini fight that we had between those two is ridiculous.
3 kills with 30 HP to his name.
I mean, the vibes on full display here for Leviathan as they look to put the final finishing blow on crew. Potential to be sitting on the sideline and watching it home for the next month. The bye's not great.
Both teams first seed in their groups, Doug. And it comes down to this right here.
Both teams built for championships. Both teams built with aspirations of lighting Americas on fire, and let's be perfectly clear, they did that.
I got the spike.
But now it seems like Leviathan are just a few moments away from punching their ticket to the big dance.
This is another free bomb plant.
Monster on the loose.
They're close by here, though. Heat has his ult, too.
So much space gathered from Aspas.
He has to be careful. He's got to get punished. Shy's there on the trade. Now the Rolling Thunder's going to push him back. It's thrown them into disarray. But they still have the numbers. Is it just a fleeting moment, though? A 3v3. Melzer, the only one without a rifle, repositioning, trying to get into the fight as soon as he can. Klaus in a really nice spot here.
Look at Calm on the flank. There is a trip on him, but
they've got to know. Klaus on the defuse. He's gotten it to half. Stops.
Calm This is all on calm right here.
The tension building. He's on the swing. No target found. Oh, gets two. But he tries to get two of his own, and he does a 1v1 to decide how this ends. The cam spotting the first. Can he deliver? Time is of the essence, and he will not be given the fight. The blue and the white will ripple and wave over international soil once more. Leviathan are headed to Shanghai.
What a great performance from a great team. And Crew, not quite there yet. Not
Man,
able to bounce
it's
back,
so sad
but it
for
was
Crew
hard fought.
with what they've shown and shit. Like,
We finally get to see Aspas back at an international.
they've played really well on stage
And
one.
what seemed like a really rough series for King, he brought it back for his team. Great calling on that sunset. Disaster for Crew.
Heartbreak.
Who had such a great
Yeah.
season. A lot to hold their heads high up for. But a defeat like this, it's tough, man. It's a real tough pill to swallow. They were so close.
And so with the results of this, we're now sending 3 world champions to the international stage. Aspas, Calm, Bustio. Plenty to look forward to from this region.
What a sick series.
And I think resilience shown too. I think in a situation where a lot of teams could crumble, would crumble, should crumble, Leviathan hold their nerve.
Crew won 7 rounds in a row after that shy 1v1. And Leviathan answered right back. Off of Aspas on that attacking side.
And then again,
happy birthday, Calm.
Yeah, what a gift, man. Not a bad way to spend a birthday.
Closing it out too for your team.
A massive kill, a massive 3K. And honestly, it was done in calm fashion. The late flank in through market. Able to get the kills that he needed to, and then closing out the 1v1 at the end is just perfect. And so, of course, because of all this, we have to bid adieu to Crew Visa, a team that was put together with Kesnet and Heat. It's a late ad, but they knew what they wanted to do here. They had the aspirations to compete, and holy smokes, did they.
They did great.
I mean, a nearly flawless stage 1 to end here is just heartbreaking, but there's a lot to look forward to for Leviathan. There's a lot to look forward to in Shanghai. We're going to throw it down to Van Silly. He's standing by with the Verizon post-match interview.
Not only am I standing here for the Verizon post-match interview, but I'm with the vibe merchant of Leviathan himself, Calm. And first off, people are singing happy birthday to Calm just before we're off camera, but one more time, let's just say, not sing it, but we could say it. 1, 2, 3, happy birthday, Calm! Congratulations, my man. A big win today. And, you know, let's get into it. Going into the stage 1, Leviathan and Crew, you guys were like the favorites going into playoffs because you were basically just owning. And a lot of the fans would say, hey, hands down, we're going to see Crew and Leviathan in Shanghai, but it had to come down to an elimination game to see you come through. So what does that tell about the competition that we currently have in the Americas so far?
I mean, I think everyone has the potential to beat everybody right now. I mean, everyone's coming in confident. Obviously, I think for us in playoffs, it took us a little bit to get into it, but I mean, we're here now, so that's all that matters.
Based on that line of anybody could beat anybody, I mean, this game was very hard for you guys against Crew, right? Once again, the El Clasico of LATAM. And the first map was your map pick on Lotus, and you had 5 rounds. Usually at that moment, you're like, okay, well, 5 rounds on defense, you should be looking pretty good on the attack, but it seems like you had a hard time to find a groove there on the attack. So what happened that made Crew so good on their defense?
Honestly, it was just us kind of like not reacting to things, being pretty slow on things. And I think that was a testament to, like, after that map, I was like, leave everything on the line. Like, nothing else matters now. Just give me your everything.
Okay.
And I'm really proud of the team, like, bringing everything they had to the last 2 maps.
All right, well, actually, we're going to make this quick right now because tomorrow you're going to play against G2 here. And why is G2 going to lose against Leviathan and a BO5? Tell me why.
Oh man, I think after last game, I'm done with the trash talk. You know what I'm saying? But no, they're a really good team, and honestly, if they don't bring their A game, I feel pretty confident.
Awesome. Well, Calm, once again, congratulations. I'll let you go celebrate with your team. One more time, let's get up for the birthday boy, Calm! And let's toss it back to the desk where we actually have King with everybody to hang out to close out the show.
Thank you very much, Van Silly. Yes, we are here in the post-show with the victorious King after an epic struggle against Crew. The next, I guess, the second chapter in your rivalry already, this stage, getting to run it back. Thanks for joining us, man.
Thank you.
I know it's been a long day for you guys, but I think the first question I want to ask is, like, this is now, I mean, you haven't qualified for an international event since Champs in 2022. This has been a long time coming for you. How's that feel?
I mean, it feels amazing, to be honest. Yeah, like, I was just wishing so much to, okay, like, I really want to go to an international event. I know what I'm capable of. And being out of so many international events, at some point I was like, do I have it? Do I still have it? And after performing so well in the split one and kind of rough in the playoffs, but we made it, and it makes me really proud of myself.
Yeah, you still got it, bro. Don't you worry.
I mean, you really earned it with all that time not making it to international events to now re-qualify after two years. How do you think you as an IGL have grown in that time to now be at the point where you can make it back against strong competition?
Yeah, I mean, when I was back in the day in Champs and in Copenhagen, all that events, I think I was a pretty rookie player in IGL. I think my IGLing was pretty like basic. We were just like, okay, let's do this and let's do this. Like, I didn't know reactions. I didn't know how we should play in certain situations. So I was just like kind of learning, but I didn't know how to do it. And then I think I just began to learn a lot with Goket and Itza because they have all this like a game knowledge way deeper than I've had in the past like years. And yeah, like I've been learning a lot. I think y'all can notice that the reactions are way better.
Yeah.
The calls make way more sense. And yeah, I mean, thanks to both my coaches, they have helped me to learn a lot.
Seems like there's a lot more depth compared to that old Leviathan team. But in this match that you've now qualified to Shanghai, you were playing against one of the guys who came up with you, who was with you at all those international events. What was it like playing against Shai today?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like rough because I have a lot of, I'm really close to Melzer, Shai, Kesnit. So kind of making the dream. I know that I'm kind of shattering theirs at the same time. So it makes me feel like mixed because I'm really happy, but at the same time, I'm really sad because I really thought we were going to both make it.
Yeah, you thought it was like going to be that trio.
Yeah.
Well,
Now, coming into today's series, right, you know the Crew players very well. You just played against them last week, but you also just had the loss yesterday. So how much of your prep coming into this match was based off of last week's results and your learnings there compared to what happened yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was rough. I think the pressure really came to us. I think we all panicked, including me. We were just not following our game plan of we're an aggressive team, but we do it together. Yesterday we were just like lost, and today we like everyone was saying, okay, but it's like doesn't matter what happens today. We really need to keep up with how we play our philosophy, and let's just keep doing it. And at the same time, basically picking Lotus was based on the last match, and it went terrible wrong.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, of course we prepped, but yeah, I mean, it happens.
Yeah,
sure.
Have to learn from both of those into today. When you're playing these tough matches today, going all three maps, there was a real world where Crew could have won it 2-0, especially on that icebox. Who's the player that's keeping the team in it, that's keeping the energy up to make this recovery happen? Because you've played a lot of long series like this thus far this year already.
Yeah, I think normally, because it's kind of mood-wise and play-wise, so normally we have like Corvin always cheering at everyone, making a lot of mid-round calls, being proactive, and Aspas is just like killing everyone. So everyone is just like, okay, like
we have to keep up with Aspas. We have to keep up with Aspas. And of course, like I do my role as a captain normally. Like boys, like it's fine. Do not worry. I have to be honest. Today I lacked a lot. I misplayed a lot of things, and yeah, my team just helped me a lot today.
So you come alive though on Sunset in a big way though. I think that was a huge turning point. Got a question here from Twitch chat from Karma_PRD. The comeback, obviously, you guys really had to turn it around. It started on Icebox, right? And it really carried through. You know, what gave you the confidence to make that happen? Who was the catalyst? And what do you think you kind of changed? Was it obvious? Or was it a little thing?
I mean, you always have to need the confidence, to be honest, in a series. Even if you get railed like the first map, the only thing you can think of is how you want to bounce back and how you're gonna want to go and win the game. You know, you're never thinking of, okay, like they're feeling it, we're not feeling it. It's not gonna happen. The only thing we're thinking is, okay, we're gonna win this map. How we're gonna win it? We're gonna be aggressive, and it's not like, okay, we need to come back. It's something that we know it's gonna happen if we do it properly.
Yeah, because I had Aspas on comms, I think, in the second half of Icebox. I think after the pistol, maybe the first couple of rounds, he's like, "We're gonna play together, guys. We are playing together." It seemed like that was like the mantra for all of you in that turnaround.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, let's have a look at our standings now with our day coming to a close, because a few more championship points were awarded today. You can see them here on your screen. Leviathan up to 6, and of course 100 Thieves with their little bounce back have also managed to get themselves in a very good position. Remember, those records here, while not affected by our playoff progress, do carry over. So Leviathan will be 4-1, of course, when we head into stage 2. But before we even get there, we have some bangers to come our way. Coming up tomorrow, our best of 5 lower bracket final. It's going to be G2 Esports versus Leviathan, with the winner, of course, moving on to Sunday's grand final to face 100 Thieves very quickly, King. We heard from Colm, he said if they don't bring their A game, we're going to handle them. We saw G2 kind of take care of Crew, so how are you feeling going into that game?
I mean, I think we just needed that kind of pressure off qualifying.
Now you've made it, yep.
Now that we made it, we have nothing to lose, to be honest.
Do you want that #1 spot in Americas, though?
Yeah, of course, we want those juicy points.
Absolutely.
And I mean, the buy in Shanghai as well, getting to go straight into the playoffs there would be massive for you guys. On top of that, when we were looking at those points, now basically whoever wins this tournament gets those 3 points, guarantees either ties or overtakes Sentinels in terms of how many they get. So even that early lead is kind of falling behind. Lots still on the line for the rest of the year.
Before we go, I just want to ask, when was your last day off? Because you had to play now, like, the last 2 days in a row. You have to play tomorrow, best of 5. If you win that, you play again. How long has it been?
When was our last game of the season, regular season? It was against Crew, right?
It was Crew, I think 6 days ago.
Yeah.
I think we had 1 day off after that game.
Okay.
Probably, I don't remember.
I mean, you can tell it's been a while.
Yeah, like, I've lost track of when we were working or not.
Do you think Leviathan as a team does better in this kind of tournament format where you're playing back-to-back matches, or plays better in like the week by week with a lot of time to prep?
Honestly, it's hard to tell. I will lie if I tell you guys like, okay, like we're way better at this format, because in kickoff we didn't play like good. The split one we have been doing amazing, and now it's kind of being rough, so it's hard for me to tell. But
sure.
Well, we won't keep you too much longer because you need a good night of rest before, of course, the games. But thank you for joining us, King. It's been an absolute pleasure. And there it is, folks. Tomorrow we see Leviathan take the stage again against G2. Winner takes on 100 Thieves in our playoffs grand final. Thanks for being here, and of course, we'll see you tomorrow for more of the action from your VCT Americas playoffs.
Thanks very much, King.
Thank you.
GG's, man.
Congrats on Shanghai.
Thank you, guys.
Beautiful. I mean, just the dart is laying them all up. It's easy pickings for everybody.
This is about to be so free. Just take off. All right, let's go. We're the best team in the world.
Top of the minute, Traxy, you getting a bit of a move on with none the wiser.
Remaining.
Exactly where Trent is. It should be done, and indeed it is. That's a 13-5 finish from map 1. Chokehold onto the site. Last player noted and known and stricken off the list.
6-6 is insane. Let's go, boys. Keep this energy up. We're doing good.
On we go. Valin doesn't set his sights towards a player. Time taken away with a spike. Valin delivers it. The backstab from behind. A bit of a one and done there. Snakebite to defend him. Satchel through. It is so damn explosive. Always going to have to account for it. Still gets the one. It's covered on the cross. Cryo. He deletes and decimates. Surely you don't just push them right past them. The DPM cuts them away. Spot these players falling, and just like that, 100 Thieves cement their spot in the grand finals.
Their face, the spam coming through. Maybe you find a free one, and holy smokes, they found two.
Do they have time? They do have time.
Shy has to get these kills. How have they gotten away with that?
That's the birthday boy.
Oh, the birthday boy.
That's the birthday boy.
Beautiful round.
And footsteps aplenty. All three of them fall. Kessie goes aggressive. The ult in hand is three. It will fall. Tex cannot do anything. Defenders win. Crew is slaughtered. Leviathan on Lotus. The mind game's being played, and the shots come through for us, Bus. The Red Bull clutch to tie us at 5. Forward and aggressive, but Shy is the one to find an advantage. Slips behind enemy lines, punishes with 3. Cost falls 2. Kesnet will join him as Tex lights up the kill feed once more. Can Kesnet do it? First couple of blades go. The easiest kill of their life. We're far from done here. Some space, they've got to find an advantage. But it's King who holds them back, swings for the 3rd.
Nice, boy.
Nice.
I ain't feeling it, bro.
Let's go.
Player standing.
A 3rd found. Aspas. They get Leviathan to 12.
We're going left, right.
And he will not be given the fight. The blue and the white will ripple and wave over international soil once more. Leviathan are headed to Shanghai.
Okay, so tomorrow we have 2 games. Both EU and EMEA and NA start at the same time. But we only have 2 best of 3. We have the loser back. And then Sunday, same thing. So tomorrow it's Foot Fnatic and G2 Leviathan. Money is on honestly, Foot has the firepower, but Fnatic have been playing well. Like, I feel like Fnatic is gonna win. And for America's Leviathan, I think Leviathan is about. G2 has shown good stuff. Like, tomorrow's games are like really hard to predict. Because I think both like Heretics and 100 Thieves are gonna win the final no matter what. But who's gonna be in final is like a big question mark. But yeah, I would say Fnatic Leviathan. Anyways. That's it for today. Thank you for watching. And see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
them down. The power lies on their side. Go, go, Power Rangers. Go, go, Power Rangers. Go, go, Power Rangers. You mighty morphin Power Rangers. Go, go, Power Rangers.